Every day, the young man practiced jumping from the cliff 10,000 times. Ugh, the violent impacts made his whole body ache as if it were shattering. Despite this, he endured, persistently practicing. After jumping from the cliff, he would find a sturdy, large tree. Looking at the trunk, he launched himself at it with incredible speed, repeating the impact countless times. The enormous opposing force made his blood boil. But he persisted. 20,000 repetitions were his daily quota. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. At the foot of the cliff, the spot where I jumped was so worn down there was hardly an untouched patch left. The ground around the sturdy old tree was also ravaged by my power, leaving it barren and scarred. One early spring morning, I, a young man, climbed the cliff as usual, preparing for my jump training. But the determined look I had 3 years ago was gone from my face. Replaced by a gritted teeth expression, I cursed inwardly. What kind of demonic martial art is this? After a moment of thought, I suppressed my frustration. As usual, I took a deep breath and jumped from the cliff. An enraged roar echoed through the mountains. Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? The roar abruptly stopped the moment he fell into the water. He felt as if all the meridians in his body were about to break. The extreme pain made the young man doubt, made him question. What have I been painstakingly training for these past 3 years? Even a sliver of doubt, once ignited, would spread like wildfire. After he climbed ashore, he continued to train by crashing into the tree trunk. It wasn't like before, the immense strength was devoid of any fervor. For the first time in 3 years, he squeezed his eyes shut in fear. The result, of course, was a tumble to the ground, unconscious. Only faint traces of impact remained on the tree trunk. The young man squeezed his eyes shut in pain, muttering, I wanted to learn martial arts, but what have I actually been doing these past 3 years? With that, he fell backward. The doubts in his heart seemed to drain the last of his strength. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. His master, hands clasped behind his back, said in a deep voice, If your mind is filled with distracting thoughts, your chi will be disrupted, and if your chi is disrupted, you cannot circulate it throughout your body. The young man got up and said angrily, Master, is this really how you cultivate martial arts? The master said, I've told you many times, this martial art is different from others. The cultivated internal energy doesn't gather in the dantian, but circulates through the meridians. And to guide the internal energy from the meridians into the dantian, the practitioner must constantly create shocks to the body. His expression turning serious, the master asked, Haven't you felt any changes in your dantian these past few years? The young man honestly replied, I have felt a slight change, but after 3 years of this arduous training every day, the internal energy in my dantian is only as small as a fingernail. Hearing this, the master sighed softly and said gently, You've only just begun. Don't be discouraged. When you master it, you will understand its wonders. The young man still looked disbelieving. Seeing this, the old man grew irritated and asked, What do you mean by that disbelieving look? The young man bluntly replied that he didn't believe his master. Hearing this, the old man angrily roared, You don't even believe your own master's words? The young man suddenly retorted loudly, If what master says is true, why are you nicknamed the undefeated king? The old man paused, then softly asked, Where did you hear this? The young man recounted how yesterday, while buying wine, he overheard a conversation between some martial artists. They said the worst fighter was his master, because he lost every fight, which is why he was nicknamed the undefeated king. After listening, the old man calmly raised 3 fingers. They weren't entirely wrong. I have actually won 3 times. Scoffing and puffing out his chest, the young man replied sarcastically, Yes, 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 you're truly amazing. His expression turned serious as he said in a lower voice, Master, I want to go home. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. These past 3 years, thanks to your teachings, my physique has improved greatly, but continuing like this isn't what I desire. The old man looked at his disciple. He had taken him in years ago, impressed by his perseverance. After a moment of thought, the old man asked gravely, So you no longer wish to learn my martial arts? The young man complained that in 3 years he had only learned one mystical art. The rest of his time was spent jumping off mountains and stabbing trees. His martial arts hadn't improved much. Only his cooking and ability to serve his master. You said that if I followed you, I would have good food and fine clothes, but my original goal was only to learn proper martial arts. No matter what, I don't want to waste any more time. The old man looked deep into the young man's eyes, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Passing on his martial arts was supposed to take more time, but the young man's heart was no longer in it. So be it. With that thought, the old man said in a deep voice, If that's the case, then let us begin now. The young man was about to refuse, but the old man suddenly struck his chi acupoint. The young man realized with alarm that he couldn't move. The old man pushed his disciple down to sit on the ground and said, Today, I will pass everything on to you. The young man asked in astonishment, Master, what do you mean by that? His eyes filled with determination, he replied, I've always intended to do this. Everything you've done for the past 3 years has been to strengthen your foundation. According to my estimations, you still needed another year of training, but since your mind is made up, I'll have to implement my plan early. The old man crossed the young man's legs, then sat cross-legged behind him. You must prepare yourself mentally, the next process will be very painful. As he spoke, the old man extended his left hand and placed it on the young man's head. The young man struggled to turn his head and asked with difficulty, "Master, what are you going to do?" The old man didn't answer, but said in a deep voice, "Focus your mind, hold steady your dantian, and absolutely do not get distracted." He then extended his right hand and placed it on the young man's back. The old man's internal energy, like a surging current, flowed continuously into the young man's body. The young man cried out in pain, his eyes wide. He felt as if a red-hot iron rod was piercing through him. Before he could react to the intense pain, the old man's left hand also began to exert force. The young man felt like his head was about to explode. Surging internal energy carved through his meridians as if it was about to burst out of his body. At this moment, the old man said loudly, "From this moment forward, you are the sole inheritor of the Quan sect. You must carefully remember the words I'm about to say." The founder of the Quan sect was named Quan Guan Hao. He once saved a dying Shaolin monk. To repay this life-saving grace, the monk taught him a set of fist techniques and an internal energy cultivation method. Our founder combined them, creating our sect's martial arts. When I was 30, I happened to meet your great-grandfather. He spared no effort in passing down all of his martial arts knowledge to me. But I learned martial arts too late, and my aptitude is limited. So despite diligently training for 30 years, when I entered the Jianghu, I only barely escaped the ranks of third-rate martial artists. Speaking of this, the old man's eyes grew somewhat melancholic. The main reason is still because our sect's martial arts are too peculiar. The cultivated true qi doesn't gather in the dantian, but instead accumulates in the meridians. To transfer the internal energy within the meridians to the dantian, over the years during fights, I've intentionally allowed my opponents to hit me. It's through this method that I shock the meridians, forcing the internal energy into the dantian. It's also because of this that I've earned the not-so-glorious nickname, Undefeated King. As he spoke, the old man's voice grew weaker, and the young man felt as if his whole body was about to explode. Just as the pain was about to exceed his limits, the old man's hand suddenly left his body, and a weak voice rang out, "It's done." As soon as the voice faded, the young man felt the pain disappear, replaced by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. The young man closed his eyes and circulated his energy according to his sect's cultivation method, discovering that the true qi in his dantian had condensed into a large mass. Combining this with what he had just experienced, he understood that this was all of his master's internal energy, passed on to him. But inner energy is like life itself to a martial artist. Thinking this, he disregarded regulating his internal energy and hurriedly turned his head. Sure enough, the old man had closed his eyes, his breathing shallow, appearing to have aged decades. The young man quickly stood up, his face panicked. "Master, what have you done?" The old man said weakly, "I have transferred all my power to you." Hearing this, tears streamed down the young man's face as he choked out, "Master, why did you do this?" "Silly child, I didn't have much time left anyway. You and I are master and disciple, consider this my final act for you." Hearing this, the young man felt immense remorse, sobbing, "Master, you could have lived for 100 years. The old man looked at the young man, smiling faintly, his expression serene. "I'm tired. Take me home." The young man fought back tears, holding his master in his arms. He felt his master's weight become almost nothing, deepening the agonizing pain in his heart. He held his master tightly, his face haggard. The young man gently laid his master down on the wooden bed. The old master pointed a trembling finger towards something on the shelf. Understanding, the young man quickly retrieved the object. His master, with a weak breath, said, "My disciple, open it for me." The young man obeyed his master, opened the box, and discovered several items inside. On one side lay a sword in gleaming, pure white silver ingots. On the other, a soft armor and a thick book. The old man said haltingly and weakly, These are the treasures of our sect, from now on, they are yours. This useless master of yours has one more favor to ask of you." "Master, you have shown me immeasurable kindness. Please, command me." "How can you speak of favors? You must train your body for another year, and diligently cultivate the sect's martial arts." At this point, the old man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The young man immediately knelt down, his face full of grief. "Master." The old man weakly waved his hand, "I'm fine. I'm fine. I was prepared. I'm at the end of my strength. It's just that this old body is frail. You must remember, when using your right hand, you need to utilize 3 parts of your internal strength. Our sect's ultimate technique is more powerful than you imagine." Seeing his master continuously coughing up blood, the young man hurriedly said, "Master, please don't speak anymore. I'll go and get a doctor right away. The old man forced himself to speak. All right, my good boy. Master is very happy. I'm just afraid that later on, you won't be able to. Having said this, the old man slowly closed his eyes. Go and get Yoon. Yoon. The old man's words abruptly stopped, and there was no more sound. The young man sobbed, crying out, Master. The sun rose in the east, and 3 days quickly passed. On this day, the young man prepared to bury his master. While cleaning his master's body, he suddenly discovered something. He saw a scar on his master's wound. It seemed his master had kept it hidden, not wanting him to know. The wound was dark, clearly caused by poison, but his master had never revealed who his enemy was. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the young man's mind. Could his master have worried that he too would be poisoned by the enemy? His master had said nothing, only transferring all of his inner strength to him. Then, my master breathed his last. While washing his body, I discovered hidden wounds deep within. Connecting his earlier actions with the old man's words in the forest, I gradually understood everything. Even in his dying breath, my master didn't reveal his enemy's identity, mostly out of fear that I would seek revenge and endanger myself. A heavy pressure weighed on my shoulders, along with a burning hatred. My master lay there, seemingly living in the illusion of a peaceful life. Standing before his coffin, I sincerely said, Master, I will remember your teachings. Rest in peace. Afterward, I diligently cultivated according to his teachings. But this time, he wasn't negligent at all, focusing solely on his cultivation. Winter passed, spring arrived, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, the young man came before his master's grave and bowed his head in respect. Master, your disciple has trained for another year. Today, I will descend the mountain. He bowed his head before his master's grave and lit 3 incense sticks. Then, he stood up and walked towards a large boulder. With a sharp gaze, the young man softly said, Master, please take a look and see how my martial arts are now. With that, he swiftly threw 2 punches. A powerful surge of internal energy erupted, creating a gust of wind. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, sharp as lightning. As he pivoted, a powerful wave of energy burst forth. A sharp crack echoed as his fist slammed into the boulder. The massive rock shattered from the single blow, countless cracks spider-webbing outwards. The young man turned to face his master's grave. Master, do you see? My martial arts are now strong enough for me to protect myself. He thought to himself, Master trained his whole life, yet only reached second-rate martial arts. If my master hadn't taught me, I probably wouldn't have reached the second-rate level of martial arts in my entire life. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back his tears. My martial arts are too weak, I can't take revenge, there's no martial art as pathetic as this in the world. But then he gave a bitter laugh, yet, I practiced this pathetic martial art. Moreover, I've been practicing non-stop for 4 years. Speaking of which, a surge of anger rose within him, but if they want me to obediently die, it depends on whether they have the ability. Master, I know you don't want me to take revenge, but I can't promise you that. But right now I don't have any clues. Once I have the chance, I will definitely avenge you. The young man turned and descended the mountain. 4 years ago, he had unhesitatingly followed his master up the mountain. He wondered how his mother and younger brother were faring at home. A middle-aged woman toiled in the field. She strained to dig up potatoes. Each potato she unearthed was placed into a large basket beside her. While working, she suddenly looked up, rubbing her back and groaning. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure approaching from afar. A familiar voice slowly echoed from afar. Slightly suspicious, the woman carefully observed the approaching figure. After a moment, she called out joyfully, Is that Yun Fei? Hearing his name, the young man stopped walking and looked towards the woman. Following the sound of her voice, he realized it was his mother. Yun's mother quickly approached. Seeing her son, Yun's mother's expression suddenly changed. The young man shyly lowered his head. Mother, are you well? But what awaited him was a scolding from his mother. You left 4 years ago without a word, and now you dare ask if I'm well. After being scolded, Junfei nonchalantly replied, Mother, aren't I back safe and sound? His mother placed her hands on her hips angrily. You're no different than you were 4 years ago. The young man said confidently, I've grown up. From now on, I can help you with the housework, mother. Seeing her son's return, Yunmu asked him about his plans. He replied that he intended to hunt to help support the family. Yunmu was a little surprised. My son has always been frail. How did you disappear for 4 years and learn to hunt? Yunfei said he not only knew how to hunt, but during that time he also learned how to gather medicinal herbs. He could both hunt and gather herbs to make a living. Yunmu didn't say anything more, only telling him to work hard. Then, the young man asked about his younger brother, Yun Chang. Mother Yun said he was working at a tea house, earning 2 taels of silver a month. The young man nodded slightly, looking pleased. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the field. Mother, go home first. I'll come back after I'm done with work. Yunfei insisted on following, saying he wanted to help his mother dig up potatoes. While working, he learned that this piece of land wasn't theirs, but borrowed from landlord Chen Lu. His mother had to dig up all the potatoes in this field, but could only keep a portion. Upon hearing this, Yunfei felt a pang of heartache. Mother, you've suffered so much all these years. From now on, leave the household matters to me. I won't let you suffer anymore. I was young and foolish before, but from now on, I'll live a good life. Mother Yun sighed and said she hoped so. Then, she asked her son why he left home 4 years ago. Yunfei said, someone told me they would give me good food and fine clothes, so I didn't think much of it and went with them. Mother Yun sounded slightly reproachful. So, have you been learning to hunt with them all these years? Actually, I learned a lot of things. Hunting is just one of them. Mother Yun said, from now on, don't trust others so easily. Yunfei listened, lost in thought. It turned out his master hadn't lied to him but had used his life to help him with all his might. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky and closed his eyes slightly. I don't know if practicing martial arts will help me live a better life. Master has given me plenty of chances to change my life, the rest depends on my own abilities. As dusk settled, another day was coming to an end. Having finally finished their day's work in the fields, they headed home together. Mother Yun placed a plate of boiled potatoes on the table. She said there were 5 kilograms of rice left, and she would make more rice for her son tomorrow. Yunfei took a small package from his pocket and handed it to her. Mother Yun looked puzzled but accepted it and opened it. The gleaming silver ingots inside immediately made Mother Yun's eyes light up. Mother Yun anxiously asked her son, where did you get all this money? I earned this money honestly. Mother, please take it and use it. I'll earn even more later. Tomorrow I'm going to Yuncheng to find Yunchang, and I'll buy some things to make animal traps. Early the next morning, Yunfei woke up early to go to Yuncheng. Perhaps because he hadn't returned to his hometown for many years. Walking on the streets felt both familiar and strange. As he was about to go to the Qinghua Hotel to visit his younger brother, Yunfei saw something while walking down the street and suddenly stopped. In the distance, a bald, sweaty man was walking towards Yunfei. The bald man approached, coldly saying, isn't that Yunfei? Yunfei was slightly surprised, so it's Wang San. Seeing his healthy appearance, Wang San couldn't help but feel angry. Although Wang San had been bigger than Yun since childhood, he was often bullied by the more agile Yunfei. Remembering the past, Wang San coldly walked away. At this moment, his underlings rushed forward, yelling to seize Yunfei immediately. Yunfei looked at one of them and said in astonishment, isn't that the crybaby? You've grown quite a bit. His face was etched with fear at those words. For years ago, Yunfei was as thin as a rail, but constant fighting had made him strong and sturdy. The children in the area called him Big Brother Yunfei. Wang San hadn't expected him to have changed so much in 4 years. He didn't recognize his childhood friend until Yunfei called out his name. Wang San said coldly, Big Brother Yunfei, this is my territory now. As he spoke, he glared at Yunfei with hostility. Remembering the times he'd been bullied as a child, his face contorted with rage. He snarled, since you dared to come back, you'd better listen to me. Yunfei's face was impassive. It seems you still enjoy bullying the weak. At these words, a vein throbbed on Wang San's forehead. He lunged forward. What did you say? I'll teach you a lesson. He charged like a bull, attacking Yunfei. Wang San's fist, fast as lightning, shot straight towards Yunfei's face. He remembered his master's teachings about the sect's secret technique. The technique his master had imparted to him in his dying moments. Now confident, Yunfei appeared indifferent to Wang San and his men. Seeing Wang San's aggression, Yunfei prepared to strike. Yunfei intended to counterattack fiercely but remembered his master's warning to never forget to use his right hand. He lightly tapped his foot on the ground, taking a step back to dodge his opponent's powerful punch. In the next second, Wang San only saw darkness before his eyes. Yunfei, who was just in his sight, suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, Yunfei's powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Wang San fell flat on the ground. Knocked down, Wang San was furious, but Yunfei crossed his arms with an indifferent expression. With just those meager skills, you dare to show off? I'm too lazy to tangle with you. Seeing him turn and walk away as if nothing had happened, he quietly asked Su'er who he was. Su'er recounted everything, saying that the other person was a child who had lived there for 4 years. After speaking, Su'er fell into deep thought. He remembered the other person always used their left hand, so why did they become right-handed 4 years later? Afterwards, Junfei went to the Qinghua Hotel. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard the waiter's enthusiastic greeting, welcome. Yunfei walked in and said, I'm here to find someone, I'm not a guest. Seeing who it was, Yuncheng happily ran over. Brother, is it really you? When did you get back? Yunfei looked at his thin younger brother and said, it's been hard on you all these years. Unconcerned, Van Tan said cheerfully, what are you talking about, brother? I've been here for a while. Just do what you need to do. I'm young, this isn't a problem. But I just got here not long ago, without any notice. I'll inform Master tomorrow and then head home. Van Phi patted his younger brother's shoulder and said softly, "Just take care of yourself." Van Ton nodded, looking at Van Phi with a proud expression. Leaving the Tan Hoa Hotel, Van Phi started to buy the necessary supplies. Soon, he had bought all the hunting equipment he needed, along with some pork and daily necessities. As he was about to head home, Wang San and his men came running over again. Yun Fei raised an eyebrow and asked them, "What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang San and the others got close, they knelt down. "Wang San, what are you doing? Just tell me what's going on." Wang San and the others knelt and said they wanted to acknowledge Yun Fei as their boss and work together from now on. Finally, after repeated questioning, Wang San explained the situation. It turned out that the venomous snake gang from the neighboring Wulu village wanted the villagers here to become part of their forces. Wang San and the others refused and were beaten. The venomous snake gang leader is ruthless, and Wang San and the others were no match for him, so they gathered together to look for help. Yun Fei understood Wang San's meaning. "You want me to deal with him?" Wang San nodded repeatedly, "Yes. From now on, we'll listen to Big Brother Yun Fei, we absolutely won't betray you." Yun Fei initially intended to refuse, but Wang San said if the venomous snake gang took over this village, the villagers would definitely be oppressed. Hearing this, Yun Fei reconsidered. There are hundreds of families in this village, he alone couldn't protect them all. Moreover, his younger brother Yun Chang was at the Qinghua Hotel. If the venomous snake gang took over this place, his brother wouldn't be able to protect himself. Thinking of this, Yun Fei asked, "When do you plan to act?" Wang San replied, "Today." Yun Fei said, "Do you still have the time to chat with me?" "I anticipated this, but I couldn't help but worry," he said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Now I feel very lucky. I don't need to worry anymore." After that, Wang San bowed his head to express his deep gratitude to Yun Fei. Yun Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Wang San and the others were overjoyed. Seeing Yun Fei nod, he then turned and left. Everyone followed Wang San to the outskirts. The venomous snake gang was already waiting there. The venomous snake gang leader sneered, "Is this all of you?" Yun Fei stepped forward and coldly asked, "Are you the leader of the venomous snake gang?" Venomous snake sneered, "Oh, and where did this kid come from?" Venomous snake glared at him, "If you want to live peacefully, get away from here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." Seeing Yun Fei still defiant, Venomous snake flew into a rage and ordered his subordinates. His subordinates charged forward, weapons in hand. Venomous snake sneered, "You ignorant brat, you have no idea what you're up against." But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed dramatically. Yun Fei unleashed a lightning-fast attack, injuring several men in the blink of an eye. Yun Fei's punch snapped the henchmen's staffs in two. The henchmen were knocked to the ground. They were all soundly defeated by Yun Fei. Every one of them was seriously injured. Wang San's men gaped in astonishment. The venomous snake gang leader was silent for a long moment, his expression shifting. He hadn't expected this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Yun Fei chuckled. "I've won," he said. "You should retreat, and from now on, we'll leave each other alone." Venomous snake drew a knife, a rare occurrence for him in village brawls, which rarely escalated to such levels of violence. But unexpectedly, instead of being afraid when they saw him holding a knife, the opponent showed disdain. Venomous snake stabbed the knife towards Yun Fei. Yun Fei moved his feet lightly, dodging in the blink of an eye. Yun Fei threw a punch, hitting the opponent's waist. This powerful punch made Venomous snake, the gang leader, cough up blood and cry out. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Wang San and the others, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat, grateful that Yun Fei had shown mercy to his subordinates earlier. Yun Fei approached and sat on Venomous snake. The young man clenched his fist, preparing to strike again. Venom snake repeatedly begged for mercy. Only when he saw his opponent truly surrender did Yun Fei's fist stop. Yun Fei stood up and looked towards Venom snake. Venom snake trembled like a puppy, repeatedly apologizing and promising to hand over his power and retreat. Yun Fei stood up and said, "It's not necessary. As long as you don't harass the villagers anymore, I will spare your life." Hearing this, Venom snake couldn't react. He didn't expect his opponent to be so lenient. Yun Fei clenched his fist and asked coldly, "Well? Do you refuse?" Venom snake struggled to his feet, trembling, and offered Yun Fei a jade pendant. Immediately after, Venom snake's subordinates quickly dispersed. Then, Wang San and the others rushed to Yun Fei, showering him with praise. But Yun Fei remained silent. He knew that the so-called Venom snake gang was just a small-time group of thugs. With his martial arts skills, dealing with them was naturally no problem. But what if he encountered a true expert? Thinking about the years he had spent painstakingly training in martial arts, only to be second-rate, Yunfei felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. Thinking of his master, who had sacrificed his life to pass on his martial arts to him, he felt a pang of guilt. Suppressing his complex emotions, he left with the others. Time flies when you're busy, drags on when you're not. A few days later. During this time, Van Phi diligently practiced martial arts. His burgeoning strength allowed him to traverse the mountain as if it were flat ground. On the mountain ahead, he gathered medicinal herbs to nourish his body. Though the medicine was scarce, it was enough to sustain him. In moments like these, he remembered his master. Over 4 years, his master had not only imparted martial arts skills but also taught him many life skills. Today, Van Phi carried a basket of herbs down the mountain, heading home. His mother said, "You don't need to overexert yourself." Yunfei said, "There aren't many animals on the front mountain. I'll go deeper in tomorrow." Seeing her son bring back medicine, Mother Yun couldn't help but ask curiously, "I didn't know these weeds could be sold." Yunfei replied, "These are just ordinary weeds. If I search diligently deeper in the mountains, I can find valuable medicinal herbs." Mother Yun said, "Our family isn't that hard up. Don't work yourself too hard." "Don't worry, Mother. Tomorrow I'll sell these and buy rice and meat. In a few days, when Yun Chang returns, we'll eat even better." Early the next morning, Yunfei went to sell his medicine. He earned 23 taels of silver, a considerable sum in this village. After tidying up, Yunfei prepared to go look at the map. As Yunfei happily walked towards the Qinghua Inn, he suddenly saw 2 figures, one fat and one thin, walking towards him. These 2 men, one fat and one thin, looked very fierce. Other passers-by only looked at them with fear in their eyes. The fat man flew into a rage and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Seeing this fierce person, everyone quickly moved away. No one dared to retort and hurriedly made way. Yunfei walked past the 2 men, ignoring them. He also recognized them as martial artists. But following the principle of avoiding trouble, he didn't want to cause a scene and continued towards the Qinghua Hotel. Entering the hotel, Yunfei ordered 5 bottles of good wine and 8 side dishes. Yun Chang whispered, "The small hotel doesn't have such fine dishes. In that case, let's change to some better dishes. Bring me some appetizers first." Yun Chang agreed and went into the kitchen. Since his older brother's return, Yun Chang had heard quite a few rumors. Lately, he's been bringing back more medicine than others collect in a whole month. Moreover, he often brings his friends here to eat and drink, always ordering expensive dishes, so the owner treats him very well. Wang San and the others entered, saying, "Boss, we're here." Yunfei smiled, welcoming his friends. Soon, the food was served. Yunfei ate and drank merrily with everyone. Wang San said, "We've been discussing forming a gang in the village. We've come up with a few names and wanted to ask Boss Yunfei which one sounds best." Yunfei said, "I don't have an opinion. You all decide." Wang San said cheerfully, "Great, let's celebrate together then." Everyone raised their glasses together in celebration. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Yun Chang, overjoyed by his brother's talent, didn't notice the 2 uninvited guests. The fat man looked around and said coldly, "What a poor place, just this small tavern." Yun Chang hurried forward to greet them. Yunfei sensed something amiss about the 2, their arrival surely didn't bode well. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, the fat man said, "Waiter, bring us 2 jars of your finest 10-year wine, along with 3 grilled dishes and a plate of sautéed onions." Yun Chang replied, "The small tavern doesn't have those dishes." Hearing this, the fat man became angry. The skinny man also seemed displeased, saying, "What's the point of running a hotel if there's no food?" At this moment, Yunfei noticed Wang San's serious expression, figuring he knew something. Yunfei quietly asked Wang San who these 2 were. Wang San replied, "They're from the 7-star sect. Master doesn't know, they recently settled in the manor not far from here. I hear they're a very powerful force." Yunfei coldly asked, "How powerful?" "I heard the entire sect has at least 200 people, and several of them are highly skilled in martial arts." Yunfei fell into deep thought. Normally, large forces didn't bother ordinary people. These 2 were clearly violating the Zhenghu Code. The fat man was still furious. "Are you looking down on me? Hurry up and prepare the food." Yun Chang said, "Our small inn doesn't have those dishes. You could go to Wulu village next door, they have the biggest inn for 100 miles around." Hearing this, the fat man flew into a rage and stood up. "Are you looking down on me?" Yun Chang's face paled in fear, and he hurriedly explained. But the furious fat man grabbed him by the collar, ready to teach the waiter a lesson. Seeing this, Yunfei felt a surge of anger and abruptly stood up. Wang San quickly grabbed Yunfei's arm and said, "Brother, the 7-star sect is very powerful. We can't provoke them. I don't care if they're the 7-star sect or the 8-star sect. Bullying my little brother is unacceptable." Yunfei flung his arm, pushing Wang San away, and walked towards the fat man. At this moment, Yun Fei walked towards the fat man. Seeing this, he shoved Yun Cheng aside and stood in front of Yun Fei. Yun Fei coldly said, "Are all members of the seven-star sect this unmannered? A mere waiter dares to bully others?" Hearing this, the fat and thin men became even angrier. They didn't expect anyone here to dare provoke the seven-star sect. Wang San and the others in the distance paled, knowing that their boss had caused a huge problem this time. But Yun Fei paid no attention and continued, "I'll say it again, you." After hearing Yun Fei's words, the fat man furiously charged forward. But in the blink of an eye, he was knocked to the ground by a powerful blow. Yun Fei knocked the fat man to the ground, where he lay still as a corpse. Seeing this, the skinny man lunged forward, kicking directly at Yun Fei's groin. Unexpectedly, Yun Fei dodged sideways, easily neutralizing the attack. Yun Fei extended his right hand, grabbed the skinny man's ankle, and yanked him forward. With a cold laugh, Yun Fei struck out with his left hand, delivering a swift blow to the skinny man's throat. The chop, as fast as the wind, targeted the skinny man's throat. Yun Fei had only used 2/10 of his strength, not wanting to take his life, but the skinny man still found it unbearable, collapsing to his knees and retching violently. Yun Cheng knew his older brother's martial arts had been exceptional since childhood, but at this moment, he couldn't help but worry, looking at his brother with concern. Yun Fei turned to look at his younger brother, patted his head, and instructed, "Chenger, you absolutely must not tell mother about what happened today." With that, he pulled 2 silver ingots from his chest and placed them on the table. Yun Fei grabbed the 2 fat and skinny men by their shirts. He dragged them like dead dogs to the inn's entrance. Yun Fei flung his arms, tossing them outside. Wang San and his companions immediately rushed forward, surrounding them. Yun Fei furrowed his brow and asked, "You've come a long way. What's your purpose?" The fat man, clearly still dazed, tried to use the prestige of the Qingjing sect to intimidate him. Yun Fei scoffed, "Yesterday's beating wasn't enough? Wang San, attack him for me." He seemed quite apprehensive of the Qingjing sect's power. After a moment's hesitation, Wang San gritted his teeth and turned his head. The whole gang immediately rushed forward, raining blows upon him. The 2 fat and skinny men, their faces bruised and battered, still yelled loudly, "You're all dead. Boss One-Eyed Devil won't let you get away with this." Hearing this, the attackers hit them even harder. "Since he won't let us get away with it, we'll just kill you all right here." The 2 fat and skinny men's faces turned pale, trembling as they begged for mercy. In the Jianghu, the most feared are these desperate ones. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. They have absolutely no scruples and would actually dare to kill. After about a quarter of an hour, Yun Fei shouted, "Stop." The young man crouched down and said gently, "I'll ask one last time. If you don't tell the truth this time, you'll really be beaten to death. Tell me, what are you doing here?" Wang San, a fierce look on his face, found a wooden stick from somewhere and looked ready to strike. Seeing this, the fat man didn't dare to hide anything anymore and confessed that they had come to take control of Shuang village. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was astonished. Yun Fei was even more puzzled. He frowned and asked, "Why would you target this poor village? Is there some kind of treasure here?" The fat man said that although Hung village is poor, it's located at a strategic transportation hub. They plan to establish a branch of the Four Seas Escort Agency here. Upon hearing the name Four Seas Escort Agency, Wang San couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yun Fei immediately turned to him, asking for details. Wang San explained that the Four Seas Escort Agency is one of the 3 largest escort agencies in the Central Plains. If they can establish a branch in Hung village, many trade caravans will surely pass through here. Soon, inns and taverns will spring up like mushrooms. By then, they'll make a fortune collecting protection fees. That's why One-Eyed Devil brought his men to take control of Hung village. We're here to pave the way. Yun Fei snorted, if they want to do business in Hung village, they should discuss it properly with the villagers. Why resort to violence? Wang San nodded in agreement, that's no different from robbery. But, the Qingxing gang leader isn't easy to mess with. Fatty and Skinny didn't dare utter a word, thinking to themselves, now you know he's not easy to mess with, huh? Unexpectedly, Yun Fei frowned and said, we were wrong. Wang San suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard Yun Fei's tone change, we were wrong to hold back. We need to teach them a lesson. Wang San couldn't help but speak up, boss, One-Eyed Devil seems to know martial arts too. Yun Fei stroked his chin and said calmly, so what if he knows martial arts? He dares to cause trouble in my hometown. His voice turned serious, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. Hearing this, the fat man's mouth twitched. He cursed under his breath, this brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing Yun Fei stand up and stride eastward, Wang San hesitated momentarily, unsure of what to do. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow. Brothers, let's go. Drag the fat and skinny ones along. The group arrived at a building in the east. 2 guards stood watch at the entrance. One of the guards shouted, halt. Who are you? His answer was a swift, decisive punch. Every day, the young man jumped off a steep cliff 10,000 times. Then he would slam himself into a giant tree 20,000 times. For 4 years, he continued this, forging a body as hard as steel. Combined with the power his master bestowed upon him before his death, he was unmatched the moment he descended the mountain. Now, he intended to single-handedly infiltrate the powerful Changing sect. Right at the entrance, he unleashed a formidable aura. Without a word, Van Phi punched one of them in the face. The man cried out, flying several meters back before crashing to the ground. Those inside the compound were startled by the sight. Their apparent leader drew his blade and shouted, "You dare cause trouble with the Azure Clarity sect? Are you tired of living?" He'd barely finished speaking when Van Phi knocked him to the ground. At this, the rest of the men in the compound reacted, charging forward with clubs and sticks. Van Phi grabbed one of them by the head and slammed him into the ground. He then charged into the crowd, fighting left and right. In a fit of rage, Van Phi threw a powerful right hook. The punch was lightning fast, reaching one of the men in an instant. Seeing the punch about to land, Van Phi suddenly remembered his master's words, "Do not kill indiscriminately." He quickly retracted his fist and instead delivered a swift kick to the man's leg. Clutching his leg, the man tumbled to the ground. At that moment, another man attacked from behind. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Van Phi leaned slightly, dodging the man's vicious blade. Then he closed in and threw a punch without hesitation. The other man was sent flying several feet, crashing to the ground. It must be said that these Qing sect members are truly tenacious. Seeing their comrades continuously injured, they still didn't retreat. Yun Fei also didn't waver, charging in to continue the fight. Like a tiger descending the mountain, the young man swung his left fist, weaving left and right through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he knocked them all down. At this moment, Wang San and his companions ran over, shouting, "Brothers, let's go." His younger companions then rushed forward, raining blows on those lying on the ground. Yun Fei didn't turn back, charging straight into the inner courtyard. Unexpectedly, someone charged out as soon as he entered. Without a word, Yun Fei attacked. His purpose today was clear. He would fight until One-Eyed Devil himself appeared. But the number of Qing sect members truly exceeded his expectations. He had already fought his way to the second courtyard and still hadn't seen a trace of One-Eyed Devil. A moment later, Yun Fei's underlings caught up, continuing to beat the men lying on the ground. Yun Fei still didn't turn back, charging into the third courtyard. The young man frowned, sighing inwardly, "How much longer will this fighting go on? Such a nuisance." Unexpectedly, as he looked up, he saw a peculiar-looking person sitting on a grandmaster's chair in the middle of the courtyard. The person wore a wide robe, sitting leisurely on the grandmaster's chair. Just by looking at his appearance, one could guess that it was One-Eyed Devil, Su Shi. 11 thugs pointed at Yun Fei, shouting, "Boss, it's this kid. He just injured a lot of our brothers." Su Shi raised an eyebrow and asked, "May I ask this friend for your esteemed name?" Yun Fei smiled, waving his hand, "You don't need to waste your breath. We can talk after we've exchanged blows." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shi's one eye narrowed slightly, seemingly filled with anger. "Even if you only have one eye, you should see clearly. I am no mere skin bag." Having said that, Su Shi snorted coldly, killing intent surging. "If you're determined to seek death, then I will grant your wish today." With that, he roared, drawing his greatsword, its menacing aura overwhelming. Yun Fei said calmly, "If you insist on attacking, then don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, Su Shi gave a cold laugh. He swung the greatsword in his hand, slashing straight ahead. Yun Fei's expression darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Such arrogance. He channeled his energy into his right hand, preparing to meet the attack. Su Shi laughed loudly, "You think you can withstand this blade of mine?" In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed. A clang resonated, the sound of metal clashing echoing through the space. Su Shi's face flushed crimson with disbelief. The one-eyed man staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself. He hadn't expected his opponent to block his blade with his bare flesh. At that moment, Yun Fei, his face cold, charged forward like lightning. His extreme speed made Su Shi's pupils constrict. In the next instant, Yun Fei's fist connected with his face. The one-eyed man cried out in pain, stumbling backward, each step sending rubble flying. Su Shi barely steadied himself, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. But he only felt the world spinning, his strength completely drained. One punch hadn't knocked his opponent down, but Yun Fei wasn't discouraged. The young man stepped forward and threw another punch, landing squarely in his opponent's face. Su Shi flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground. He lost his grip on his greatsword, which clattered onto the rough ground. An hour later, the sun was high in the sky. Yun Fei sat on a large throne-like chair, eyes closed, resting. At this moment, Su Shi let out a pained groan and slowly woke up. Hearing this, the young man said, "Since you're awake, get up. The courtyard isn't a place to sleep." Su Shi suppressed his dizziness and struggled to sit up. After resting for a moment, the one-eyed man asked, "What kind of kung fu were you practicing?" "I, Su, have roamed the Jianghu for many years, and I've never heard of it." Yunfei humbly replied that he came from a small sect, nothing famous, with only 1 or 2 people in each generation, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Sushi took a deep look at him, the apprehension in his heart growing even stronger. At this moment, he saw Wang San and the others tying up his subordinates. The one-eyed man couldn't help but sigh. "I thought Xiong village was just a small, insignificant place, but I never expected to encounter an expert like you. You showed mercy, you must have something to say. Speak, what do you want? As long as you don't cause trouble for the villagers of Xiong village, I don't want to make enemies with you. In fact, later, if Xiong village develops further, if you are willing to let the Thunder God sect establish a branch here, we can also pay you a corresponding fee." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sushi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Cooperation benefits both sides, fighting hurts both sides. If you are too greedy, I'm afraid your life will be in danger." Hearing this, Sushi immediately retracted his disdainful expression. This kid is so capable at such a young age, his future is definitely not ordinary. Seeing that the other party remained silent for a long time without replying, Yunfei spoke softly again. "Actually, I have no objections to your sect establishing a branch in Xiong village. Xiong village developing means the villagers' lives will also improve. Moreover, we have never wanted to control this place, we just want to live and work in peace. First, threats of force, now persuasion." These words made Sushi fall into deep thought. If he didn't agree, not to mention whether he could keep his life or not, even if he were lucky enough to escape, future conflicts with them in Xiong village would be unavoidable. In the end, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. But if he agreed, he'd basically gain without losing anything, and today's small losses wouldn't be significant. Thinking of this, he looked at the other party and said sincerely, "All right, I'll do as you say, young hero." Unexpectedly, Yunfei suddenly put on a serious face and said, "Wait, I have one more condition." Hearing this, Sushi groaned inwardly. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. "We've come all this way to fight you, and we haven't even had lunch yet. You have to treat us to a meal." Hearing this, Sushi couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect this to be their condition. The one-eyed man laughed heartily. "Young hero, you're joking. This meal is on me. Order whatever you want." Time flew by, and another year passed. During this year, Yunfei didn't establish any branches. He diligently practiced the indestructible body divine art every day, as instructed by his master. The results were just as his master had said. His chi, once the size of a chicken egg, had grown to the size of a melon. Each of his punches carried the force of a landslide. Every kick he unleashed could shatter rocks and split trees. Moreover, not only had his fist and foot techniques improved dramatically, but his movement speed had also become much more agile. The young man lightly tapped his feet on the ground. In the blink of an eye, my figure appeared beneath the tree 30 feet away, leaving only an afterimage. After practicing for 2 hours, Yunfei finally stopped. The young man let out a long breath, his blood flow gradually returning to normal. Next, he sat cross-legged and began practicing the mental cultivation method of the indestructible body divine art. If body training is the foundation of the indestructible body divine art, then cultivating the mental method is the most crucial aspect of this technique. The young man calmed his mind and focused his spirit, guiding his internal energy to circulate through the major and minor meridians. Soon after, the 720 acupuncture points on Yunfei's body shimmered faintly. Then, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge, entering his body through his acupuncture points. I wonder if he realizes that this indestructible body divine art is no ordinary technique. The young man simply sat meditating in the forest. Yet, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth actively gathered towards him. He immediately circulated the greater and lesser heavenly cycles according to the mental method. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body through his acupuncture points. However, the cultivation technique the young man practiced was different from others. The refined true energy didn't just gather in his dantian, but dispersed throughout the 12 meridians in his body. He needs to continue training his body to be able to channel this true chi to his dantian. Half an hour later, Yunfei opened his eyes, the surprise in them gradually fading. But immediately after, he fell into deep thought. For the past year, he had persistently trained his body. He had endured all kinds of pain, but his internal energy was only the size of a chicken egg. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Other sects cultivate internal energy and use it directly. Only this cultivation method requires such torment. Suppressing his thoughts, Yunfei told himself that the true chi he cultivated was still much better, and it would come in time. With that, he stood up and went to hunt wild beasts. While it was still light out, he went deep into the mountains. That evening, Yunfei and his mother were having dinner. His mother suddenly said seriously, "Yunfei, I still hope you can find a stable job. Yunfei replied that his hunting provided a stable income. He advised his mother not to worry too much about his future. His mother countered, saying that while he earned well now, in winter not only were herbs scarce, but heavy snow and closed mountains were also very dangerous. Hearing this, Yunfei fell silent. He understood that his mother's worries weren't unfounded. The wild animals and herbs on the mountain had become much scarcer. After a moment, he forced a smile and said he would find another way. Seeing this, Mother Yin changed the subject, saying she planned to use the money she'd earned recently to start a small business. Yunfei, intrigued, asked his mother what she had in mind. Mother Yin explained that with the 300 taels she'd saved, she planned to open a small restaurant with Yun Chang. She brought it up today to discuss it with him and also to mention moving into the city. Hearing this, Yunfei paused, his chopsticks hovering midair. But on second thought, it made sense. Of course, the restaurant should be in the city. His mother was getting older, and it was becoming inconvenient for her to travel. Thinking of this, he smiled gently and said, "That's wonderful. I'll go then and see if I can find any work." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Mother Yun's heart. She thought to herself that since the Four Seas escort agency branch opened here, quite a few businesses had sprung up. Finding work escorting goods shouldn't be difficult. Yunfei, listening to his mother's advice, felt somewhat discouraged. He pondered, knowing only martial arts, what suitable work could he find? The next day, Yunfei woke up very early and went straight to the escort agency branch. The Four Seas escort agency branch had been established in this location for less than a year, and business was still quite slow. As Yunfei wandered aimlessly, gazing around the streets, he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Su Shi, whom he had met at the tavern the other day. Su Shi asked Yunfei what brought him here. "Nothing in particular, just strolling around." "Brother Su, how have you been? I also had some free time, so I came out for a walk. It's a coincidence I ran into you. If you're free, come on, I'll buy you a drink." The two of them went to a nearby tavern. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Shi finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "Brother Yunfei, I see you have extraordinary skills, but I can't tell which sect you're from. Could you enlighten me? I didn't mean to hide my sect that day, it's just that my sect is small and insignificant." "I'm afraid Brother Su has never heard of it." Hearing this, Su Shi couldn't help but look puzzled. "Isn't the name Guiyuan sect a bit too casual?" Yunfei's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I think so too. The Heavenly Breaker Martial Hall next door sounds much more imposing. I don't know why our ancestor chose this name." Seeing the other's displeased expression, Su Shi quickly changed the subject. "I cultivated in the sect for 5 years, then left to wander the martial world. After experiencing several life or death battles and losing an eye, I finally realized the true path." Yunfei couldn't help but shudder upon hearing this. He hadn't known the martial world was so dangerous. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of his master, thinking that his master must have faced similar hardships wandering the martial world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assassinated. Thinking about her future, Yunfei couldn't help but feel worried. Seeing this, Su Shi inquired about her concerns. Yunfei sighed, explaining her dilemma. "My mother wants me to find a stable job, but besides martial arts, I don't know how to do anything else." Su Shi said it was easy. He had a casino under his control that needed someone like Yunfei, skilled in martial arts, to work as a bodyguard. Yunfei stated frankly that her father was beaten to death in a gambling house. So her mother strongly opposed this kind of work, and she didn't want to go against her mother's wishes. Hearing this, Su Shi waved his hand, expressing his understanding. "So now that you've handed the gang over to Wang-san, what do you plan to do?" Yunfei nodded. "I never really wanted to manage the gang anyway, and as for what I'll do next, I haven't decided yet." After a moment of thought, Su Shi asked, "Do you know how to use a staff?" Yunfei replied, "I know a bit of staff technique. My master taught me 18 different kinds of weapons." Hearing this, Su Shi smiled. "That's enough. I can guarantee you a security position in the Martial Alliance." At the mention of the Martial Alliance, Yunfei couldn't help but be startled. The Martial Alliance has a branch in Daling County, and they're recruiting gatekeepers. Realizing it was only a gatekeeper position, Yunfei's face immediately fell. "Brother, don't underestimate it. Being close to the water, close to the temple, brings blessings. Although it's just a gatekeeper position now, who knows, there might be opportunities for promotion later on. Your martial arts may not be outstanding, but they're more than enough for a gatekeeper. After all, the disciples of the large sects are all arrogant and conceited. None of them would lower themselves to compete with you." At first, Yunfei was a little unwilling, but then he thought, he didn't have any pride anyway. His pride had been trampled on since he got the nickname Wall Climber. "If you're interested, I can introduce you. My friend is the outer branch master of that sect." Yunfei thought for a moment and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Su." "Alright, you just take care of your family affairs.
I'll write a letter and send someone to deliver it quickly. A few days later, Yunfei finished arranging his family affairs and arrived at Dalan County. The outer branch master led him to meet the elder and said, "I've read Sushi's letter of recommendation, but I can't just casually accept you. I still need to see what your strength is like." Yunfei nodded, as if it were a matter of course. The elder then handed him the long staff. "Begin. Treat me as your opponent. Let me see your strength." Yunfei took the staff, and the aura around him suddenly changed. The youth from just moments ago completely disappeared, replaced by someone filled with power, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Seeing this, the elder nodded slightly. Though young, his kung fu was quite solid. With that, Yunfei shouted loudly and lunged forward, the long staff in his hand like a sea dragon emerging from the waves, striking out. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the staff stopped 2 inches from the elder's forehead. The utterly pure and powerful force caused the wooden staff to tremble violently. The elder narrowed his eyes, his face etched with surprise. He stroked his beard, a pleased expression spreading across his face. Sushi's boy is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has already mastered this secret technique. But he concealed his talent and willingly became a gatekeeper at the Martial Alliance. I gave him a long staff, wanting to test his skills. Unexpectedly, with a single move, he embedded the staff firmly into the wall. Seeing this, the outer sect elder's expression couldn't help but change. The martial forest sect hasn't recruited such a skilled expert in a long time. Thinking this, the elder nodded. This person could fill the vacant guard position. "Young man, you're hired. 30 taels of silver per month, 5 days off each month, and you can come and go freely. You can start working immediately. I'll prepare the paperwork and your badge today. Tomorrow morning, follow me to the guard squad to report." Yunfei cupped his hands in thanks, thinking to himself that he finally had a stable job. The next morning, the elder led Yunfei to the guard squad. Inside, several guards were sitting and chatting. The elder coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. "Let me introduce a new recruit." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room looked towards Yunfei. The elder continued, "His name is Lin Yunfei, 21 years old, our newly recruited guard. Please help him out in the future." Yunfei quickly stepped forward and bowed. "I hope to receive your guidance." An older guard asked Yunfei if he knew how to throw darts. Yunfei replied that he knew a little. Elder Sui nodded. "So you practice martial arts? Not bad. Then you'll join Group 1. Yunfei quickly expressed his gratitude. Elder Sui then introduced a few other people to him. These 3 are Changzhe and Kong, and Wei Zhichang. Yunfei memorized the names of the 3 men. Each team has 3 people, divided into 3 shifts, 1 shift per hour, with 3 hours of rest. The other 2 will perform other duties. Every team is the same, it's a fair rotation. These are the basic rules. You can familiarize yourself with the other details with the team leader and deputy leader. Yunfei nodded his understanding. At this moment, a sturdy young man greeted him proactively, saying he was Yunfei's deputy team leader, named Kang. The team leader, named Wei Zhichang, also stepped forward and said, "You are younger than me, so if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Wei." They led Yunfei to the backyard, preparing to instruct him on some basic rules. And Kang spoke first, telling him they were the face of the Martial Alliance, so he needed to pay attention to his image. Wei Zhichang explained the guard stances. Then he had Yunfei practice them. Yunfei swung his long staff with vigor and power. Seeing this, Wei Zhichang nodded in approval. The aura of a martial artist is truly different. After Yunfei got accustomed, Wei Zhichang said, "Let's form a line, the 3 of us, and go to the main gate." A moment later, the 3 of them arrived at the Martial Alliance gate. 2 teams were currently rotating shifts. And Kang's intuition stopped him from approaching one gate. Yunfei followed suit, going to a different gate, cupping his hands and saying to Kang, "I hope to receive more guidance from you in the future, Yunfei." The man smiled and replied, "Don't mention it. I only offered a few pointers. I'm Xa Tam Dao, new here myself. It'll be a bit uncertain at first, but once you get to know everyone, things will be much smoother." Yunfei respectfully thanked him, and Xa Tam Dao waved his hand dismissively. "Truly, there's no need to be so polite." After the 2 were in position, Kang began to explain the gatekeeper's rules, saying that this gate normally remained closed, and their responsibility was to guard it. This gate doesn't open often, only during large entries and exits, or when carriages need to pass through. If they're opening the gate for just one person, that person must be at least the branch master of all of Sichuan. Hearing this, Yunfei couldn't help but wonder what kind of presence such a figure would possess. And Kong, unaware of what he was thinking, continued to console Yunfei. "Don't think being a gatekeeper is boring. It's a cushy job, much safer than those out on the streets, facing blades and swords. Let me give you some advice. In the short term, at least, a third-rate martial artist will die and leave nothing behind. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked forward with a delighted expression. "Brother Yunfei, look." As he spoke, a golden-topped carriage rushed towards them. Yunfei immediately turned and quickly ran towards the main gate. The young man placed both hands on the gate, and with a slight push, he could feel it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. He finally understood why the recruiter had specified the need for a third-rate martial artist. If one wasn't born with superhuman strength, an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to push the gate open. After the golden-topped carriage entered, Yunfei used both hands to push hard, slowly closing the gate. The young man returned to his original position and asked in Kong in a low voice, "Whose carriage was that?" "That's the carriage that transports martial artists in and out. Blue carriages represent the outer sect, and gold represents the inner sect. No matter who it is, if you're slow to open the gate, they won't be happy." The inner and outer sect martial artists are the same in that regard. Intrigued, Van Phi asked, "Wouldn't that raise concerns about spies infiltrating?" And Kang replied, "If a spy were to infiltrate, they certainly wouldn't know their way around. Any suspicious behavior would lead to immediate apprehension. Furthermore," he continued, "we regularly peek into the carts. If we detect anything unusual, we report it immediately." Van Phi nodded slightly in understanding, then inquired about the procedure for members of the Martial Alliance who wished to leave. And Kang answered, "Anyone wanting to leave needs a warrant from the Alliance. Before leaving, they must obtain approval from the team leader." "Don't let me overwhelm you with all these details," he added. "You'll get used to it soon enough. Eventually, you'll find it all quite boring." 3 months passed in a flash. Van Phi continued his routine, guarding the main gate each day. Only now did he understand what Kang had said before: being a goalkeeper really was boring. During this time, he asked for leave every month to go home and visit his mother. Yun Mu and Yun Chang's small restaurant had opened smoothly, thanks to the Four Seas escort agency setting up a branch in Jiang Village. The number of merchants and passers-by had clearly increased. Yun Mu was in charge of the kitchen, and Yun Chang was in charge of greeting the customers. With Wang San and Su Shi secretly looking after things, the small restaurant's business was quite prosperous. Everything seemed to be going very well. Only Yun Fei had a problem cultivating the sword control divine art. His daily work left him almost no time to train his body, causing the true qi within his body to grow increasingly abundant. Although he tried to guide the true qi into his dantian every day, without external force, it was only a temporary solution. Now, every day, he felt as if his body was burning. He finally understood why his master had warned him. "No, tonight, no matter what, I have to find a place to train my body. If this continues, I'll explode." That night, Van Phi sneaked into the forbidden forest. He found a giant tree and began to attack it relentlessly. Only after tens of thousands of punches did he collapse to the ground, exhausted. Van Phi finally felt the vital energy within his body decrease somewhat, but he knew this was only a temporary solution. He had to think of another way, or this situation would continue to repeat itself. Sure enough, a few days later, his fears were realized. While on watch duty, Van Phi suddenly felt a burning sensation within his body. He gritted his teeth and persevered as the vital energy within him felt like a volcano about to erupt. "The internal and external energies within my body are constantly clashing, showing no signs of stopping." At this moment, a man in gray clothing quietly approached. Yun Fei, focusing his mind, shouted loudly for him to stop. The man, his face full of disdain, asked, "Who are you?" Yun Fei replied, "I'm a gatekeeper of the Martial Alliance, an outer disciple." The man sneered, "So, a mere gatekeeper?" "I am an Hangzhou of the Intelligence Bureau." He glared at Yun Fei, adding, "Newcomer, don't be impertinent." Unexpectedly, Yun Fei was not intimidated and, according to regulations, requested him to present his identification badge. The man was slightly surprised, and said coldly, "I told you, I'm an intelligence agent from Manhwa. I'm just following protocol. If you don't have an identification badge, please present the corresponding written orders." And Hangzhou was furious. "Don't you know that intelligence agents don't carry badges or written orders? We specialize in clandestine missions, how could we carry such things?" Yun Fei remained firm. "If you cannot prove your identity, I'm afraid I cannot obey your orders." And Hangzhou was even angrier upon hearing this. It seemed that all the veterans of the intelligence agency knew him, yet these two guards today. He figured they must have arrived after he left for his mission. In his anger, and Hangzhou decided to force his way in. After all, he belonged to the inner circle. At worst, he would just get a reprimand. But unexpectedly, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, Yun Fei blocked him with a standard fist technique. The young man, already burning with internal energy cultivation, said loudly, "If you don't follow the rules, I also happen to know a little martial arts." Just as the two were about to fight, Section Chief Wei Chang Wenxing arrived. Being a veteran, he naturally recognized in Hangzhou. After hearing Yun Fei's account of the events, he didn't reprimand Yun Fei,
but looked at Hanja and said calmly,
"Returning intelligence officers should also present their credentials.
He's new and doesn't understand the rules, but you're a veteran.
Don't you know them?"
After saying this, he led Hanja to the archive. Hanja was extremely dissatisfied, muttering under his breath, "So troublesome."
Wei Cheng immediately scowled and barked, "What are you muttering?" Hanja quickly replied, "I didn't say anything."
His position within the inner hall forced him to suppress his anger, but when checking his credentials, he deliberately stalled.
15 minutes later, he finally turned a page.
After carefully checking, he confirmed the other person could enter.
But Hanja turned around and walked towards Yunfei.
He deliberately asked Yunfei if he had heard anything, or if he had ignored his words and simply followed the rules. Looking at the other man's feigned innocence, Hanja became even angrier. He pretended nothing was wrong and reached out to pat Yunfei's head. He secretly channeled his internal energy, wanting to teach the gatekeeper a lesson he would never forget, leaving him with psychological trauma. Unexpectedly, Yunfei seemed to enjoy it. Hanja's pat caused Yunfei's meridians to vibrate, calming his chaotic chi and guiding it back to his dantian.
Yunfei's expression relaxed, and he blurted out, "That's so refreshing."
A little harder.
The pat looked gentle, but it contained hidden internal force, enough to seriously injure someone. Unexpectedly, the youth showed no reaction, and even asked him to hit harder.
Hearing this, Hanja thought to himself, "This isn't right. This kid is very strange." But looking at Yunfei's innocent expression, he hesitated. Finally, disregarding the consequences, he unleashed 80% of his power, striking Yunfei directly in the chest. Yunfei puffed out his chest and stood motionless,
allowing his opponent to strike him in the chest.
In the next instant, the young man shuddered, his eyes widening as his body staggered. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his face was filled with joy.
The blow caused the chi within his body to rapidly converge towards his dantian.
This refreshing sensation, like a long-quenched thirst finally being satisfied, made him involuntarily close his eyes, savoring the feeling. Moreover, he realized that the monkeys in these trees, whether it was the speed of the great dragon or its condensed form, far surpassed those he had previously jumped or crashed into. Thinking of this, Yunfei took a step forward, puffed out his chest in a provocative manner, clearly wanting his opponent to hit him a few more times. Such unusual behavior startled Hanja, making him think that the person in front of him must be a fool. Normal people knew not to provoke others so easily. Without a word, Hanja turned tail and ran. Suddenly, Yunfei looked at his panicked back, his face full of amusement.
"If I were to act, I might even be able to join Jin Yan's professional acting training class. Thank the heavens for giving me this opportunity to practice."
At this moment, Kong and Wei Cheng approached, their faces filled with concern as they asked Yunfei what had happened. Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I don't know about others, but I was born to be unruly." Kong looked at his face worriedly, "But you're still vomiting blood.
Why don't we go find a doctor?"
Yunfei waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said firmly, "No need, I'm fine."
Don't mind these details. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yunfei fell silent.
They didn't know the youth before them wasn't forcing a smile. At this moment, Yunfei felt refreshed and invigorated.
The gnawing sensation in his body had disappeared.
He hadn't felt this full of life in the past 4 years. At this moment, Wei Cheng, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "Not all righteous cultivators are noble and upright.
Compared to the evil sects, their underhanded methods are even more numerous."
Saying this, he looked at Yunfei meaningfully.
Yunfei scratched his head. "That's a bit too profound for me. I don't quite understand.
But this is just how I am, it's hard to control."
"I've caused you to worry, brother." Wei Cheng smiled faintly and turned to leave. "It's time for my shift. Get some rest."
Yunfei confidently strode towards the main gate of the sect. A moment later, he found an excuse to sneak into the depths of the secret forest. Having absorbed half of the vital energy, he couldn't resist testing his newfound power. Full of youthful vigor, the young man threw out both fists. Each punch whistled through the air with thunderous force. With each successive strike, Yunfei gradually felt his movements becoming more fluid. Suppressing his excitement, he began to test his footwork. Channeling his vital energy, the young man's body became light as a feather, floating upwards. Only flickering afterimages remained in the space as he arrived beside a giant tree in the blink of an eye. Overjoyed, Yunfei discovered his footwork had also become significantly more agile. Half an hour later, he sat down to meditate, circulating the heavenly dance divine art. Soon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge once more. The youth followed the mental formula of the cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body. Only this time, his absorption speed was clearly faster than before. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed through his acupoints and into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Yunfei frowned. At this rate, he feared his true qi would be full again in less than half an hour. But this was the nature of the heavenly dance divine art, and he couldn't do anything about it. Time flew by, the moon rose high, and stars twinkled in the sky. Yunfei finished his cultivation, feeling the true qi surging within his meridians once again. The young man frowned and thought. He had deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed. But once his acupuncture points were opened, they couldn't be controlled, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in like a flood. Fortunately, today he had proven one thing: being attacked by others could indeed help him expend his true qi. He finally understood why his master only entered the Jianghu in middle age, yet after cultivating for more than 10 years, he was able to roam freely. He figured it was due to the special characteristics of this cultivation technique. The next morning, Yunfei was at his usual post, guarding the main gate. The haggard look the young man had worn for the past few days was gone. In its place was a look of brimming energy. At this moment, a man furtively appeared before him. Yunfei unconsciously glanced at the man a few times, thinking to himself that he'd been loitering around for several days. A moment later, the man finally mustered the courage to approach. Seeing the man staring at him without speaking, Yunfei reminded him not to interfere with his work. The man lowered his head, sized Yunfei up, and hesitantly asked if he was the man seemed rather shy. Hearing this, Yunfei asked suspiciously what he meant. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the man suddenly attacked, punching him in the chest. Under the unexpected blow, Yunfei didn't budge. On the contrary, he felt his inner energy converge within his body. Seeing this, the man didn't say a word and threw another punch. Yunfei remained still, smiling as he endured the blow. The man thought to himself that he had encountered a ghost and attacked again. Sure enough, just as Hengzhi said, this guy was a lunatic. Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Didn't you eat?" Hit harder. After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement from the other party, Yunfei looked up. The man had already run away. Looking at the man's panicked back, Yunfei sighed. And Kong rushed over, concerned, and asked if he was all right. Yunfei smiled and said the man's punch was as light as a feather, he didn't feel a thing. And Kang fell silent, shocked by what he'd heard. He'd seen with his own eyes how that man's punch could break ribs. But this kid had taken the hit without flinching. He even seemed to enjoy it. Thinking about it, and Kang felt a chill run down his spine. Could this kid have some kind of special protective skill? With this thought, and Kang cautiously asked, "Brother Yunfei, if you have any grievances, please tell me. Don't torture yourself." Tit for tat, in the following days, people came to test him every day. Yunfei didn't fight back or dodge, he just stood there and took the hits. Afraid of injuring those who came to help, no one dared to help him dissipate his true qi. Thus, every night, he cultivated and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the day, he stood on the platform, allowing the true qi to converge within his body. In just 5 short months, his internal power had increased by nearly 10 years' worth, becoming far stronger than before. The young man often looked up at the sky, remembering his master and sighing with emotion that his master hadn't lied to him. It was indeed true that he could rapidly increase his power just by standing still. Today, another person of unknown origin arrived and suddenly threw a punch. Yunfei smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Your fist isn't fast enough, nor is it strong enough." With that, he gave the other man a provocative look, puffing out his chest. His burning gaze sent a chill down the middle-aged man's spine. The youth took a step forward. "Your next punch, aim for my stomach. Don't hold back." As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Without a word, he turned and ran. Yunfei shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Letting you hit me for free and you won't even do it. How strange." At this moment, and Kong curiously approached. "Brother, do you know what rumors have been going around the gang about you lately?" Yunfei furrowed his brow, asking him what the rumors were. "They all say the more you get hit, the happier you become, sometimes even feeling it's not enough, and at night you find deserted places to hit yourself." Hearing this, Yunfei couldn't help but laugh. What kind of ridiculous rumor is this? "Don't get upset, I didn't make it up, I just heard it." Yunfei, with a helpless expression, sank into thought. Could my expression of enjoyment be that obvious? He wanted to explain to the other person, but this matter was related to his cultivation secret. After thinking it over, he could only let the rumors spread. Seeing his mood stabilize, and Kong continued, "I heard they're making fun of you throughout the gang now. Whoever can make you actually cry out in pain will be crowned a master." Hearing this, Yunfei suddenly understood. So that's why so many people had been challenging him lately, and most of them were from the gang. And Kang mysteriously told him, "You probably don't know yet, but this is spread throughout the clan. They've even given you a nickname." Yunfei had a bad feeling and asked what the nickname was.
And Kang chuckled and said it was the walking punching bag.
Upon hearing this, Yunfei felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation.
His nickname was no less impressive than his master's.
The young man silently resolved to be beaten harmlessly 300 more times.
He absolutely wouldn't fight back or even dodge.
Even while spitting out fresh blood, he'd urge his opponent to hit him harder. Those around him all thought he had some special secret.
No one knew that the martial arts he was cultivating were quite unique.
The more he was beaten, the faster his power grew. In just 5 short months, his power increased by the equivalent of 10 years of arduous training. Combined with the 20 years of internal energy passed down by his master, Lin Zhongqian, he had already reached 30 years' worth of cultivation just after coming of age, and within a month, he advanced from a first-rate to a second-rate warrior. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Because of this, he was given the interesting nickname, the Iron-Beaten King. Just as Yunfei was feeling pleased with himself about this, Captain Sui Hongwan approached him, feigning official business, and quietly asked him what had happened. Yunfei truthfully recounted the story of being beaten, only managing to specify that he had been beaten by someone from the inner hall.
Sui Hongwan didn't ask any further questions, turning around and walking towards his office.
And Kang guessed what their captain was worried about and glanced at his comrade. Sure enough, the captain's next words confirmed his guess. The captain has run into people from the inner hall several times these past few days, and his expression was very unpleasant. Remind him later. Meanwhile, inside the office, Sui Hongwan's face was as cold as stone. He asked in a deep voice, "Why do you keep letting them hit you? We are Martial Alliance guards. Although our rank isn't high, we are not people to be bullied. If you are being hit without reason, I will naturally stand up for you." Seeing the captain's agitation, Yunfei decided not to hide it any longer and revealed the unique aspect of his martial arts cultivation.
"Don't make up this kind of excuse to deceive me. I've seen similar body tempering methods before. At most, it's just enduring some superficial pain, borrowing another's inner strength to cultivate." "There's no way." Yunfei said he wasn't making it up.
Recently, the inner strength of the inner hall members had helped him progress significantly, so he willingly endured it. Wanting to use this method to improve himself.
"You still want to cover for them? Let me handle this for you. Are you afraid of their retaliation?"
"At worst, I'll take you to the alliance leader to bear witness."
"Could the rumors be true? Do you really have some sort of special constitution? Otherwise, why would you look so pleased after being hit, and even take the initiative to attack?"
Hearing this, Yunfei's face immediately paled. He thought to himself, this is a huge misunderstanding. He hurriedly recomposed his expression and earnestly explained, "It wasn't intentional, my lord. It's just that my inner energy gathers in my dantian, and the pleasurable sensation makes it hard for
me to control myself."
Hearing this, a glint flashed in Sui Hongwan's eyes. Looking at Yunfei's appearance, he seemed to believe the rumors a bit more. Seeing this, Yunfei hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth,
and said, "Seeing is believing." Sui Hongwan raised an eyebrow slightly, asking what he meant. "Further explanation is useless. Why don't we go to the training grounds?
You'll see the truth then." The two of them went to the training grounds behind the courtyard, the same place where Yunfei was roasted alive when he first joined. The guards who were training, upon hearing the news, also ran over and stood behind Sui Hongwan to watch the commotion. Yunfei pointed to a wooden post and explained, "Captain, 5 months ago, I completed my entrance exam here. At that time, the branch leader told me to use this wooden post as a target and pierce a 2-inch deep hole." Sui Hongwan nodded slightly, indicating he already knew about this, but he didn't know why Yunfei was bringing it up today. Gripping the wooden staff tightly, Yunfei continued to explain, "I want to demonstrate the results of my 5 months of cultivation." After he finished speaking, he channeled his internal energy, bent down, and his whole body moved like a coiling dragon, twisting 120 degrees. 3 seconds later, a golden light flashed in Yunfei's eyes. The youth let out a soft shout, like a clap of thunder on a clear day. Yunfei struck with his staff, a roar like a tiger and a dragon's cry, thunder echoing through the sky.
In the next second, everyone heard a loud bang as the wooden pillar cracked.
The wooden pillar, already damaged for 4 or 5 years, was pierced through by Yunfei's single blow. Seeing this, Sui Hongwan was startled, muttering to himself, "Such strength has clearly surpassed that of a second-rate expert." He couldn't believe that there was such an expert by his side. "It seems his strength is no less than mine, only his internal energy is a bit lacking." After a long while, Sui Hongwan finally suppressed the astonishment in his heart and slowly said, "Now it seems that what you said is indeed true, but can you control your expressions a bit in the
future? Those inner palace guards are already arrogant. If this continues, I'm afraid the other guards will also suffer." Seeing Yunfei's remorse, Sui Hongwan offered a suggestion.
"How about this, if you really can't control yourself, hit a wooden post or a sandbag.
Would that work?
Yunfei nodded repeatedly, indicating he would try his best. He also sincerely apologized to the inner palace guards. While being hit could increase his internal strength, he truly hadn't expected it to cause trouble for the guard team.
Sui Hongwan laughed heartily and said, "It's not a big deal.
Just try not to cause me any more trouble in the future." Actually, the captain had another unspoken concern. He was more worried that the inner palace guards would treat Yunfei like a punching bag.
After a moment of silence, Tue Hongban suddenly spoke surprising words. "Would you be willing to become an official martial artist of the Martial Alliance?
Whether it's the inner court or outer court.
I can recommend you." Van Fai hastily declined.
He didn't have that intention. The status of a guard was already very good and more suitable for him. Speaking of this, he put on a sorrowful expression. "My mother at home still needs my support."
"Thank you for your kindness, Captain." Hearing this, Tue Hongban nodded slightly, expressing his understanding.
Just as the rumors said, this young man had no ambition and only wanted a peaceful life.
Swallowing the doubts in his heart, Tue Hongban asked again, "What martial art do you practice?" Tue Hongban muttered the name Don Mokman, shaking his head and saying, "Truly, my knowledge is limited.
I've never heard of this sect. My sect's martial arts were passed down by a reclusive expert to our ancestor.
It has always been passed down from master to disciple.
It's normal that the captain hasn't heard of it." Hearing that it was always the master who passed down the knowledge to the disciple, Sui Hongwan's heart stirred, vaguely recalling a legend. It was rumored that many years ago, the martial arts world suffered a great calamity, and the masters of all the great sects were killed. It wasn't until a mysterious master quelled the disaster that the martial arts world escaped the tribulation. Later, someone asked which sect the master belonged to, and the master only smiled and said he was from the Lone One sect. However, Sui Hongwan always thought this legend was false. Even the beggar's sect had its own leader. How could there be a sect with only one person in this world? Suppressing the wandering thoughts in his heart, the captain told Yunfei he could leave. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Sui Hongwan sighed. Unwilling to become an official martial artist, yet possessing unfathomable strength, how strange. At the same time, on Yunfei's way back to his position, a handsome young man waited respectfully. This was Yan Zhong, the eldest son of the prestigious Yan clan, renowned for his innate martial arts talent. The Yan clan was once a prominent family, but years ago, due to a great calamity, the entire clan placed their hopes on Yan Zhong. The clan leader spared no effort to find him a great completion pill, which upon consumption could increase one's internal energy by 60 years' worth. However, he couldn't fully utilize it, and remained at the peak of the second-rate level. Seeing Yunfei approach, Yan Zhong cupped his hands and said respectfully, "I've heard you're quite resilient, so I've taken the liberty of requesting your guidance in a few moves." Looking at his serious expression, Yunfei knew this man wasn't like the troublemakers he'd encountered before. But he still said with a smile, "Over there." Finishing his words, a glint of excitement flashed in Yan Zhong's eyes as he carefully observed Yunfei. After the greetings, the eldest son of the Yan family gave a low shout, and threw a punch, fierce and powerful, straight towards Yunfei. Yunfei easily caught the punch. Yunfei felt the force of his opponent's blow, but inwardly paid little attention to his strange technique, instead expectantly asking how Yunfei felt. Yunfei scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Although the punch was as powerful as a first-rate expert's, the feeling he got was still only at the second-rate advancement level. In other words, the man in front of him had poor control over his internal energy. It was all just for show. Yunfei hesitated. He was afraid he might accidentally injure him and then blame himself. But lying wasn't good either. He might as well tell him the truth. "Your attacks are too gentle. I'm not talking about your techniques, but your internal energy. I was once hit by Ziyu of the Kongtong sect. One of his palms carried 7 different internal energies. That time, he really tormented me. It was the most brutal fight I've had recently. But your internal energy is very ordinary. It feels like you're transmitting internal energy to me." Yan Zhong's face darkened upon hearing this. He remained silent. Because of that devastating calamity, his clan had declined, disciples were few, and many secret manuals were lost. The proper inheritance was missing. Even though he had some achievements now, no one could guide him. After a moment, the young master of the Yin family sincerely asked for advice. "Please be so kind as to instruct me. What should I do?" Seeing his sincerity, Yunfei was somewhat moved and said, "Cultivation methods and combat methods are different. The key difference lies in the application of internal energy. Normally, when cultivating, you accumulate internal force, and when fighting, you must utilize it. Simply put, you must hold back your internal force slightly before releasing it. Just talking about it is useless, so let me demonstrate it for you." Although I only practice third-rate martial arts, the principle is the same. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhong hurriedly said, "All right." Yun Fei walked to a wooden post and said with a smile, "I'll demonstrate using my usual cultivation method." Yan Zhong stared intently, focusing his attention. Yun Fei threw a punch, striking the wooden post directly. I used 80% of my strength for that punch, holding back 20%. Next, I'll use a similar amount of force for another punch, but this time I'll add follow-through and lingering force.
Van Fai took a running start and spun around.
Along with the youth's low shout, he threw a punch. The force of the punch struck the wooden pillar, producing a booming sound.
In the next second, Niam Trung's eyes widened in disbelief.
He saw the wooden pillar shatter as if pierced by a spear.
The young master of the Niam family muttered, "Is it really the same cultivation technique?"
A moment later, he regained his senses and bowed his head to the person before him. "This level of strength is rare even within the inner hall. I'm afraid only the hall master can match it."
Van Fai said, "Your internal cultivation surpasses mine. If you master the technique, its power will be even greater." Overjoyed, the young master implored Yun Fei for further guidance.
Yun Fei said, "Our martial arts are not that different.
What guidance can I possibly offer?"
Saying this, Yun Fei couldn't help but sigh, still regretful about his incomplete divine skill. Yun Chang said, "Martial arts are not divided into high or low, only the user determines strength or weakness. I urge you to analyze it yourself." Hearing this, Yun Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "The so-called inner strength emanating from within isn't simply channeling inner energy from the dantian to the hands. If it were that simple, I wouldn't need to painstakingly practice breathing techniques, I could just use brute force. I'll show you a simple example. I, Yun Fei, am just an ordinary person." But it surprised the young master of the renowned martial arts family, the Su family.
Yun Fei certainly didn't disappoint this young master.
First, he demonstrated a masterful movement control technique. Then, he prepared to give a clearer example to explain. Yun Fei broke off a small twig and held it in his hand. He pressed hard on the twig with one finger, but didn't grip it with his other hand. No matter how much force he used, the twig wouldn't break. Yun Fei raised his head and said, "This twig is like an opponent. An opponent will easily neutralize your strength. But I only need to change the way I apply force slightly, even using a little less force." Yun Fei slightly bent his finger, holding it steady with another. Immediately after, he snapped the twig with his finger. Young Master Su's eyes lit up upon seeing this. The scene suddenly enlightened him. Yun Fei said, "This humble one has met a true expert. My master spent 5 hours explaining this principle that day. But when it comes to utilizing internal strength, it's similar. From the dantian to the limbs, the energy must pass through many meridians, and this process is also crucial." The initial doubt in young Master Su's eyes disappeared, and the eldest son of the Su family felt deeply grateful. Yun Fei's guidance was profound and easy to understand, enlightening young Master Su with just a few words. Young Master Su had previously consulted many experts on this matter, including some renowned seniors. But the answers I received were mostly confusing words like, "The way of heaven is empty and real, insufficient to conquer, yet more than enough." Hearing this, young Master Su looked at Yun Fei. Yun Fei's direct method had shattered his initial understanding of inner strength, making him feel terrifyingly powerful. Young Master Su cupped his hands and bowed, "I'm incredibly grateful for Brother Yun's guidance today. I will definitely repay you in the future." After saying this, young Master Su hurriedly excused himself. According to him, he was afraid he would forget to cultivate if he was late. Young Master Su said he had to seize the time to cultivate and would definitely attend the martial arts conference. Looking at his hurrying back, Yun Fei couldn't help but smile. This kid is quite interesting. This young man doesn't know how to control his inner strength, but he possesses such abundant reserves. He's truly a remarkable talent. In the following days, Li Yunfei and Zhao Chang'an continued to stand guard at the main gate. Could someone just show up uninvited and punch you? Yun Fei is always happy and excited to spar. But recently, Zhao Chang'an noticed that Yun Fei suddenly stopped smiling. At first, he thought Yun Fei had a health problem. After asking, he found out that Yun Fei felt his recent opponents were too weak. Too soft, they didn't give him any feeling, nor any interest in smiling. Zhao Chang'an whispered a reminder, "Be careful, if the martial arts world finds out, it'll cause a big problem."
Yun Fei understood Zhao Chang'an's good intentions, but still couldn't help himself.
At that moment, Yun Fei looked ahead, his expression changing. He urgently told Zhao Chang'an, "Careful." Zhao Chang'an followed his gaze. A group of people wielding weapons were aggressively approaching the main gate. "Wait here, I'll go inform the team leader." Yun Fei hurried off to inform the team leader. Upon reaching the door, the team leader's expression also changed. He didn't dare delay, quickly running upstairs to report the news. News of this group spread throughout the martial world. No one in the martial world knows their origins. Those who wish to enter the martial world dare not approach. Even the small vendors at the main gate are like frightened birds, afraid of being caught up in something. That group arrived at the main gate. One of them looked towards the martial world and said, "These people are no ordinary folk." The leader hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about their background. The leader said, "I've unfortunately run into some trouble while on duty." The leader of the group burst out laughing and said, "It seems this martial world's guard dog is quite sharp." One of the underlings said, "If they were from the Wang clan, they would have attacked already." The Wang clan's third young master is notorious for his violence and cruelty throughout the 8 surrounding regions. The group leader's expression hardened, knowing that trouble was unavoidable today. He tried to remain calm, cupping his hands and saying, "Third young master, please find a way to resolve this." The third young master said, "You're just a lowly guard, and you dare speak to me? Get lost." Unexpectedly, Yun Fei stepped forward, shielding the group leader. The third young master's face immediately turned cold. "Who are you?" Yun Fei said, "I advise you to stop your reckless behavior." Zhao Chang'an said, "Yun Fei, don't be reckless." The third young master laughed loudly. Immediately after, he threw a punch at Yun Fei. Unexpectedly, Yun Fei easily dodged it. Yun Fei didn't underestimate his opponent, as it had been a while since he last fought. The third young master looked at his fist, surprised. Not only did his punch miss, but he was also mocked by his opponent. Yun Fei asked the team leader about the background of these people. The team leader reminded Yun Fei not to intervene and wait for the experts to handle it. Hearing this, Yun Fei understood that this was his chance to prove himself. One of Wang Zong's subordinates was still provoking him. "Third young master, with this kind of ignorant person, you should be ruthless." The third young master didn't stop him. This was also what Yun Fei wanted. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, the fact that the other party could withstand his punch was praiseworthy in Yun Fei's eyes. The third young master erupted, coldly saying, "You will receive one blow from me." After that, he punched powerfully towards Yun Fei. Yun Fei didn't dodge but threw another punch. The third young master was hit in the chest and sent flying. Yun Fei approached and grabbed the third young master by the collar. Van Fai said coldly, "You're young. Don't provoke others so casually. I advise you to show some respect." With that, Van Fai flicked his hand, throwing the third young master to the ground. The third young master collapsed, unconscious. Seeing this, Wang Zong's subordinates flew into a rage and charged forward together to save their master. Van Fai said coldly, "Oh? You want to fight some more?" Van Fai stood up and snapped the staff in his hand. Even facing many weapons, he showed no fear. One subordinate charged with a long sword, only to be knocked down by Van Fai's broken staff. Immediately after, he spun around, striking his opponent's weapon with his staff. He then struck his opponent's head with the staff. The man cried out and fell to the ground. Another man swung a saber towards Yun Fei's head. Yun Fei channeled his inner strength into his left hand, and the saber clashed against his staff with a metallic clang. Yun Fei stepped forward, striking the man with his staff, eliciting another cry of pain. Yun Fei's strike was powerful, likely breaking the man's ribs. The man cried out and stumbled back, only to be blocked by the people behind him. Immediately after, Van Fai landed another blow, striking their opponent in the chest. The opponent cried out, flying backward and falling to the ground. Van Fai continued the attack, wielding 2 sticks, charging into the crowd. Van Fai's 2 sticks moved like lightning as he nimbly weaved through the crowd, unstoppable. Just then, someone charged at Van Fai from behind. Unexpectedly, Van Fai burst out laughing. The large man was stunned by the youth's sudden laughter. He only snapped out of it when Van Fai's cold gaze swept over him. Immediately, Yun Fei charged forward, her 2 short sticks whirling in her hands. The large man felt as if he were being trampled by 1,000 horses. But soon, he lost control of his body. A moment later, the large man collapsed to the ground, his life or death unknown. At the gates of the martial arts sect, Yun Fei had ended the fight. Zhao Chang'an rushed over to check on Yun Fei's injuries. She smiled and said she was fine. The other team members were also incredibly surprised by Yun Fei's skills. The leader of the other group recovered his senses and said, "Leave the rest to us." His subordinates escorted Wang Zong's group inside. As they were about to leave, Yun Fei suddenly called out to them, "You can take these people, but leave their weapons with our security team." The middle-aged man frowned. "These people are just enemies, but their weapons can be sold for money." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm carrying out my duty. Your security team has no right to interfere." Yun Fei stared into his eyes. "Either leave half the weapons, or you'll have to leave yours as well." The middle-aged man hesitated. He had witnessed Yun Fei's skills firsthand, and besides, the security team wasn't doing anything wrong. So, he laughed heartily and agreed. He said to leave half the weapons. Yun Fei put the weapons in storage. They were spoils of war he had fought hard for. Zhao Chang'an inquired about Yun Fei's injuries, and Yun Fei said he was fine. The team leader insisted on checking Yun Fei's injuries. But after the examination, there were no injuries on Yun Fei's body. Yun Fei had been slashed across the back by the enemy.
But he didn't feel any pain. Even stranger, the wound had already healed. But after checking, there were no injuries. Zhao Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the wound wasn't serious and hadn't broken Yun Fei's skin. After resting, Yun Fei handed the weapons to his subordinates. Then, he went to the office and gave some silver to the team leader. The team leader asked him what had happened, and Yun Fei recounted the entire incident. The team leader said, "I know Wang Zong came to cause trouble, but these weapons can be sold for a lot of money. You don't need to give them to me." Yun Fei said that he would split the proceeds in two, one part for the team members and the other for the team leader and the others. The team leader hadn't expected him to think of the others. After finishing speaking, Yun Fei prepared to leave. The team leader watched Yun Fei's retreating figure and thought to himself, "This young man, so talented at such a young age, is truly rare." Yun Fei didn't overthink things like this because he had lived in the village since he was young. He knew that the martial arts sect and the village were essentially no different. While walking, Yun Fei felt a slight stinging pain in his back, but when he touched it, there was no wound. In fact, Yun Fei himself also sensed the changes in his flesh, but it was masked by the comfortable feeling of his internal energy. Thinking about this, Yun Fei pondered for a long time. This tingling sensation, could it be the wound healing itself? Could it be because his martial arts had reached a miraculous realm? I used to get injured during training too, but I recovered very quickly. This martial art probably has some kind of protective effect, otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this cultivation method. Zhao Chang'an happily accepted the money. Yun Fei took 10 taels for himself, enough for half a month's living expenses. The other guards were also very happy. Everyone looked towards Yun Fei and said. Zhao Chang'an said with a smile, "You found a good job." Everyone chatted for a while, then it was Yun Fei's group's turn for duty. Zhao Chang'an led 2 of his subordinates to their assignment. Yun Fei is now very familiar with security work. Whether it's injured criminals or handymen, Yun Fei can tell with just a glance. Besides, most of the people coming and going are familiar faces, I just need to pay attention to strangers. Just then, Yun Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. A tall man was walking towards him. Yun Fei thought, is this guy here to cause trouble for me? Zhao Chang'an also noticed the man, his expression serious. Zhao Chang'an stood up. A moment later, the man arrived at the main gate. Other passers-by were intimidated by his presence. Zhao Chang'an fought down his fear and stepped forward to ask, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Chang'an frowned. The man's words were nonsense. But he patiently asked again. The man only said 3 words, "To see you." Zhao Chang'an quickly searched his memory, but he couldn't recall anything. With that thought, he said, "Please show me your security pass." The other man turned around, his face grim. "You don't recognize me?" Zhao Chang'an said he had no impression of him. Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. Then, he drew his sword. Immediately afterward, before Zhao Chang'an's eyes, a gleaming sword appeared, engraved with an image resembling a dragon soaring to the heavens. A gleaming sword appeared, engraved with an image resembling a dragon soaring to the heavens. The man said coldly, "You used this sword." Unexpectedly, Yun Fei appeared, having heard nothing of their conversation. Seeing the other man about to attack Zhao Chang'an, Yun Fei rushed forward without hesitation, punching him in the chest. Zhao Chang'an tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yun Fei's punch sent the man sprawling to the ground. It turned out their leader had told Yun Fei that the martial arts sect had recruited a master, named Ma Yen Rong, who wielded the renowned Mo long sword. Zhao Chang'an had memorized the name but never expected to encounter him here. Ma Yen Rong said, "Your martial arts are truly excellent." Hearing the praise, Yun Fei became even more cautious. "When I punched that man's chest just now, I could feel his body was as hard as iron, clearly indicating he has mastered some incredible martial arts. Thinking of this, I pulled out a glove. He has a sword, I can't fight him barehanded." I put on the glove and rotated my hand gently. A thin layer of armor emerged from the glove, encasing my hand. "This is the treasure my master left me." I stepped forward, looked at the man, and said, "If you want to risk your life, go ahead and try." Ma Yen Dong was slightly surprised, and there was a hint of admiration for me in her eyes. It turns out Ma Yen Dong has been roaming the martial world for years, only recently settling down. The martial arts gate invited him many times, and after careful consideration, he finally agreed. I didn't expect a young bodyguard to possess such skill. Ma Yen Dong thought to himself, if Yun Fei hadn't held back just now, I would probably be injured. Thinking of this, Ma Yen Dong changed his attitude and said, "Young man, you fought well just now." Ma Yen Dong said, "Young man, you fought very well just now, but don't be too arrogant." Ma Yen Dong drew his sword and said, "Come, let me see how much strength you truly have." Yun Fei channeled all his internal energy. His gloves seemed to have a mind of their own, twisting and turning. The shattered seal fragments immediately enveloped Yun Fei. "Your new clothes are torn again. Making a living is truly hard." Yun Fei observed carefully, then suddenly countered with a powerful punch. Ma Yendong spun her sword, lowering her body defensively.
Seeing the powerful Azure Dragon sword about to strike, Yunfei quickly dodged. Yunfei struck the blade with a powerful palm. The young man couldn't react in time, the black and white stone shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Yunfei was injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
He seized the opportunity and counterattacked with all his might.
Ma Yendong and Fai Vu continuously exchanged blows, attacking relentlessly. Their fierce battle resonated with ear-splitting clashes.
In a flash, Ma Yendong abruptly retreated. A punch from the young man sent him staggering back several steps. Without hesitation, Van Fai charged in to attack.
The young man continuously dodged, their figures blurring together.
Ma Yendong's Tan long sword thrust forward swiftly.
He tried to dodge, but Van Fai quickly closed the distance. Van Fai stuck to him like a shadow, giving him no opportunity.
Ma Yendong was inwardly shocked. How could this kid's movements be so fast?
For the first time in his life, he felt his weapon was useless. The two chased each other at the doorway.
After more than 10 moves, Ma Yendong couldn't land a blow on Van Fai.
He couldn't overpower the youth with his strength. At this moment, he spotted a weakness. Van Fai remained calm, continuing his attack step by step. The heavy sword lunged forward fiercely. The young man crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Ma Yendong. As she charged towards him. Despite using all his strength to defend, he was still pushed back. Yunfei felt his blood boil, he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from trickling out of the corner of his mouth. Ma Yendong didn't continue the fight, but smiled and said, "That's enough. We should clear up this misunderstanding." Looking at the young man's resolute expression, Ma Yendong was slightly stunned. She thought that life in the Jianghu would be full of danger, but looking at him now, the future seemed full of hope. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yunfei suddenly laughed loudly. "Just now, I was a bit overconfident."
A powerful inner force erupted from the youth, enveloping the surroundings. This immense inner force startled Ma Yendong.
He roamed the martial world with his Azure Dragon sword, never encountering a true opponent. But today, he was defeated by a mere youth.
Ma Yendong and the youth clashed, their inner forces fiercely colliding.
Although his mouth was filled with blood from the blows. In the blink of an eye, the youth's swordsmanship intensified, growing stronger with each strike.
Van Fai rushed forward, quickly intercepting the fierce attack.
The young man lunged forward, his speed 3 times faster than before.
Yunfei yelled and charged straight at Ma Yendong's chest.
But the sword had been withdrawn. The swift attack was aimed at Yunfei, but unexpectedly missed.
Ma Yendong's Azure Dragon sword vibrated intensely.
Wary, he turned around and saw a powerful blow coming from behind. It was Yunfei attacking from his rear, aiming for his heart.
Without hesitation, Ma Yendong used a move to dodge Yunfei's attack. With powerful sword force in the air, his body spun like a top, swiftly evading the blow. Immediately after, he launched an attack, his whole body spinning like a kite, using the momentum of the spin and the force of the fall to strike. Yunfei didn't expect his opponent to counterattack in just one move.
The young man didn't have time to react and hastily dodged. The Azure Dragon sword thrust forward like lightning.
Yunfei took a deep breath and resumed the fight.
His inner strength was fully awakened, and his speed increased dramatically, surprising even himself.
Ma Yendong was truly bewildered. Could it be that I used too much force and broke him? Before she could collect herself, Yunfei appeared before her.
The young man swiftly unleashed a series of blows, shouting, "Excellent, keep it coming." He strained, his eyes narrowed, staring intently at Ma Yendong.
This was perhaps only the beginning.
In this critical moment, he suddenly stepped forward, swinging his sword. The sword energy swiftly shot towards Van Fai.
1260, weapons clashed, instantly shattering into fragments. The Mach-Long sword appeared, its power terrifying, as if it wanted to devour Van Fai. Van Fai didn't dodge, meeting the attack head-on.
Their internal forces collided violently, throwing the surroundings into chaos.
Van Fai was sent reeling backward.
The young man collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, his vision went dark, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't move. Ma Yendong rushed over with his guards.
Seeing Van Fai unconscious, Ma Yendong was extremely worried.
Sensing something was wrong, he checked Van Fai's injuries. After checking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious. 1271, at this moment, the martial arts master who always stood beside Ma Yendong came to inquire about Van Fai's condition.
I was too hasty and injured the boy.
Luckily, he's all right. I'll go find a physician. Shortly after, the martial arts master helped Yunfei up. After the physician finished examining him, Mai Xinvin inquired about the situation.
The physician said, the young man's condition is a bit unusual.
Although his internal energy is depleted, his meridians are very strong.
He shouldn't be unconscious like this. Ma Yendong wondered, could it be chaotic chi and blood? Or is it due to his profound martial arts?
His internal energy is very strong, it's not chaotic chi and blood. It's just that his constitution is a bit different from ordinary people, so the symptoms are also different. He'll recover after some rest.
Hearing this, my Yendong breathed a sigh of relief.
Then, he said to the physician, "Don't worry about the medical fees, I'll take care of them." Knowing his identity, the physician didn't dare to ask for much, only saying that he would do his best. The physician left, leaving Yunfei to rest.
Only he remained in the room.
Half an hour later, the young man suddenly awoke, his face contorted in pain. His body was immobile, but his mind was clear. At this moment, he clearly felt a powerful internal force surging within him. A strong surge of internal energy flowed from his meridians, continuously pouring into his dantian.
This wasn't right.
This internal force wasn't from the martial arts he practiced, but the internal force his master had bestowed upon him.
Hadn't I already absorbed it all? Why is there still so much? Yunfei felt as if his dantian was about to burst. But the internal force continued to pour in. The young man's dantian grew larger accordingly. After accumulating in his dantian, this internal force flowed out through his other meridians, circulating endlessly. Like a great river, the internal force flowed powerfully throughout his body, unstoppable. From the Yu, to the Yin Xiao, to the dantian, and finally to the Bai Hui. Yunfei felt a splitting headache, but he could only grit his teeth and endure. After a while, the flow of internal force finally subsided. Yunfei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. But immediately after, the burning sensation vanished, replaced by an incredibly comfortable feeling. Before I could rest, my body started circulating internal energy again. The internal energy within my meridians began to circulate, repeating the previous process. Time passed quickly. I couldn't move, and I was tormented by the uncomfortable feeling.
The internal energy in my body had completed 12 full cycles. Although some internal energy had been expelled, the energy within my dantian was still surging. Suddenly, I felt my dantian abruptly expand.
Van Fei opened his eyes. Not good, could my dantian be broken?
But immediately, he felt a surge of powerful energy within his dantian.
As warmth spread through his dantian, could this be what Master talked about, dantian Quang Kai?
Half an hour later, Van Fei reluctantly opened his eyes, but his mind was still hazy, unable to distinguish reality from illusion.
The young man felt incredibly tired and drifted back to sleep.
The sky was filled with stars. Inside the room, Van Fei finally woke up. The young man looked around, confirming his location. Seeing the medicine cabinet in the corner of the room, he confirmed he was in a room. Yunfei sat up with difficulty, unable to stop himself from groaning in pain. But immediately after, he felt a chill run through his entire body.
At this moment, hearing the noise, the young woman entered.
Seeing Yunfei wake up, she said joyfully, "You're finally awake." Yunfei stared blankly at the young woman in front of him, momentarily surprised. Immediately after, he pulled the blanket up, covering his body. The young woman paid no attention to his strange expression. She said she had prepared porridge for Yunfei. Yunfei lay down, his face full of discomfort. He was seriously ill, and no one was taking care of him. But in the blink of an eye, his legs trembled. The bowl in his hand was crushed. Yunfei's face paled slightly. "I clearly have no strength." Having no other choice, he picked up the bowl of porridge, intending to eat. Unexpectedly, the bowl in his hand shattered. Looking at the debris on the table, the young man was stunned.
He didn't understand what was happening. After enduring the pain, Yunfei got out of bed. Walking towards the door, he felt his body much more relaxed.
He reached out, intending to open the door and leave this place.
Unexpectedly, the iron door was also destroyed. Yunfei was astonished. Could it be that this place wants to kill me this way?
But soon after, he discovered a truth. He had gained another dantian, and his internal strength had doubled. The young man stood frozen, not daring to move.
Could it be that what happened earlier wasn't a dream?
Suppressing his astonishment, Yunfei carefully assessed himself again. He discovered that not only had his internal strength multiplied, but his physical strength had also greatly increased. With just a little force, he could shatter a stone table. He thought to himself, "I need to learn to control my strength. Otherwise, I'll break things." Just as Yunfei was marveling at the changes in his body, hearing a noise in the room, the physician pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Yunfei, the physician hurriedly inquired about his condition. Yunfei calmly said that he had fully recovered and wanted to take his leave. Upon hearing this, the physician asked Yunfei to come closer, intending to check his pulse. He used 2 fingers to feel the young man's pulse, and finding his meridians full, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How can this be?" After receiving treatment, the young man was taken to another room. They checked to see if his dantian meridians were injured. Unexpectedly, the young man's internal energy had greatly increased, but it was uncontrolled. "I can crush stone just by gently extending my hand." The physician examined me again, not expecting any problems. But upon closer inspection, he was startled. According to his previous diagnosis, I should have needed several months of rest, but in less than half a day, I fully recovered. The physician released my hand. In that instant, the young man before him seemed somewhat different, unlike anyone he'd ever seen. After a long while, the physician regained his composure, saying I didn't need to compensate him, the money left by the person who brought me in was sufficient. I was overjoyed, not having to spend money is great. I clasped my hands together and said, "Thank you, doctor, for saving me. I'll take my leave." Watching the young man's retreating figure, the physician couldn't help but wonder, could my diagnosis have been wrong? Yun Fei returned home. His brothers, deeply concerned, rushed over to inquire about his health. Someone advised him not to be so impetuous in the future. Feeling his brother's concern, the young man's heart was filled with emotion. This matter, who knows when it will end? The three of them arrived at the martial arts sex gate and began to chat. Half an hour later, Kang started talking about the future. Yun Fei asked Kong and Gu about this, the latter saying he preferred nighttime. The young man smiled, saying he felt the same way. Kong smiled, bringing up the topic of women. Then, he asked Yun Fei if he had a girlfriend, and Yun Fei said he never had. Kong said, "Your martial arts are so strong, how come you don't have a woman?" Yun Fei acted indifferent, saying he didn't understand why that was. He thought to himself, "Master tricked me, I've been practicing martial arts for years and still don't have a girlfriend." Thinking of his master, he couldn't help but smile, remembering when he first met him. At that time, Van Phi was only 15 or 16 years old. He lived in a small village. Despite his small stature, he was very brave. Therefore, even older people didn't dare to bully him. But frequent trips to the river inevitably led to danger, and one day Van Phi was seriously injured. He was then saved by a passing master. Van Phi held great respect for his master. In fact, he didn't cultivate martial arts for a better life, but was moved by the sight of his master saving people. Van Phi gulped and said, "I've lived on the mountain for 4 years and haven't seen a woman. Even a soul looks more beautiful." And Kang laughed loudly, "You still haven't touched a woman?" And Kang said, "Now that I have money, on my day off, I'll take you out to broaden your horizons." Just as Kang was speaking, Van Phi warned, "Don't think about women, it seems there are enemies." And Kang immediately sobered up. He looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. At that moment, Van Phi suddenly warned, "Careful, there's an intruder." The person in charge of guarding also woke up. This person didn't hesitate to send a warning signal. When he activated the mechanism, 2 beams of light shot skyward. 2 fireballs exploded above the martial arts gate. Then a volley of darts flew towards them. And Kang didn't hesitate, dodging them. Ko also acted quickly, taking cover under the table. Van Phi gracefully evaded the darts. Immediately after, he prepared to fight. A group of men in black charged towards them. Yun Fei estimated about 40 people. Yun Fei glanced and estimated, the opponent had about 40 men. Vo Dantan seized the opportunity to quickly get up and open the main door. And Kang urged Yun Fei to hurry inside. At this moment, the second wave of assassins lunged forward like a pack of ferocious wolves. Yun Fei hadn't expected this trick from them. He didn't hesitate, turning and running inside. The assassins chased close behind him. The Twin Cities Alliance quickly closed their gates, suppressed the ominous aura, and simultaneously shifted the blame onto Kang. After the crowd dispersed, the thieves scaled the towering wall and continued their operation. Watching this, Van Phi's lips twitched. A fierce battle was inevitable. Trin Con Trung cursed inwardly, wondering why he always encountered so much trouble. And Kang's face paled, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He was just here to help, why was he caught up in this chaotic situation? Van Phi, unfazed, his entire body on alert, decided to inform the others in the alliance. As if jolted awake, he turned and ran inwards. An assassin roared, trying to run, and immediately lunged forward, aiming to ambush Kang. Without hesitation, Van Phi swept his staff horizontally, blocking the assassin's attack. The young man chuckled, his face devoid of fear. "If you want to pass, you'll have to get through me first." The man in black was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such formidable martial arts skills from a mere boy. "You're courting death," he roared, thrusting his sword straight at Van Phi's chest. The man in black growled to his companions, "Kill him." Seeing the young man approach, the man in black's expression darkened. In the next instant, Van Phi crossed his short staffs, intercepting the man in black's downward strike. With a crack, the man in black's staff snapped in two, falling to the ground. At that moment, 2 more thieves charged from behind. Van Phi nimbly dodged and engaged the 2 newcomers. Before he could finish, another man rushed in. A club swung down powerfully from the left. 2 assassins crumpled to the ground in pain. Before he could catch his breath, another one lunged at him. The young man coolly surveyed the scene, thinking to himself, "Their coordination is too good, these are no ordinary thugs." Before he could finish his thought, the thieves attacked again, their movements fluid and graceful, surrounding Van Phi. In a moment of urgency, the teenager struck his opponent's weak point. But this opponent wasn't like the previous thieves. In the blink of an eye, Yun Fei's speed was suppressed by his opponent.
Fighting and retreating, Yun Fei threw his last stick. The thieves couldn't keep up. The teenager seized the opportunity to put on his gloves, twirling 2 sticks lightly. His sex fist techniques flowed like a powerful current, attacking relentlessly. Yun Fei stood firm, chuckled softly, and brandished his sticks, putting all his strength into his attacks, buying himself time. Caught off guard by the blow, the man in black stumbled. Yun Fei landed a vicious strike, pushing his opponent back with 4 lightning-fast attacks. The youth's powerful offensive completely overwhelmed his opponent. Just as Yun Fei thought he could escape the thieves' encirclement, another group of thieves burst through the door. Wu Ming Chang, standing to the side, was completely overwhelmed by the scene and couldn't react. He could only watch as Yun Fei fought the thieves alone, his heart filled with worry. With a powerful blow, Yun Fei broke through the attack of 3 thieves. After enduring the continuous onslaught, he began to laugh. The young man's smile made one of the men in black tremble slightly. An assassin lunged, attacking Yun Fei from behind. Under the thieves' fierce assault, the young man's smile gradually turned ruthless. This training method was much faster than banging his head against a tree. Yun Fei felt the powerful internal force within his body, overjoyed. This location was now even more valuable. The young man laughed maniacally, sending a group of men flying with his fists. His fists carried immense power. A foolish thief tried to block his fist with his arm. But upon contact, he was sent flying. The teenager's powerful fist slammed into his chest. The thief crumpled, falling to the ground. Yun Fei was also knocked to the ground. At that moment, a ghostly voice echoed. The teenager quickly made up his mind, leaving no openings. 2 iron rods were swung, each blow powerful enough to break bone. But even with great martial arts skills, it was difficult to withstand the pack of wolves. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He then used his advanced techniques to deal with the assassin attacking stealthily from behind. Like a whirlwind, quickly taking down the opponent. Yun Fei quickly dodged and turned to flee. He couldn't hold out on his own forever. The young man quickly dodged and stood up straight. Yun Fei stood firm, gasping for breath. Every time he finished laughing, 3 more thieves rushed at him. These 4 assassins were much more skilled in martial arts than the previous ones. Under their powerful combined attack, Yun Fei found it difficult to defend himself. What bothered him even more was that their chi gathering speed was much faster than his. Halfway through the fight, the young man's smile had vanished, replaced by a pounding heart and the throbbing ache of old wounds. The 4 experts were equally surprised. They had initially planned to storm through in one go, but unexpectedly encountered such stiff resistance at this small gateway. At that moment, a deep, gruff voice boomed, "You all step back, let me deal with this brat." Hearing this, the 4 experts retreated one by one, revealing a tall, burly man. Yun Fei thought to himself, this man must be the leader of these thieves. From his experience brawling in the streets, he knew that in a fight, one must strike at the weak points, aiming for the person first. With this in mind, Yun Fei quickly changed his tactics, taking the initiative and charging towards the large leader. Seeing this, the leader swung his fist directly at Yun Fei. Van Fei didn't dodge, meeting the leader's attack head-on. Their fists collided, producing a loud bang. Van Fei staggered back, his breath ragged. His arm throbbed with intense pain. Steadying himself, Van Fei thought, this leader's inner strength is unexpectedly profound. Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps approached. It was Kang arriving with reinforcements. Vo Danton breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly cursing, they're so late. And Kang glared at Van Fei, angrily saying, "You brat. You've caused us so much trouble. I'll kill you." And Kang threw a punch. His 4 subordinates, hearing this, also charged forward, clearly preparing to surround and attack Yun Fei. Yun Fei, unafraid, smiled and said, "Just you scoundrels, think you can kill me?" Hearing himself called a scoundrel, and Kang's expression turned furious. He had roamed the martial world for many years and had never been called a scoundrel. Yun Fei continued to stall for time. Truly skilled thieves wouldn't reveal themselves so easily. Only scoundrels are this blatant. The group was momentarily stunned by the insults, speechless. Yun Fei, mustering his strength, continued his barrage of insults. How utterly shameful. One of the thieves, looking at the staff in his own hand, said, "Hey kid, isn't your glove a weapon too?" After a while, Van Fei, his face pale, gritted his teeth and said, we'll see who dies first." He was so angry he could barely breathe. Watching this, and Kang thought to himself, this kid is definitely not ordinary. Tonight's mission has clearly failed, but capturing this kid would still be a worthwhile gain. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden noise startled him. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a group of people quickly breaking through the formation. It was the Wulin League experts, arriving with overwhelming force. He flicked away a wave of hidden weapons, then turned to Van Fei with a look of resentment. "Consider yourself lucky today, kid. I'll spare you." He then turned and fled. Van Fei, also hearing the footsteps, tried to stall him. "What are you looking at? What's it to you?" If you've got the guts, take my life today. The cold-blooded assassin snorted, their figure flickering before vanishing. That Noyet Kintrang didn't linger either, quickly leaping over the courtyard wall. Van Phi breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly picking up the longsword the assassin had dropped. The young man silently cursed the assassin for causing trouble indiscriminately, then turned and plunged the longsword into the trunk of a nearby large tree. The guards, arriving just then, saw that Noyet Kintrang leaping over the wall and escaping. They all turned and ran towards the main gate, shouting for him to stop. Van Phi's lips twitched. He thought to himself, as if he'd actually stop. Just then, he felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his head. The young man looked down and saw that although the wound inflicted by the assassin was still bleeding, it seemed to have stopped flowing. A flash of insight struck Yun Fei. The assassin's hidden weapon had penetrated at least an inch, and combined with the palm strike he had received to his back. Could it be that the golden steel technique he cultivated truly had the ability to resist hidden weapons? Before he could fully comprehend this, another group of people rushed over. The leader, a middle-aged man in yellow robes, asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who these assassins are?" Hearing this absurd question, Yun Fei thought to himself, "They charged in with their faces covered, how would I know their identities?" However, seeing this man's extraordinary aura, he pulled the long sword from the tree and handed it to him, saying directly, "They dropped this sword. They left nothing else behind." The man took the long sword and carefully examined it, discovering that it wasn't made of ordinary iron but forged from refined steel. Although not a divine weapon, it was far superior to ordinary swords. Yun Fei added some details, mentioning that among the assassins, 5 were highly skilled, and even he wasn't confident of victory against them alone. The emperor, clad in yellow robes, continued to examine the longsword, inwardly scoffing at Consort Yun's martial arts. He thought, she couldn't even defeat a single guard. So how advanced could her skills be? A moment later, a thought struck him. He remembered the recent rumors of increased activity from the Five Spirits sect in Dali. This sword, forged from refined steel, wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Coupled with the recent kidnapping of the Snow King sect's third young master, the identity of these assassins was becoming clear. With this in mind, he looked at Yun Fei and said, "These assassins are most likely the Snow Assassins of the Snow King sect. The Five Spirits sect must be trying to rescue their third young master." Delighted by this realization, he thought to himself, tomorrow is the negotiation between the Martial Alliance and the Snow King sect. This sword can be used as evidence to gain more leverage. After praising Yun Fei, he collected his thoughts and asked, "Are you Prince Sua's guard?" Yun Fei looked perplexed, indicating he'd never heard of such a thing. "Let me ask you directly then, you're the one who kidnapped the third young master, aren't you?" Yun Fei hastily denied it. The other man then said, "Then I'll invite you on behalf of Prince Tang to discuss the matter. The Snow Assassins are the elite of the Snow King sect. Your guards are likely no match for them. Leave this place to Prince Tang. Go and call your captain over here, I have something to say to him." Hearing this, Yun Fei's expression turned serious. But before he could inform Cui Hongwan had already arrived. The man then gave Cui Hongwan a few instructions, which Cui Hongwan dared not refuse, constantly agreeing. "We won't discuss what happened at the Azure Dragon platform for now. Let's just say Yun Fei returned to headquarters." Everyone eagerly inquired about the situation. Yun Fei said he had reported the incident and that there was nothing to worry about. And Kang, the #1 bodyguard, gratefully told Yun Fei that if Yun Fei hadn't intervened, he would have died at the hands of the Snow Assassins. The #2 bodyguard also confirmed that without Yun Fei, he wouldn't have survived. He then insisted on checking Yun Fei's wounds. But when he unwrapped the bandages, he discovered the wounds were almost completely healed. Yun Fei was touched by everyone's concern, but he was a little worried about this bodyguard job. Sushi had previously said that this job wasn't dangerous, but his recent experience made him feel like she had completely lied. But then he consoled himself. Compared to when he first started as a bodyguard, his martial arts had improved greatly, and he could even hold his own against 4 experts. Thinking of this, Yun Fei slowly closed his eyes. The problem he was facing now was similar to when he cultivated the diamond indestructible magic. His exterior was tough, but his inner strength was lacking. He hadn't fully absorbed the internal energy his master had passed down to him. Once he absorbed it all and made it his own, those assassins would be nothing to worry about. Opening his eyes, Yun Fei couldn't help but smile. Currently, aside from his unfortunate encounter with that Nizhua Wang, his life in the martial arts league was quite comfortable. Moreover, he had been getting along well with everyone lately. Leaving like this would make him reluctant. The young man smiled and made up his mind, a true man should face danger head-on. That evening, the escort team welcomed a distinguished guest, the league leader of the Dali branch of the Martial Arts League. The league leader lavishly praised the escort team's recent performance, commending their bravery and contribution to protecting the Martial Arts League. He also rewarded them handsomely on behalf of the Dali branch. Chui Hongwan knelt respectfully and said that ensuring the safety of the martial arts league was their duty, and the entire team would do their utmost to complete all missions. Meanwhile, the clan leader specifically inquired about Yunfei, who had performed exceptionally well. He also mentioned the incident with Nizhua Wang, which he had heard about. Yunfei bowed his head respectfully, thanking the clan leader for his concern and expressing his continued commitment to protecting the main gate of the martial arts alliance. The clan leader nodded in satisfaction and told Yunfei to voice any requests he might have. Yunfei hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have no other requests, but I hope the clan leader will grant my brothers some protective armor." The clan leader seemed surprised. "You mean the kind worn by the guards?" "Yes," Yunfei replied, "although our duty is to patrol and keep watch, protective armor can save lives in critical situations." The clan leader immediately agreed and ordered the 8 Desolation armor to be issued to the guards. Yunfei expressed his gratitude once again. Finally, the clan leader granted them leave to rest and train. During this time, the security of the main gate would be overseen by the deputy head of internal affairs. The guards were all deeply grateful. The next day, everyone gathered for drinks in the courtyard. Yunfei admired his newly made pair of short staffs, nodding occasionally. Boy Natan took a sip of his drink and sighed. Why does he like short staffs so much? And Kang also asked curiously. Yunfei explained that he got used to using them in street fights when he was young. He fought with other kids using short staffs all the time. If he encountered someone unreasonable who pulled a knife, he would also use his short staff for self-defense. After hearing this, Wei Hatan said, "No wonder your eyes look so fierce sometimes, it turns out you have that kind of experience." Yunfei said he's a good person at heart, and he mostly fights to defend the weak. And Kang agreed with this point, saying that from last night, it was clear Yunfei was willing to risk his life for his friends. The other guards also agreed, mentioning that they were touched when Yunfei requested armor for everyone. Praised by his brothers, Yunfei was a little embarrassed. At this moment, Captain Chui Hongwan raised his wine cup. "Brothers, let's drink till we drop tonight." Everyone responded enthusiastically, and laughter filled the air. After 3 rounds of drinks, a soft voice suddenly rang out. "It seems everyone is having a good time?" Everyone turned to look towards the voice. A woman in green approached. Upon closer inspection, it was the beauty from the inner court's plum blossom house. Wei Huching's eyes widened. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, it's the beauty from the plum blossom house." A young man with such high martial arts skills is content to be a lowly guard. Moreover, since his arrival, he's been bullied every day. Not only does he not complain, but he also acts as if nothing happened. The cultivation technique he practices is also very peculiar. The more he's beaten, the more his power increases. The young man's martial arts skills have doubled in the past 6 months. Late at night, he single-handedly repelled a group of bandits. Afterward, not only was he praised by the alliance leader, but now the beauty from the inner quarters has personally come looking for him. Looking closely, it turns out to be a clerk from the inner quarters. Doi Hongvan was also secretly surprised. The inner and outer quarters are vastly different, and the outer quarter guards are the lowest class. Why would Zhu Shuelan come here on her own initiative? The woman in green seemed oblivious to everyone's surprised expressions. She walked up to Yunfei and gently asked, "Excuse me, is this young man guard Lin Yunfei?" Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement. The woman continued, "I wonder if guard Lin would join me for a drink." She then added pointedly, "We could find somewhere else to talk." The others were stunned upon hearing this. Yunfei stared blankly at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, the woman smiled teasingly, "What's wrong, guard Lin? Are you afraid I'll eat you alive?" Yunfei's companions felt anxious for him. This woman was from the inner chambers, of noble birth, and possessed both exceptional beauty and figure. Teased to the point of blushing, Yunfei stood up and respectfully replied, "Obedience is better than politeness." The two left side by side, leaving the other guards exchanging knowing glances. The woman led Yunfei to a secluded corner of the garden. The two stood facing each other, and the woman smiled, saying, "I am Li Moyun, a disciple of Li Hua Palace, currently a member of the Mei Tang Inner Circle. My status is humble, so please don't mind me too much. Forgive me, but my sect is a small and insignificant one." Choose to ask her directly why she brought him here, or to say that he actually needs her help. "I've heard that guard Lin enjoys being beaten. Is there any truth to this?" Yunfei's expression turned helpless upon hearing this. He said the rumors were completely false. "I have no such strange hobby, but I do have a secret that's difficult to speak of." Li Moyun, upon hearing this, continued, saying she wouldn't pry further. She came to find Yunfei today simply wanting to throw a few punches. Still slightly doubtful, I hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The moment the words left my mouth, Li Moyun used her movement technique, flying straight at me with her fist. The next second, a fist landed directly on my chest. This inner hall expert's internal energy was profound,
her attacks coming from left and right, each fist hitting its mark. For a moment, I was knocked off balance, nearly falling. But as waves of internal energy flowed into me, I couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Li Muyun thought to herself, the rumors are indeed true. She pressed forward again, spinning and delivering a kick. The young man's laughter echoed endlessly. In short, 2 hours later, Yun Fei returned to the guard squad. The young man groaned, lying on his bed, full of resentment. I just wanted to increase my cultivation a little, that woman really didn't hold back at all. And Kang and Wei Jichuan, seeing his state, exchanged glances. It seemed that what he experienced wasn't a peach blossom, but an entire peach blossom orchard. Yun Fei, in a mournful tone, said he was beaten by that woman for 2 whole hours. Hearing this, the two were stunned, not expecting that woman to be so ruthless. They hurriedly asked why the woman was so cruel. Yun Fei closed his eyes, saying he didn't really know. I only vaguely heard something about her suffering some kind of injustice. At this moment, the young man didn't feel much resentment. On the contrary, his respect for his master deepened. He had cried out miserably after being beaten for only 2 hours, while his master back then had endured who knows how many beatings. Seeing Yun Fei like this, Wei Jichuan couldn't help but sigh and comfort him. The guards haven't been challenged in 8 years. You being able to withstand the opponent for 2 hours is already considered fortunate. Yun Fei, half dead, said, why don't you two take this kind of good fortune next time? Hearing this, their faces paled, and they hurriedly declined. Yun Fei sighed softly, no longer arguing with them. He had a vague feeling that today was just the beginning. Sure enough, after that, Li Muyun frequently came looking for him. At first, this young lady held back her internal strength, and as Yun Fei was beaten, his power grew accordingly. But later, this inner hall expert completely let loose, causing Yun Fei's power growth to slow down, while his muscles and bones became tougher. Because of this, Yun Fei was beaten to a pulp by Li Muyun again, lying flat on the ground. The young man in front of her writhed nonstop and even groaned softly. Li Muyun frowned and said, do you really have that kind of strange hobby? Yun Fei was too lazy to answer this question, thinking to himself, if it weren't for cultivating the sword dance divine weapon, I would have already beaten you until your teeth fell out. Seeing him silent, Li Muyun, feeling helpless, turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yun Fei suddenly called her back. This inner court expert is puzzled? Haven't I been beaten enough? Miss Li, whatever the reason, I've been beaten by you for half a month. Shouldn't you at least tell me what grievance you're holding on to? Hearing this, Li Muyun sighed softly. It wouldn't hurt to tell him. The reason was that her superior looked down on her because she was a woman and constantly made things difficult for her. Yun Fei's eyes widened. He didn't expect the inner court to be worse than the guards. Outsiders truly see things more clearly. Every time I got angry before, I would practice my swordsmanship, but my superior would scold me for it. This continued until I heard about your existence. Saying this, she looked at Yun Fei and sincerely said, I'm lucky to have you. After hearing the whole story, Yun Fei couldn't help but gnash his teeth. A touching melody echoed in the young man's heart. For you, I say thank you. Because of you, I ask 4 questions. In short, the guard team had long since returned to their daily duties. This month, Yun Fei was once again tormented. At this moment, a carriage approached from afar. Seeing it from a distance, Yun Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. He clearly remembered that the gang hadn't announced any carriage arrivals today. And Kang also nodded in agreement, confirming his recollection. Thinking this, Yun Fei stepped forward to intercept the carriage. The driver said he came from the 5 Spirits Guild under orders, and had arrived today with an important matter to report to Magistrate Lin. According to regulations, he should have clarified the identity and sect of the person inside the carriage, but he insisted on meeting the magistrate first. Seeing this, a suspicious look crossed Yun Fei's face, and he said, this is my responsibility. Please tell me who is in the carriage. The person who got out of the carriage presented a token, saying that the passengers were the esteemed Meng Dao Feng Moyen and the maiden known as 5 Lotus Feng Yi Shui. Both hailed from the Feng family of Hebei. Yun Fei took it, carefully inspected it, and confirmed it was indeed the Hebei Feng family's token. He returned the token to the person, bowed, and told him to wait a moment. Then he quickly ran over and opened the gate for the carriage to enter. After they entered, Yun Fei respectfully closed the gate. The young man returned to the compound, still pondering what the Feng family's visit to Lin County could mean. Just as he was considering the crux of the matter, Yun Fei suddenly froze. A woman was walking towards him. Her clothes were elegant, and she possessed a refined air. The woman gracefully approached and asked him if he was Lin Yun Fei. A bad feeling arose in the young man's heart, but he still nodded in acknowledgement and asked what she wanted. The woman said her name was Tuet Tu Nai, from the martial arts world, and that she had come to spar with Yun Fei. Yun Fei explained that he was on duty and couldn't leave his post. The woman simply said she would wait, then turned to the side.
seeing the woman actually standing there waiting quietly.
And Kang gave Yunfei a mischievous grin and whispered, "I didn't know you were such a lady killer." Wei Hacheng chimed in teasingly, "Yeah, a teenage girl's idol." Yunfei cursed the two of them under his breath. They couldn't be serious whenever a woman was around. He glanced furtively, a strong premonition rising within him.
Could this young lady, like Li Muyun, be here specifically to vent her anger on me?
The truth proved that Yunfei indeed had the makings of a fortune-teller.
Xue Tunai's purpose in seeking him out was identical to Li Muyun's. Only Xue Tunai's reason was obviously even more absurd.
This expert swordswoman hadn't suffered any grievance, she was simply in a bad mood and wanted to purely vent her frustrations.
She had heard from Li Muyun that Yunfei enjoyed being beaten. The harder the beating, the more joyfully he would laugh. So that's why she intentionally came here today. This explanation stunned Yunfei. He hadn't expected the rumors to be so twisted. Seeing the other person's hesitation, Yunfei thought to himself that although he didn't need to care too much, everyone has their quirks. He looked at the other person looking at him expectantly. Yunfei remained silent for a long time, unsure of how to respond. After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and softly said, "Go ahead." Hearing this, Xue Zinai let out a cheerful laugh and charged forward. A fist struck the young man's head, blood splattering everywhere. Van Fei didn't expect his opponent's punch to be so powerful. Before he could recover, he felt a jolt of pain in his groin. Xue Zinai had landed a liaoing kick. The young man cried out in agony, a pain so intense it felt like death itself. Then, collapsing to the ground, he thought, "I haven't trained this area yet." Before reaching 20, the young man had already mastered the diamond indestructible body technique. The more he was beaten, the faster his power grew. This technique attracted the attention of two beautiful women. One after the other, they sought him out, clinging to him relentlessly, just to vent their anger. But today, Xue Zinai clearly went overboard. She even used a series of moves as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. Yunfei could only grit her teeth and endure it. Seeing this, Xue Zinai, with a remorseful look, said she suddenly remembered a hateful person and got distracted, which was why she hit so hard. Xue Zinai cautiously asked, "Are you really in that much pain? Why don't you just go look for them instead of taking it out on me? If you want to hit someone, go hit them. Why pick on me? And you even asked if I agreed. If it were you, how would you feel?"
Seeing Yunfei's anger, Xue Zi also became serious and solemnly promised never to barge in again. Seeing the tense situation, Yunfei found it inconvenient to continue his outburst. He sighed inwardly, wondering if all the girls who came to him were like this. Time flew by quickly when cultivating, but dragged on slowly when not. In a blink of an eye, several days had passed. Yunfei continued his daily routine of guarding the martial alliance's gate, but a trace of melancholy lingered between his elegant brows. On the mountain, he hadn't even been interested in Cao's, yet now, being fought over by two women, he felt his head spin. Tossing and turning, Yunfei suddenly felt his blood boil as if something was urging him on. Lately, Lu Muyun and Xue Xi had been exchanging flirtatious glances with him. Over time, they had both developed feelings for Yunfei, and the rivalry between them intensified. Lu Muyun gave Xue Xi a sideways glance, actively provoking her and sarcastically asking if she should step aside. Xue Xi was not to be outdone, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yunfei with allure. "You little brat, are you deliberately picking a fight with me? Sister Yun, you should also consider your age. What about my age? This is called charm. You're already 28, while Yunfei is only 21. Talk about robbing the cradle." Lu Muyun sneered. "So what if I'm 28? I met Yunfei first. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served?" Xue Zi was unconcerned. "Sister Yun, stop kidding yourself. A fake can never compare to the real thing." She puffed out her chest, showing off her figure, which was clearly superior to Lu Muyun's. She then feigned nonchalance. "A flat chest like that, it's no big deal whether you have them or not." Lu Muyun, seizing on her opponent's weakness, continued the attack, mocking Xue Zi's airport flat chest. The two of them bickered back and forth, causing the city lord, standing not far away, to shake his head in exasperation. Not long ago, he thought Yunfei was a fool, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, this kid became the object of contention. Seeing the two women's insults escalating, even starting to curse, Yunfei stood blushing in the distance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as they were about to fight, Yunfei hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "You two, if you want to fight or kill each other, go somewhere else. Don't disturb my guard duty." Hearing this, Lu Muyun snorted coldly, then said with a smile that she would find another opportunity, and left. Xia Tu was clearly quite annoyed by Lu Muyun. She sullenly bid farewell to Yunfei and also left. Seeing that they had both left, Yunfei sighed helplessly. And Kong, who had witnessed the scene, was filled with admiration. Seeing the two women leave, he reproached Yunfei for not knowing how to appreciate his good fortune. Hearing this, Van Phi shook his head, there's nothing to admire.
They just want to bother me.
And Kang shook his head, you're still young, you don't understand these interesting things.
Sometimes, fighting can lead to feelings.
Van Phi lowered his head, thinking to himself, I wonder if I'll ever end up in a situation like that.
How and Kang imparted the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra will not be discussed for now. Let's talk about the meeting at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Alliance leader Chu Feng was sipping tea, his expression pensive.
Beside him, Vice Leader Huang Maoyan remained silent, as if the two had just had a tense conversation. After a long while, Chu Feng finally spoke, the Alliance leader choosing this time to hold the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly worries me.
Our younger generation might suffer unnecessary losses
when fighting the Black Fiend sect. Huang Maoyan replied, the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly is held every 3 years.
How can we cancel it just because of the current tension?
Chu Feng looked at Huang Maoyan, his eyes sharp.
Is it for the same reason again this time? Huang Maoyan gave a helpless nod.
Every 3 years, we have to settle debts with outsiders.
There's no other way. Chu Feng's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. How much is the debt this time?
Huang Maoyan frankly admitted that he didn't know the exact figure.
Simply put, the entire Wulin League can be considered a conglomerate. The provincial leagues are first-level subsidiaries, and the branch leagues are second-level subsidiaries.
Although the conglomerate manages the subsidiaries, in terms of finances, both sides are responsible for themselves.
Currently, the league leader's wife's extravagant spending has caused the Wulin League headquarters to accumulate a mountain of debt.
Therefore, the league leader has ordered the organization of the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly to take this opportunity to solicit funds from the branch leagues to repay the debt. Thinking about this, Chu Feng cursed his wife inwardly. Skilled in martial arts, yet she's being toyed with by another woman. Seeing Chu Feng's unpleasant expression, Huang Maoyan hurriedly consoled him, compared to the previous alliance leaders who only cared about personal gain and disregarded the bigger picture.
The current alliance leader is much better.
Chu Feng nodded, the alliance leader's character is unquestionable, it's just his taste in women. He said he'll send our sect's promising disciples to the conference. Hearing this, Huang Maoyan breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully asked about the participation fee. Our sect is sending 20 people, 100 taels each, totaling 2,000 taels.
Hearing this, Huang Maoyan thought to herself that the alliance leader would definitely be furious upon hearing this news. Sure enough, Chu Feng's face darkened, our sect is currently facing difficulties. This is already an exception. If there's a next time, we will withdraw from the Martial Arts Alliance.
Huang Maoyan gave a wry smile, stood up, and said he was only wholeheartedly assisting for the sake of the clan leader's reputation and that this lobbying effort was a last resort. Seeing him off, Chu Feng sighed. Send out the order, summon the 4 hall leaders for a meeting. The 4 hall leaders arrived, along with the clan's internal affairs manager.
Chu Feng began by saying he wanted to select 5 young experts to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly.
According to the rules, participants must be under 30 years old. The Azure Dragon Hall leader spoke first, stating he would send 5 disciples. The White Tiger Hall leader also presented a list, stating he would send 5 disciples. The Black Tortoise Hall leader also presented 5 names. The Vermilion Bird Branch leader nominated Lu Muyun and Xue Xiai to participate. After everyone finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded, the personnel have been decided.
Next, let's discuss some details. The White Tiger Branch leader spoke first, saying they needed to find someone to lead these juniors.
The Vermilion Bird Branch leader agreed and suggested selecting a few experts from the supervisory team to accompany them.
Chu Feng nodded, saying this was a good idea, as the supervisory team's strength was among the top in the alliance.
More importantly, most of the supervisory team members were veterans who had infiltrated the Martial Arts Alliance, and they could take this opportunity to pass on their experience in the Jianghu
to the younger generation. He then looked at the head of internal affairs and asked about the budget allocation. After some calculations, the head of internal affairs said, for branches, 5 people per branch, 4 people from the supervisory team to lead them, with at least 1 for each branch, that's 25 people. From here to the Wulin Alliance headquarters is 1,000 miles, requiring 2 carriages and 3 coachmen. The Dragon Phoenix Grand Assembly usually lasts for a month, and including travel time, it's at least 3 months total. 25 people, 3 months, just the food and horse feed alone will cost 1,500 taels of silver. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned and asked if there was any way to reduce the cost. The translator will omit the specifics of their conversation.
In short, not a single coin could be saved. Chu Feng reluctantly nodded in agreement.
After discussing a few more details, Chu Feng finally decided.
Fin Ming of the Great Forest will set off in 10 days.
Time flies, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Early this morning, as soon as Kang got out of bed, he ran to Yun Fei to practice martial arts. A moment later, Wei Jiqiang and Yun Fei returned.
As soon as Wei Jiqiang entered, he ordered Kang to get up. Then, he kicked In Kang twice. Wei Jiqiang looked at In Kang with a profound gaze. You just finished practicing, feeling refreshed, aren't you? Teaching martial arts doesn't cost money, and teaching medical skills even less so.
And Kang grunted as he crawled up. That hurts.
As Wei Jiqiang walked out, he said, You brat, you still dare to complain?
It took me 2 years to learn the 5 elements fist back then. I'm not even taking a penny from you now, and you still dare to whine.
And Kang reluctantly thanked him and unwillingly followed Wei Jiqiang out. He didn't believe Wei Jiqiang's words.
Starting martial arts at his age was just a waste of effort. Yunfei watched their backs as they left, wondering. Lately, he'd been feeling like something was off with his fellow disciples. Before he could figure out why, someone pushed the door open and entered. Yunfei turned his head and saw that the newcomer was a senior member of the guard team, named He Wuyuan. He hadn't interacted much with this person and didn't know why he had suddenly come to visit.
After exchanging greetings, He Wuyuan got straight to the point. Brother Yunfei, do you know that our sect is about to send someone to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly? Yunfei suddenly understood, the questions in his heart answered. So He Wuyuan's visit was because of this. He then went on to talk about the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Assembly.
Hearing this, Yunfei was suddenly enlightened. No wonder his fellow disciples had been diligently practicing lately, it was because of this. Understanding, Yunfei calmly stated that this matter had nothing to do with him. Brother, every time our sect sends someone out to participate in a major event, our guard squad must follow and protect them. Upon hearing this, Yunfei's face showed a troubled expression, implying how could the guard force possibly withstand the enemy. Hearing this, He Wuyuan replied, saying that protection is just a superficial term.
Our actual mission is to fight when chaos erupts.
Hearing this, the young man's expression grew more serious as he said, if that's the case, it's clearly a difficult task, so why does everyone seem so enthusiastic? He Wuyuan, seeing through his expression, explained like a senior, my good brother, it's what they call being close to the water, close to the platform, close to the Buddha. The Dragon and Phoenix Convention is an event held only once every 3 years, and the participants are all talented martial artists, heroes gathered together. As long as we seize the opportunity during our protection duty, we are sure to rise to prominence. Seeing that Yunfei was still hesitant, He Wuyuan continued to entice him. Brother, I heard you've been entangled with those 2 young ladies recently and can't seem to escape.
Why not take this opportunity to accept the mission and get away for a while?
Actually, the head steward had already assigned He Wuyuan to go, but he knew this trip would definitely be extremely arduous. Not to mention, the people in the inner chambers were always arrogant, and the slightest mistake would result in punishment.
And with all the inevitable chaos along the way.
He was incredibly tired and just hoped he could trick Yunfei, that unlucky guy, into going instead.
At this moment, Yunfei thought for a bit and asked, will Lu Muyun and Shuizi be going?
He Wuyuan, who had been feeling smug, was immediately deflated and criticized Yunfei for his narrow perspective. He said that such a good opportunity only came once every 3 years, how could Yunfei easily give it up because of those 2? The young man took out a handkerchief to wipe the spittle that had sprayed onto him, silently cursing the other man for talking so carelessly. Seeing that Yunfei wasn't swayed, He Wuyuan was at his wit's end. He put his hand on the senior guard's shoulder and pushed him towards the bed. He won't be able to escape these 3 arduous months. Looking at his haggard appearance, Yunfei consoled him.
Do you really think I'm stupid? If there were such a good opportunity, would you be actively seeking me out?
Meanwhile, within the exquisite inner courtyard of Dalian County, Chu Feng asked the head steward about the preparations, and the latter replied that everything was ready for tomorrow's departure.
Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded slightly, but a lingering unease remained in his heart.
With the escalating conflict between the Martial Alliance and the Black Water Society, he felt something was amiss about holding the Dragon Phoenix Assembly at this time. At this moment, the steward suddenly interrupted his train of thought, saying there was a small matter that required the Alliance leader's decision.
Chu Feng snapped back to attention and asked what the matter was.
The steward said that some inner disciples had come to him, insisting that Lin Yunfei be assigned as their guard. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng didn't think much of it and agreed. Then, he curiously asked why they had specifically chosen Lin Yunfei. It seemed that Lu Muyun and Shuizi had come, saying that Lin Yunfei's martial arts were exceptional and that he could handle the responsibility. Hearing this, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. I've also heard that those 2 girls seem to have taken a liking to Lin Yunfei. The steward bowed his head slightly, echoing, they seem a bit too enthusiastic, which surprised me somewhat.
Let the young people handle their own affairs.
In any case, that kid's skills are indeed quite good. Letting him tag along and broaden his horizons is a good thing. The head steward bowed and respectfully accepted the order. Soon after, the head steward arrived at the guards' quarters and summoned everyone. Shi Hong hurriedly stepped forward to report that everyone, except those on duty, was present. The head steward announced the matter concerning the Dragon and Phoenix Convention, saying that someone would be chosen from the guards to act as escort. Then he looked at Lin Yunfei and declared, "This time, Lin Yunfei will be in charge of the escort." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunfei was thunderstruck, his face turning pale. Seeing this, the head steward's expression darkened, and he coldly asked, "Is there a problem?" The other guards burst into laughter. After composing herself, Yunfei quickly explained, "My subordinates are new to the guard team, having joined less than a year ago. They lack experience in external escorts. I'm afraid they're not suitable." The head steward chuckled inwardly, but maintained a stern expression. "It's fine. I'll brief you on the specifics later. This is the clan leader's order, it cannot be refused. Follow me shortly." Yunfei had to bite the bullet and accept. Among the ranks, the young man gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. He suddenly turned to glare at He Wu Yuan, his gaze sharp as a knife, clearly questioning whether the other had secretly manipulated the situation. The latter hastily waved his hands, denying any involvement. The head steward then adjusted the guard team's assignments. He stated that during Lin Yunfei's absence, his position would be filled on rotation by members of the inner and outer sects. Having learned from the previous incident with Prince Song and the Yi family, the 4 great halls will also send people to participate directly. The guards were naturally overjoyed. After all, with more people from the inner and outer halls, their work would obviously be lighter. After the head steward finished assigning tasks to the various departments, he called for Yunfei and then turned to go inside. The latter glared at He Wu Yuan with displeasure before hurrying after him, leaving the senior guard standing there alone. Yunfei followed the head steward to the inner courtyard. The young man asked as soon as he entered why he was chosen. Seeing his displeasure, the steward gently comforted him, explaining that the inner hall elders had unanimously nominated him and likely admired Yunfei's martial skills. Hearing this, Yunfei felt less disgruntled, but still cautiously asked, "May I ask, steward, will Lumu Yun and Shuizi be going this time? If they are, I'm afraid I'll be tormented." The steward was startled. Could this kid tell fortunes? Unsure if those two were going, he claimed to be in charge of logistics and unaware of the attendee list. Yunfei clearly didn't believe him. But the steward didn't give him a chance to ask more, quickly moving on to assign tasks. The head manager said that Yunfei's most important task this time is to manage the finances. Yunfei was stunned. Why would they ask a guard to do the treasurer's job? Let me be frank. The budget for our sect's participation in this Dragon and Phoenix convention has been allocated. Those participating in this trip, especially the younger disciples, mostly come from humble backgrounds, and their lives are already difficult. They have little concept of money. The elders' monthly salary is 160 taels of silver, but they spend lavishly. Letting them manage the finances is like letting monkeys guard a peach orchard. I believe you come from a poor background and know how to be frugal, so I'm entrusting you with the financial management. Yunfei nodded, saying he understood. In addition, you will also have to alternate night shifts with assistant manager Ma. Looking after the guests and handling matters will also be your responsibility. Hearing this, the young man completely crumbled, lamenting that he was being exploited even more than at the Shin household. The head manager patted his shoulder and began painting a rosy picture, promising him a promotion to deputy team leader upon Yunfei's return, not to mention the bonus. Seeing the manager dangling the carrot, Yunfei could only swallow his bitter resentment. The young man respectfully said he would definitely complete the task. The next morning, people were already loading belongings onto the carriages. The head steward called Yunfei down and gave him instructions. Here are 10 150 tael banknotes, plus 20 taels of gold and 300 taels of silver, totaling 1800 taels. Yunfei took it, feeling the weight. He had never held so much money in his life. Though it's a lot, it won't last long. You must keep a tight rein on it. Don't let them spend recklessly. At this point, the head steward seemed to think of something and added, "You can keep some for yourself." Yunfei was secretly delighted at hearing this. After all, he came from a poor background, so it was only natural for him to have a bit of self-interest. Afterward, the head steward gave him a few more instructions, which the youth carefully committed to memory. He then bowed respectfully and left. After packing his luggage, Yunfei went to greet the coachman. Upon meeting, the two couldn't help but chat for a while. During their conversation, Yunfei mentioned he had never driven a carriage before and asked for some guidance. The coachman, named Zhong Qiu-san, naturally agreed. Suddenly, the coachman looked behind him and said, "Someone's coming." Hearing this, Yunfei couldn't help but turn around to look. A group of men emerged aggressively from the inner courtyard, led by Zhang Ji, the one who had previously defeated him. Meeting Zhang Ji's gaze, Yunfei's face immediately paled, and cold sweat poured down his brow. Weren't those two graceful figures Lu Muyun and Shuizi? One was the mature beauty from the Pear Blossom Palace. The other, the youthful maiden from the Arrow Pavilion. Both female warriors had taken a liking to the young man. The young man, however, found their affections quite the headache. Seeing Lu Muyun and Shuizi both vying for his attention, Yunfei immediately clutched his head and groaned, thinking to himself that he wouldn't have a moment's peace for the next 3 months. Without further ado, the three of them packed their luggage and set off for Hunan. On the way, their carriage overturned. Seeing Yunfei clutching his head and groaning in pain, the driver solicitously asked him if he was injured. Yunfei bluntly said that his headache was due to the 2 women traveling with him. But for various reasons, he couldn't explain the situation clearly to the driver. After all, it wasn't exactly glorious for a grown man to be tormented by 2 women. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunfei changed the subject and asked the driver where the 3 of them should stay for the night. The driver pointed ahead, saying that Feng Tianxia was another 10 miles down the road and they could rest there for the night. As the sun set, the carriage finally arrived. They found the Feng Lin Inn and prepared to rest. Before they could settle in, Lu Muyun and Xue Xi rushed to Yunfei's side. Every night on this journey, whenever they stopped to rest, these 2 women would take the opportunity to beat Yunfei. At first, I also found it strange. The story was going so well, why add these 2 women? But after thinking it over, there must be a reason. Yunfei has to endure these beatings to improve his martial arts. The protagonist needs to grow stronger, and this period can't be idle. So he arranged for these 2 women to follow him and attack him whenever he rests. Back to the main story, Yunfei had a headache from being fought over by the 2 women. The young man sighed and told everyone to take a seat. The 2 women immediately stopped arguing and obediently followed Yunfei into the inn. As soon as Yunfei entered, he found the innkeeper, and told him directly that they had a total of 32 people and needed 6 large rooms. He also asked him to prepare 8 tables of food and wine, each according to the standard of 1 tael of silver. The innkeeper recognized them at a glance as martial artists. So he was a little surprised by Yunfei's generosity. But he didn't dare refuse, and reluctantly agreed. After arranging the food and lodging, Yunfei found a table and sat down. Lu Muyun and Xue Xi naturally followed him closely. Just as Yunfei was wondering how to deal with them, Yan Zhong approached and asked if he could sit with him. Yunfei was stunned at first, then smiled and agreed. After the young man sat down next to Xue Xi, Yunfei finally understood the issue. He had sensed it somewhat along the way. Yan Zhong was constantly being intentionally excluded by the other juniors, likely due to his family's decline. Sure enough, as soon as Yan Zhong sat down, Lu Muyun began to probe into his background. Yunfei naturally couldn't stand this opportunistic behavior. One shouldn't look down on others. Even rich young masters have their own struggles, how could ordinary people understand? Yan Zhong then said that it was thanks to Yunfei's patient guidance that he was able to break through his bottleneck and reach the level of a first-rate expert. Lu Muyun's expression changed upon hearing this. He stared at Yan Zhong and asked, "Could it be that your martial arts also improved from being beaten?" Yan Zhong shook his head in denial and recounted the past events, clarifying that he was merely Yunfei's bodyguard and his skills were just minor talents. Lu Muyun was even more astonished, praising Yunfei's skills, saying they were on par with the gang leaders. "It's a pity we met so late. Otherwise, I would have insisted on experiencing your exceptional skills. I wonder what brother Yunfei's true strength is." Yunfei frankly admitted he was only at the second-rate realm and was already content to be a guard in the martial alliance. Lu Muyun gave him a suggestive glance, her eyes full of meaning. Brother Yunfei is too modest. But this was one of the reasons she valued him. Others in front of her were always boastful and arrogant. Only Yunfei remained humble and reserved. At this moment, Xue Xi also chimed in, saying that being too modest wasn't necessarily a good thing. Van Fai interrupted them with a serious face, "I have no lofty ambitions, nor do I come from a prestigious sect. My cultivation method is just somewhat unique, making me slightly better than ordinary people." After saying this, the young man fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete with other martial arts experts, but he didn't want anyone to know the advantages of his divine art. Lu Muyun became even more curious. Confident in her own abilities, she couldn't understand Van Fai's self-deprecating attitude. Xue Xi, on the other hand, admired the young man's calm demeanor. The young woman commented on how countless young talents had ruined their futures due to insatiable greed. Just then, the waiter brought their food. Everyone paused their conversation and began to eat. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high. Just like the past few days, Lu Muyun dragged Yunfei to a secluded spot. Just as this Lohua Palace expert was about to strike as usual, Yunfei suddenly waved his hand to stop her. The young man finally couldn't bear it anymore and revealed the truth to Lu Muyun, explaining that he didn't actually enjoy being hit, but that being hit increased his power. However, Lu Muyun hadn't been using her internal energy recently, so the beatings had no effect on him. Upon learning the truth, Lu Muyun smiled, "So that's how it is. Then this time, I'll use my full internal energy." Yunfei didn't expect her to be so persistent. He was forced to yell out the real reason. "I, Yunfei, am a man. How can I let a woman beat me as she pleases? Where's my dignity?"
Lu Moyun's expression changed slightly, as her eyes reddened. She choked back a sob and said, "Actually, I don't enjoy beating you every day. But do you know how much pain I'm in? It's already difficult wandering the martial world as a woman. And so many disciples covet my appearance and harass me constantly. I can only pretend to be strong, act like a man, but I still can't avoid being given a hard time by my superiors. If I hadn't met Yunfei by chance, I would have nowhere to confide the deep pain in my heart." How could Yunfei, a pure-hearted young man, bear to hear these words? Seeing Lu Moyun speak like this, his heart softened. The young man sighed, closed his eyes, and said, "Don't say anymore, I understand. You can do it." A cunning smile appeared on the corner of Lu Moyun's mouth. Then, following Yunfei's words, she gathered all her internal energy. This Li Hua Palace expert shouted, her entire body's internal energy surging forth, striking fiercely. A palm strike, powerful, hit Yunfei's chest. Yunfei was startled. He had mentally prepared himself, but he didn't expect the opponent's internal strength to be so powerful. Not inferior to the Blood King sex experts from that day. Just like that, the young man's chi in his meridians began to increase. Yunfei's loud laughter continuously echoed in the courtyard. In short, afterward, Xue Xi also sought out Yunfei. Same move, same feeling, he continued to torment him. At 18, I left my master's sect and came here, alone and without anyone to rely on. I once wanted to give up and return, but I was afraid of disappointing my master and my senior sisters. Every time I competed with the experts in the sect, I lost more than I won. It wasn't until I met Brother Yunfei that I made significant progress. But I didn't expect my actions would hurt him. Oh well, I must be too foolish. I won't bother him anymore. Xue Zi's words were precisely what Yunfei had been thinking. Moved by these sincere words, the young man couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt. The young man patted his chest, his face full of assurance. "Great hero, just tell me, I understand everything. Let's do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Ziduan's expression changed, and he almost burst out into another bout of lightning-fast laughter. Seeing this, Yunfei frowned slightly, feeling that something was not right. Before he could react, Xue Ziduan had regained his serious expression. Baohan Jinli excitedly chanted the incantation, his voice clear and ringing. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day was clear and sunny. Lin Fei and the others set off again, feeling that the road ahead would be arduous. The young man was now able to skillfully control the carriage. His fellow disciples, impressed by his talent, curiously asked, "Are all Western region people such quick learners?" Yunfei smiled, unsure how to answer the question. In truth, his master had taught him a special listening technique, allowing him to perceive the horse's muscle movements through the reins. Thus, controlling the horse was indeed as easy as turning his hand. However, he couldn't clearly explain these subtleties to Coachman Yen. In short, after traveling for several days, they arrived at a small town. Yunfei found an inn and arranged for everyone to rest. Just as they were ordering food, suddenly, two thugs suddenly appeared in the inn, axes strapped to their waists, swaggering forward and shoving aside a waiter carrying food. A fierce-looking bald man also tried to charge forward. Unexpectedly, the waiter's martial arts were quite good, he retreated repeatedly, blocking him. Yunfei and the others looked over, frowning. The skinny one scanned the inn, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Found them, they're here." The two thugs charged towards Yunfei's table. "All you fellow martial artists should know this. The most troublesome place in the 5 ranges is 9 Dragons." Just as Yunfei and the others were dining at an inn, 2 uninvited guests suddenly approached them. Seeing the 2 men approaching aggressively, everyone frowned. They hadn't made any enemies along the way. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 thugs, they remained silent. The bald man also frowned, his eyes fierce. But then, the 2 turned and walked back out. This strange behavior puzzled Yunfei and the others, who exchanged glances. The other handsome young men were also confused, frowning and calling the 2 men crazy. Some of the more experienced disciples disagreed. They'd seen it all in their time wandering the rivers and lakes. But a moment later, the expressions of these seasoned wanderers changed. The 2 men who had gone to investigate returned with a large, aggressive group. Leading them was a young man with a heroic air, wielding a broadsword. The bald man pointed at Yunfei's table and whispered, "Boss, it's them." The young man nodded slightly, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Li Moyun, coming from a prestigious family and possessing extensive knowledge, recognized their weapons and quietly informed Yunfei of their origins. These men are likely from the Fire Dragon Gate, one of the Black Death Society's peripheral forces in the 5 Ridges. This sect uses cloth wraps as weapons. Legend says they have a martial art called Fire Dragon Cloth Technique, its moves powerful and tyrannical. Reminded by Li Muyun, Xue Xi added that the Fire Dragon Cloth Technique is extremely cruel. They focus their internal energy into the cloth wrap, striking the opponent's vital points, making the wounds difficult to heal. Mei San Yang naturally recognized their identities and understood the conflict between the Five Peaks Alliance and the Black Death Society. With a clang, Mei San Yang drew her sword. Seeing this, the others also drew their weapons, standing ready for a confrontation. The two sides were on the verge of fighting, a single disagreement away from blows. At this moment, a man with a large beard shouted. The young man sneered, "And who might this senior be? Please enlighten me." Mai Tam Nuong stared at the other party without saying a word. The bearded man, sensing trouble, still asked, "What do you want?" The young man sneered, saying each word deliberately, "To kill you all." As soon as he finished speaking, the handsome young disciples of the Five Peaks sect could no longer restrain themselves. Each drew their swords, their fighting spirit blazing. Seeing this, the men of the Fire Dragon Gate also drew their weapons. In an instant, swords and blades clashed within the inn, sparks flying everywhere. At this moment, Li Muyun snorted coldly and slammed his chopsticks down on the table. The young master also stood up, his face cold. Li Muyun and Xue Xi followed suit, their faces murderous. Only Yun Fei remained seated, unmoved. Having roamed the Jianghu for so long, he was all too familiar with this scene. Before a fight broke out, there was always a verbal sparring match. Moreover, on this side, there were 4 seasoned Jianghu veterans, and the handsome young men were all experts in their league. He, a mere coachman, wouldn't be needed. Sure enough, at this moment, Mei San Yang spoke first, asking the young man, "May I ask your honorable name?" The young man introduced himself as Shi Shotua, nicknamed Crazy Blood Axe. Following Jianghu etiquette, Mei San Yang also gave her name. Unexpectedly, the opponent showed no sign of retreating, but smiled, so its iron-faced sword Mei San Yang. "You can probably withstand a few of my moves." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, the broad axe in his hand striking directly at Mei San Yang. Mei San Yang smiled, easily blocking the powerful blow with her iron-faced sword. Before the opponent could make his second move, Mei San Yang kicked Shi to his left leg. Caught off guard by the kick to his left leg, the opponent staggered back a few steps. After regaining his balance, Shi resumed his stance. He said in a deep voice, "The raging blood axe lives up to its reputation. Truly skilled." Mei San Yang ignored his compliment. Turning to her colleagues, she said, "It seems a fierce battle is unavoidable today." With that, she drew her staff and charged forward. Although Mai Tam Nuong appeared composed, she wasn't entirely confident. The youngsters behind her, while skilled in martial arts, were mostly new to the Jianghu and lacked real combat experience. Only a few senior disciples could be considered true fighting strength. On the other hand, the Fire Dragon clan not only had the terrain advantage, but each of them seemed to possess rich combat experience. After a brief standoff, Shi's was expression turned fierce, and he ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." As soon as the order was given, the men of the Fire Dragon Gate roared and charged. Seeing this, the bearded man shouted, "Don't panic, everyone. Hold the formation, fight." After speaking, he drew the treasured sword from his waist. Yun Fei also reluctantly stood up. Although he wanted to be the fisherman who benefited from the chaos, now that the fight had started, he couldn't stay out of it any longer. At this moment, he saw Li Moyan take out a pair of strangely shaped gloves. The young man couldn't help but be curious and asked her, "Are these sisters' weapons?" Hearing this, Li Moyan smiled, "Silly brother, a weapon just needs to be something you're comfortable using." No sooner said than done, the inn erupted into chaos. The Five Peaks League members instantly clashed with those from the Fire Dragon Gate. Mai Tam Nuong and Shi fought fiercely, evenly matched. Several other top disciples also found their opponents. The remaining handsome young disciples were ambushed. Immediately, the Five Peaks League fell into a disadvantageous position. Conversely, the Fire Dragon Gate continuously gained the upper hand. At this moment, a top disciple leaped onto the rafters, and in the blink of an eye, several hidden weapons flew out. Several Fire Dragon Gate members couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the hidden weapons. Each one screamed miserably, falling to the ground. Watching the chaotic fight inside the hotel, Van Phi couldn't help but sigh. This gangster brawl was no different from a bunch of thugs fighting in a village. At that moment, Liam Ovan shouted loudly and charged forward. He took the initiative to attack a Fire Dragon Gate disciple. Liam Ovan's movements were agile, the short wooden staff in his hand as fast as lightning, aimed straight at his opponent's head. He originally thought his opponent was just an ordinary person. Against the heavens, Lin Muyun. He dodged effortlessly and counterattacked smoothly. While his opponent's move was still unfolding, Li Muyun struck again with his staff. The man, struck on the top of his head, instantly lost his fighting spirit. Looking over, Xue Xi was even more decisive. Clad in ash-gray robes, her figure flickered among the enemy. Though they clearly wanted to fight her to the death, she skillfully neutralized each wave of attacks. Relying on a pair of iron handguards, she punched and kicked relentlessly. This young noblewoman showed no mercy. Darting left and right, she left many enemies unable to react. Watching the brawl, Van Phi felt a flicker of hesitation.
It wasn't fear, but rather the strict upbringing he'd received, which forbade him from participating in such fights. Furthermore, he was carrying a large sum of money. If discovered and it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and drew the short club from his hip. The youth took a deep breath and resolutely joined the fray. In the chaos, no one noticed him. Van Fai swung his club, his movements simple yet effective. His club technique was powerful, sending two opponents flying. Though short, his club quickly knocked the two to the ground. With a thud, both collapsed unconscious. Their bodies went limp like rags, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, someone attacked Yun Fei from behind. The youth countered with his staff, knocking away his opponent's weapon. He then continued to charge and weave through the crowd. With Yun Fei joining the fight, the tide of the battle began to turn. The youth's staff technique was masterful, as he charged left and right, moving as if through empty space. The Fire Dragon Gate members fell like wheat before a scythe. Xiaosu, locked in fierce combat with my San Vin, glanced over. He roared in anger, "You rotten brat! You have no martial virtue, daring to attack me from behind." Yun Fei turned around and coldly replied, "The martial world is treacherous, the big fish eat the small fish. Don't you understand?" His words only fueled Xiaosu's rage. Having been on the defensive, he seized the opportunity presented by Yun Fei's arrival to retreat. Then, he turned and charged straight at Yun Fei, roaring, "I'll teach you a lesson today." The young man didn't flinch. "Come on, I'm waiting." During the chaotic fight, Xiaosu angrily accused Yun Fei of lacking martial virtue. The young man remained unfazed, believing his actions were justified. Hearing this, Xiaosu was stunned. He didn't expect the opponent to be just a young boy, yet capable of scattering his disciples like leaves in the wind. It was a great humiliation for the Fire Dragon sect. Seeing Yun Fei still arguing, saying that the status of a guard was still nobler than those Fire Dragon sect scoundrels, Xiaosu suppressed his anger. His body lunged forward, striking down at Yun Fei with a palm. Yun Fei hastily raised his staff to block, but he was forced back several steps by the palm strike, secretly shocked. This person's internal energy is even stronger than my San Vin's. Seeing the opponent charging again, Yun Fei didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated. He decided not to risk a direct confrontation and look for a chance to escape. But Xiaosu didn't give him the opportunity, striking out with a palm, the palm wind sharp. In midair, Yun Fei took a deep breath and spun his body like a top. As he neared Xiaosu, Yun Fei unleashed a kick. His leg technique was powerful, shattering his opponent's palm strike. In the next second, the young man moved like lightning. His speed was so fast that it left Xiaosu stunned. In a blink of an eye, Yun Fei appeared above, striking down with his staff. Xiaosu had no time to react, hastily blocking the blow. But he didn't expect the staff strike to be so powerful. He felt his arm go numb, his blood boiling. Before he could recover, Yun Fei's left staff came crashing down. Yun Fei exerted all his strength, his body spinning. The young man channeled his power into his legs, cracking the ground. His whole body was like a cannon, exploding with terrifying power. Yun Fei felt his inner strength surge as he brought his staff down with both hands. Xiaosu still wanted to fight desperately, but he was knocked back, revealing an opening. The young man seized the opportunity to advance and deliver a kick. The kick landed squarely in Xiaosu's stomach. Xiaosu cried out in pain as he collapsed. He was drenched in a cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly heard the whistling of wind above his head, but it was too late to dodge. Yun Fei's attack struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Xiaosu reeling. He collapsed on the spot. The chaotic battle ended with Xiaosu's fall. The Jilin's secret guards experts stared at Yun Fei in astonishment. They hadn't expected the Wulin Alliance's experts to be defeated so swiftly. A moment later, Lin Muyun walked over, clapped Yun Fei on the shoulder, and said with a smile. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yun Fei. Feeling the hand on his shoulder, Yun Fei blushed. Before he could say anything, Shuai ran over and hugged him. Although Yun Fei was resolute, he couldn't withstand the two women's enthusiasm. Yun Fei felt his blood rushing to his head, a nosebleed almost erupting. At this moment, my San Vin walked over and separated the two. "I haven't seen you for a few months, and not only have your martial arts improved, young man, but you've also become popular with the ladies." Li Muyun and Shuai blushed and released Yun Fei. Yun Fei hurriedly apologized, saying that if he hadn't been embraced by them, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Xiaosu. My San Vin smiled, not blaming him at all. He had recognized Yun Fei's strength and brought him along this time as a precaution. He didn't expect him to perform so brilliantly today. He looked again at the three of them. Yun Fei, Li Muyun, and Shuai, although women, showed no mercy in their attacks. He was especially surprised by the chubby one who used the iron handguards. He initially thought she was ostracized, but unexpectedly, her strength was far greater than the others. My San Vin turned to look at the other elite guards. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Fire Dragon Gate gang were tied up. Xiao Su was handled by my Sanvin personally.
Yun Fei went to collect their weapons. Taisu curiously asked him why he was doing that.
Yun Fei said that the brawl had damaged the hotel, and he would sell the weapons to compensate for the damages. The head manager had instructed them that if a conflict arose, they shouldn't harm innocent people and shouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Wulin Alliance outside. Hearing this, my Sanvin pondered for a moment and then said,
I don't think that's right. Disarming those who have already surrendered is like stripping them bare. It's too cruel.
T2 also chimed in, saying that their leader had taught them to treat enemies as they would friends. Watching Xiao Su bandage his own wounds,
Van Phi wondered what he should do.
The travel expenses the head steward had given him weren't much, and there was no way he could use them all here. After thinking for a while, the young man turned to the innkeeper.
After some pleading, the innkeeper finally spoke. As he observed the innkeeper's expression, Van Phi's eyes widened. The initial battle record was rewritten into a concise essay.
Yun Fei softly said from behind him, "Let the owner go first.
As for the damages, we will fully compensate."
The owner paced back and forth inside the restaurant, writing and calculating. After finishing his calculations, the owner said, "Give me 180 taels and we're good."
Yun Fei's eyes widened in disbelief.
He hadn't expected the fight to be so destructive. The owner added, "This is just the cost to repair the restaurant, not including the losses incurred during the repairs." The young man, coming from a humble background, clearly understood these business tactics. After a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement and asked the owner to find a good physician. The owner was naturally extremely grateful. Having finished arranging things, Yun Fei turned and walked towards Chu Shu. Chu Shu was clutching his face in pain, likely suffering from a concussion.
Yun Fei opened the door and asked the other person if he had any money. Chu Shu acted defiantly, saying he didn't.
The young man kicked the sign on the ground and said coldly, "Then don't blame me for selling your puppets to compensate for the damages and medical expenses." Chu Shu angrily retorted that these people deserved to die. His attitude showed no remorse. Emosu tossed a short sword in front of Chu Shu. The youth said, "I understand your feelings, but there's really no other way. Alright, I can't bring myself to kill you, so cut off your own hands and feet. Then I'll sell your bodies as puppets.
Consider us even."
Hearing this, Chu Shu and the others fell silent. The other members of the Fire Dragon Gate were also stunned. Even the people from the Martial Alliance widened their eyes, thinking that this kid was truly ruthless.
After a moment, some felt a pang of sympathy, wondering if it was going too far.
Yun Fei looked helplessly at the Tang youth. The compensation alone was already 180 taels. We also injured a lot of people. The medical expenses are still unknown.
How can we instigate a fight and not pay the price? Musu said, "I don't mean that, it's just that selling the puppets is a bit humiliating." Yun Fei coldly interrupted, "That's why I let them handle it themselves. If they can't bear it, then they'll have to bear it."
Immediately, everyone fell silent. Many members of the Fire Dragon Gate looked worriedly at Chu Shu. But after thinking it over, Chu Shu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I accept." The Fire Dragon Gate disciples immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Each of them looked away to ease the awkwardness. Yun Fei said coldly, "I don't have time for this nonsense, it's not even part of the plan." Long story short, Yun Fei compensated the owner, who was naturally overjoyed. He had run the tavern for many years and had seen his fair share of brawls, but this was the first time someone offered compensation. Immediately after, Yun Fei found a physician for the injured. And he paid for all of the Martial Alliance members' medical expenses. Even though these two expenses were enormous, there were still about 200 taels left. Seeing this, Musuwa sought out Yun Fei, saying that the Black Death Society was definitely behind this. Moreover, he realized that the Fire Dragon Gate had just acted, likely wanting to eliminate everyone to achieve some goal. Yun Fei stared fixedly at the people from the Fire Dragon Gate. After a long while, the young man sighed, "I know the struggle between these two forces is complicated."
Musuwa thought for a moment, finally deciding.
"This place is in chaos, we can't keep these Fire Dragon Gate people imprisoned. Take them outside the city and deal with them, otherwise, they'll cause trouble.
The best course of action is to take advantage of the Black Society's slow reaction and leave.
Yun Fei is worried the Black Society will send people after them.
He doesn't know if they can escape again."
Musuwa said that is precisely what he's worried about. Hearing this, Musuwa turned to look at the others. Aside from Musuwa and Lin Mujun, those two are still alright. The remaining four are seriously injured. Clearly, this being their first real fight, the impact has been too much for them.
Musuwa closed his eyes, thinking, a bunch of useless people. If the Black Cloaks send more men, in everyone's current state, we can hardly resist.
Musu looked at Yun Fei and said in a low voice, "We can only take the main road and see if we can avoid a second pursuit." Tang Yu led some men to escort the Fire Dragon Gate members to a hotel,
to prevent them from returning to inform the Black Cloaks. After cleaning up, everyone prepared to leave.
Before leaving, Yun Fei found the four experts.
The young man took out a small box. Musu took the small box and opened it. Not bad, kid. When did you prepare this little beauty?
This young man, navigating the underworld, yet he remains remarkably calm. Yunfei devoted all his energy to resolving the matters of the Fire Dragon Gate. After the great battle, everything was settled. As everyone prepared to leave, Yunfei found 4 experts. Yunfei found 4 experts, and assigned each of them a task. It's filled with all sorts of iron nails. They call them iron muscles. Yunfei said, these can be used as hidden weapons, or scattered on the road to impede the enemy. The young man said frankly, the Black Cloaks definitely won't let this go easily. Their movements are slow, so this thing can be used to delay them, at least buy us some time. Musu admired Yunfei's intelligence. However, Musu also had some doubts in his heart. This iron mechanism wasn't some high-level secret weapon, but it also wasn't something an ordinary person would normally carry. But he didn't ask directly. In his eyes, this young man held too many mysteries. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he signaled everyone to depart. Everyone immediately left the city. But what they didn't know was that, less than an hour after they left, a group of people dressed in black appeared at the inn. This group captured the Fire Dragon Gate members. Their leader stood before Chu Thursday, coldly asking, "Speak, what happened?" Chu Thursday said the mission was a complete failure. Hearing this, Tang Yu raged, a bunch of useless trash, 30 elite Fire Dragon Gate members defeated by a single brat. Chu Thursday said that the opponent was too strong. Please re-examine the information provided by the Bright Sword Society. The opponent's strength is not just that, not only are there top experts, but also some juniors. Tang Yu snapped, this is no excuse for your failure. I put in so much effort, only for you to fail. This is truly unforgivable. Sua Thursday said that although their operation failed, the other side wasn't much better off. At least half of them were seriously injured. He asked the supervisor to give them another chance. Don't interfere in this matter. I've already prepared backup. For your efforts, I'll still give you what was agreed upon. Tang Yu took out a copy of the Cold Moon Heart Technique. Sua Thursday accepted it, thanking him profusely. Years ago, the Black Cloak Society spread the Cold Moon Heart Technique within the Fire Dragon sect. After practicing it, although their power increased, their tempers also became more volatile. The Cold Moon Heart Technique itself has significant side effects, even causing them to lose their minds on several occasions. Now, with this Cold Moon Heart Technique, they could neutralize the side effects. Their power will surely increase. Meanwhile, Yunfei and the others had safely left the city. The young man continuously urged the carriage driver to speed up. The current speed of the 3 Zhongqiu members had already reached its limit, going any faster would only exhaust them. Moreover, the roads were dark at night, and the situation was unclear. Falling into an enemy trap would only waste more time. Yunfei understood what they meant and could only worry silently. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and his expression darkened. Seeing the change in his expression, the 3 Zhongqiu members hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The young man pointed behind them and said, "Someone's chasing us. They're very fast." Hearing Wen Ding's words, Zhongqiutam's expression turned serious. Yunfei shouted to the people behind them about the situation, warning them about the pursuing enemy. Immediately after, disregarding everything, Zhongqiutam spurred his horse to greater speed. Wen Ding, without a word, took out a whip he had never used before. He fiercely lashed the 2 running horses. In pain, the horses immediately bolted. The people in the other 2 carriages also changed color. They urged their horses onward, the carriages flying across the land. The image of the galloping horses became increasingly clear. In just a moment, the enemy's cries rang out. Zhongqiutam said in a low voice, "These are the reserve troops Ru Zhengfeng deployed, belonging to the Death Society's Black Horse Cavalry." Seeing the enemy rapidly approaching, with no time to alert his subordinates, Lei Zhenrong quickly gave the order. The veteran martial artists quickly poked their heads out the windows and unleashed hidden weapons. The hidden weapons rained down, covering the ground. Under the cover of night, the Black Horse Cavalry didn't bother concealing themselves. Seeing his target ahead, the leader didn't hesitate. He charged forward, his men following close behind. His foot landed on a caltrop, sending a jolt of pain through him. The others also fell, even the leader was thrown from his horse. He reacted quickly, leaping off his mount. Just as he regained his footing, another sharp pain shot through his foot. Looking down, he saw a caltrop embedded in his left big toe. The powerful leader, Tang Tong, turned and roared, "Caltrops! Watch the ground!" Lei Zhenrong's subordinates quickly checked. The leader carefully examined the wound on his left leg and found the hidden weapon was still embedded. At that moment, a subordinate ran up to report the situation. He said 3 men on horseback were seriously injured by hidden weapons, and 7 others were also wounded. The leader gritted his teeth and yanked out the hidden weapon. He thought to himself, why did the 5 Spirit King's men set such obvious traps? The wound on his left leg was severe, it would take at least a month to heal.
Completing his mission now seemed almost impossible.
Tang Tong said to the subordinate beside him, "Take the uninjured men and continue the pursuit. The wounded are all taken care of, but we're short-handed. I'll join you after I tend to my injuries." The deputy leader nodded.
"Of course, we'll follow closely." Having given his orders, Tang Tong instructed the other subordinates to avoid the hidden weapons and continue the pursuit.
On Yun Fei's side, they rode their horses at full gallop. The young man was still fortunate to have brought hidden weapons, allowing him to escape danger. But unexpectedly, the carriage behind them suddenly accelerated, catching up to them. Because not far behind, the sound of hooves echoed along with the powerful rush of wind from Lightfoot skill.
Yun Fei's expression changed. He asked Zhong Qiusan, "Can we go any faster?"
Zhong Qiusan said, "The horses are at their limit.
Even whipping them won't make them go any faster." Yun Fei cursed inwardly, "This is so troublesome."
He grabbed a rope from the carriage and jumped onto the roof. The young man unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons. But the effect was minimal. Despite Yun Fei's continuous attacks, he only managed to slightly slow down their pursuers. After a while, seeing that he had widened the distance, Yun Fei jumped back down and told Zhong Qiusan to stop the carriage.
Zhong Qiusan didn't understand, but he obeyed nonetheless.
The carriage behind was also forced to stop.
Lei Zhenrong went over and asked Yun Fei why he did that. Yun Fei said, "I see their numbers aren't that great. We might as well finish them off here." The young man drew two blades and said, "If we just keep running, sooner or later they'll catch us. We might as well risk a fight. If we fight quickly, we can let the merchants go ahead."
Lei Zhenrong thought for a moment and understood.
She praised Yun Fei, "You're so young, yet so brave." Putting aside her inner thoughts, Lei Zhenrong said, "I think your suggestion is excellent. Let's do it."
All the merchants of the Mingwu Martial Alliance boarded the same carriage. They harnessed two strong horses to the carriage for the long journey. The others took up positions in the middle of the road. Soon, they saw a large group of people dressed in black rushing towards them.
Lei Zhenrong took a deep breath and said, "Prepare to fight. Otherwise, we'll be in danger."
As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle began. The leader stepped forward and said coldly, "So, you're from the Mingwu Martial Arts Alliance?"
"I am Lu Gang, of the Black Horse Gang.
We're here only for a matter concerning the Divine Moon Sect."
"It has nothing to do with you."
Lei Zhenrong, Hu Muyuan, and Deng Su questioned the man's background. Lu Gang said, "A few days ago, the Divine Moon Sect, under the Mingwu Martial Arts Alliance, suddenly rebelled and caused trouble for our Death Society. We sent a letter to the Mingwu Martial Arts Alliance, but haven't received a reply. So, we can only use you to pressure the Minvo Martial Alliance."
Hearing this, everyone understood they were going to be taken hostage. Lei Zhenrong's face darkened, and he coldly asked.
Lu Gang said, "Those who resist will be injured, no matter who they are." The subordinates behind him charged forward. Behind them were countless enemies in hot pursuit. The young man ordered everyone in the vehicle to prepare for battle. Yun Fei and the others took up positions in the middle of the road. At the same time, they saw a large number of people in black rushing towards them. Lei Zhenrong intended to negotiate with them, as they were outnumbered. Unexpectedly, the opponents attacked without a word.
Lu Gang charged forward, followed closely by Lei Zhenrong.
Lei Zhenrong drew her long sword and slashed. Their weapons clashed, and her expression changed slightly. The opponent's strength was clearly superior. The others also engaged in combat with the numerous figures in black, the sounds of fighting echoing everywhere. As for Yun Fei, he used his twin clubs to fend off his opponents. A grin spread across the youth's face. These people's internal energy is even stronger than those from the Divine Moon Sect. The sensation of clashing internal energies even more intense. The men in black's expressions changed drastically. The previous blow felt like hitting a diamond. After a brief pause, he lunged at Van Fai with his sword. Van Fai lightly tapped the ground and easily dodged the attack. The men in black charged forward, and Van Fai used his twin clubs to block them. The force of the impact caused his internal energy to surge, making him chuckle involuntarily.
Seeing this, the man in black became enraged. "You dare mock me?" He charged, attacking Van Fai. Van Fai fought back with his twin clubs, and in an instant, the wind picked up. With one move, the young man's left club struck his opponent. His right club suddenly lashed out, using the sweeping the fallen leaves technique. A lightning-fast strike broke the left leg of one enemy. The enemy cried out in pain and collapsed. Just then, another enemy charged from behind, aiming straight for the back of Yun Fei's head. The youth swiftly turned, using his short staff to knock the enemy back. Yun Fei seized the opportunity, striking at his opponent with his right staff. The enemy, unable to dodge, fell to the ground. Looking at the unconscious enemy, the youth thought to himself, instead of properly learning martial arts, he resorts to thievery. Mu Yun and Shi Tu were no less impressive.
With the support of the 5 experts, the 2 women stood their ground. Their eyes were filled with majestic spirit, each move powerful and skillful, making it difficult for their opponents to escape.
Despite Lu Gang's fierce attacks, Lei Jinrong remained calm and composed.
On the contrary, the more Lu Gang fought, the more difficult he found it. He worried, his opponent's martial arts were clearly formidable. Taking advantage of the exchange, he stealthily observed the battlefield. Lu Gang turned his head and saw one of his men lying on the ground.
Lu Gang's heart skipped a beat. When did such a young master appear in the martial arts world?
The chaotic battle continued, but gradually, the 5 Spirits Battalion began to show a disadvantage in numbers. First, Li Muyun's strength was nearly exhausted, forcing Yun Fei to come to his rescue. Van Fai, the nimble youth, rushed forward, striking his staff towards the henchman's head.
The henchman panicked, hastily blocking the blow. Van Fai quickly seized the opportunity, striking the man's pressure point, rendering him unconscious. The henchman collapsed, his life ending there.
Just then, Tich Tu was also nearing his limit, and Van Fai immediately went to his aid.
Van Fai quickly joined the battle, supporting the 2 of them.
The henchman was repelled, turning back, his grey sword aimed directly at Van Fai.
At the same time, young Van Fai's staff nimbly blocked the attack. Under the intense pressure, Yun Fei burst out laughing.
Seeing this, Lu Gang flew into a rage. But unexpectedly, Yun Fei suddenly leaped up, delivering a fatal kick to Lu Gang's philtrum. Lu Gang collapsed to the ground, his body ice-cold.
A Wudon expert turned his head and angrily shouted, "You brat, you have no manners."
Yun Fei had no time for his nonsense, bringing his staff down on the man's head. Lu Gang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing Yun Fei take down 3 of his men in the blink of an eye, even the battle-hardened Lu Gang couldn't help but be shocked.
Lei Jinrong, seizing the moment of their distraction, struck and defeated his opponent. Lei Jinrong's Dragonbane sword struck, and Lu Gang hastily blocked the blow, but his weak point was attacked. The force of the Dragonbane sword sent Lu Gang staggering back, leaving him unable to react and exposing an opening. Lei Jinrong smiled coldly, his hand moving continuously. In the blink of an eye, the Dragonbane sword struck one of Lu Gang's vital pressure points. Lu Gang froze like a stone statue, not daring to move, cold sweat pouring down him. Lei Jinrong sheathed his sword and said coldly, "It's over."
Lu Gang turned his head and saw that most of his men had been captured by the 5 Spirits Battalion.
He shouted, Why did you stop? Kill me."
Lei Jinrong smiled, withdrawing his Molong sword. "We are righteous cultivators.
The enemy has been subdued. How can we kill indiscriminately?"
Lu Gang angrily retorted, "Stop with the righteous act.
Who do you think you are?"
Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Fei rushed forward.
The young Wen Fei acted decisively, bringing his staff down on Lu Gang's head. Lu Gang collapsed, dazed. Immediately after, his 3 remaining subordinates also fell one by one.
Lei Jinrong said sternly, "Wen Fei, your actions are a bit excessive.
They want us dead. Talking to them is a waste of time." Lu Gang gradually regained consciousness, looking towards Yun Fei and Wen Fei. Without hesitation, Yun Fei struck him on the head again.
Lu Gang cried out, begging Yun Fei to kill him.
Lei Jinrong shouted, "Shut up. Now tell me, how many people are hunting me down in total? You think I'll tell you? I see you like talking, so keep talking." Wen Fei struck the subordinate on the head.
The subordinate collapsed unconscious. Just as Lei Jinrong was about to speak, Yun Fei interrupted him, "Senior Lei, they're trying to capture us.
This isn't the time for charity."
Lei Jinrong shook his head, "I consider myself a seasoned wanderer, yet I'm not as perceptive as this young man." The expert silently watched Yun Fei walk towards another subordinate.
The young man coldly asked, "How many of you are hunting me?" This one was also stubborn and refused to answer.
Yun Fei didn't say much, bringing his staff down on the man's head. The subordinate collapsed.
The remaining experts were silent.
They didn't expect Yun Fei to be so ruthless. Li Muyan's face was full of surprise, he hadn't expected Yun Fei to have such a side. Shi Zi smiled faintly and said, "Sometimes, a man needs to be decisive." She secretly admired him in her heart, realizing she still had much to learn from this friend.
Yun Fei continued walking, staring at another subordinate.
As the young man approached, this subordinate was also immobilized by a pressure point strike.
Yun Fei asked coldly, "Aren't you going to say anything?"
The subordinate didn't answer, so Yun Fei hit him again.
The subordinate immediately woke up and said, I'm saying, there are only us." Yun Fei still didn't believe him. "How do I know you're not lying to me?" Another subordinate stepped forward and hurriedly said, "Young hero, I swear to heaven, what he said is true.
Our superiors ordered us to capture the young experts of the Martial Arts Alliance.
We were just following orders.
Please, young hero, spare our lives."
Yun Fei's expression remained cold. "Just a few of you wanting to capture us? How laughable."
Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, the man recounted the entire incident, including how their leader was injured and how many of them were wounded. He added, our leader was worried he wouldn't catch up to you, so he had the deputy leader lead us in pursuit.
The number of pursuers is definitely not large.
Yun Fei then looked towards Lei Jinrong and smiled, indicating his agreement. That expert looked at the young man's back, still puzzled as to why such a talent was just a small member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Having received the answer he wanted, Yun Fei looked towards his subordinates, wondering what to do with them. Several experts suggested letting them go, as keeping them was pointless. Yun Fei agreed. But before releasing them, he gave some instructions to the young man, Yun Fei. I'll spare your lives, but you have failed your mission. From now on, your life or death depends on yourselves.
The subordinates hurriedly fled.
After that, Yun Fei turned and asked if anyone was injured.
Li Muyon said he had an eye injury. Yun Fei asked anxiously.
He saw Li Muyon pressing tightly on his eye wound, blood still flowing.
The expert walked over.
He said that if it weren't for his powerlessness, Li Muyon wouldn't have been injured. Seeing this, Yun Fei found it amusing. He didn't expect this aloof woman to have such a gentle side. Putting aside his thoughts, he looked at the experts and asked if anyone knew how to treat eye injuries. The middle-aged man skilled in medicine stepped forward, examined Li Muyun's wound, and said it wasn't serious. He took out a medicine bottle and said, today, I'll broaden your horizons. He sprinkled medicine on the wound. Then he stitched it up without any anesthetic. But Li Muyun only frowned, he didn't cry out in pain. Soon, the wound was stitched, and he carefully bandaged it.
Li Muyun anxiously asked, how's my eye?
The middle-aged man said that luckily his martial arts weren't affected, he just needed a few days' rest. The young people were now exhausted, the 2 successive battles had taken their toll. Lei Jinrong said, you should remember, the Jianghu is not what you imagine. It's much more dangerous and treacherous. This journey, though perilous, will greatly benefit your future.
The battle ended, the corpses of many enemies lay scattered across the field.
Lei Jinrong sighed, the flowers in the greenhouse still need protection.
In contrast, Yun Fei remained calm, much to Lei Jinrong's surprise. The knight thought to himself, so young yet so adaptable, his future is limitless. Then he pointed at a young martial artist. Confused, the young man asked Mike Sanrong if he had any suggestions. I see you have something to say. Speak your mind, there's no need to hide it. The young martial artist, somewhat emboldened, spoke frankly, I think Yun Fei's methods are too cruel.
Mike and Dung raised an eyebrow, asking where he found them cruel. In the warehouse, we clearly defeated them, yet he still wanted to take all their money.
His coercive interrogation just now was even more unacceptable. If our martial forest league acts like this, how are we any different from the demonic sects?
Mike and Dung looked at Yun Fei with interest, asking him for a justification. The latter's expression remained unchanged as he replied, you're skilled, you're noble, and now you're blaming me for being cruel.
When they were swinging their axes at us, why didn't you reason with them? Just now, when those men in black wanted to capture you, why didn't you obediently let them tie you up and fulfill their wishes? I come from poverty, unlike you, all born with silver spoons in your mouths, never having to worry about food or clothing, treating money like dirt. I've had to fight tooth and nail for a single decent meal. This so-called martial world honor is worthless to me. My priority is ensuring my own survival. The young martial artist was speechless, only able to retort, that's just living like a dog. Yun Fei chuckled, yes, I may be living like a dog, but you, with your noble ideals, can go ahead and die. I certainly won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Mate Sanrong couldn't help but laugh. The knight announced, it's time to depart.
Yun Fei didn't hesitate and, along with Li Muyun, helped Yan Zhong into the carriage. Xie Shu and Mate Sanrong followed, slowly proceeding towards the carriage hidden in the forest. On the way, the young man heard Mike and Dung's praise and turned around to look, only to find that she hadn't opened her mouth.
The young man asked curiously, is this what they call voice transmission?
Mike and Dung smiled mysteriously, you're still green.
I can teach you. Actually, voice transmission isn't that magical. Did you feel anything different around you just now?
Yun Fei thought carefully for a moment, it felt like something was covering my ears. That's true qi condensed into a space, connecting my mouth to your ear. But it can only transmit sound over a short distance, and the voice can't be too loud, otherwise other experts can still detect it.
After listening, Yun Fei looked disappointed, this method isn't very useful. Hearing this, Mike and Dung flew into a rage, what kind of way is that to speak? Don't underestimate this sound transmission technique. Without 40 years of internal energy cultivation, it's simply impossible. Yun Fei didn't continue the argument, instead asking, does this so-called 1,000-mile sound transmission truly exist? Mike and Dung laughed heartily, explaining, that's just an exaggeration.
In my years roaming the martial world, I've met a supreme expert, but even he could only transmit sound within 100 paces. He then gave an example, asking Yun Fei if he had ever heard of the Shaolin Temple's 100-pace divine fist. The youth nodded repeatedly, saying he had heard his master mention it, it was a supreme skill of the Shaolin Temple. It was said that once mastered, one could stand 100 paces away and use internal energy to project force, injuring the enemy invisibly.
Ma Kandung mercilessly debunked this. That's also just an exaggeration. The so-called 100-pace divine fist actually only works within 20 paces. If it were truly possible to attack from 100 paces away, the Shaolin Temple would have long unified the martial world. But in reality, the Wudong and Huashan sects are still their equals. Everyone says that all martial arts under heaven originate from Shaolin, and no one in the Jianghu denies this. But when it comes to true strength, everyone understands that Wudong and Huashan must also be considered. Hearing this, Yun Fei silently pondered.
Considering his origins, he could be considered half a Shaolin disciple. Seeing the youth's silence, my Sanrong sighed softly, lamenting the unpredictable nature of the Jianghu. Before boarding the carriage, the knight spoke again. Yesterday, after leaving the inn, I sent someone with a letter to the southern Zhongjian sword sect, informing their leader of the leader's arrival.
So they can ensure his safety for the next leg of the journey.
There's no need to worry.
Yun Fei nodded slightly but didn't express any opinion on the matter.
Yun Fei drove the carriage for a few more miles and found Zhong Yuan waiting for them under a large tree. My Sanrong hurriedly stepped forward to greet him.
After a brief greeting, Ma Kandung said, Jushan County isn't far ahead.
We'll stay there tonight and take the opportunity to meet with the people from the Southern Central Sword Sect.
By evening, they arrived at an inn. After dinner, they waited quietly for reinforcements. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, Yun Fei asked, could it be that they're not coming?
Ma Kandung comforted the young man, perhaps they're just delayed due to the long journey. Taking advantage of the free time, the knight introduced the Southern Central Sword Sect. The Southern Central Sword Sect, like Wudong and Huashan, also belongs to the Taoist school. Their main sword techniques consist of three famous sets, the 36 Heavenly Dipper swords, the Sun and Moon sword technique, and the Tai sword cannon. Ma Kandung said, the Southern Central Sword Sect was once one of the 9 sects and one clan. Although its power has declined, there are still many experts within the sect. Yun Fei wasn't very interested in this knowledge, only hoping the newcomers could be of help on their journey. While they were talking, a waiter rushed in to report. Ma Kandung quickly stood up, the reinforcements have arrived. The 3 data experts also stood up. A Taoist priest stepped forward and announced, this humble Taoist is Qi Jirong of the Southern Central Sword Sect. Greetings to all. As soon as he finished speaking, the Go player's expression remained unchanged. He had heard of the name Qi Jirong, one of the 10 outstanding figures of the Southern Central Sword Sect. Ma Kandung cupped his hands and said respectfully, Taoist priest, I am deeply grateful for your arduous journey here. The 3 experts also introduced themselves in turn. The chess master's name is Tang Yinghao, the bearded man is Zhu Zhonglie. The dark-skinned man is Hong Renshao, known in the Jianghu as Quick Sword. We heard that the Wulin Alliance suffered heavy losses this time. As soon as our sect leader received the letter, he sent us down the mountain overnight. Upon hearing this, my Sanrong was once again astonished and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He hadn't done it intentionally, he just didn't expect the other party to take this matter so seriously. One should know that in the Southern Zhongjian sect, ordinary disciples aren't qualified to embroider the Tai Chi symbol on their robes. Being allowed to embroider this symbol means one has at least mastered one of the sect's sword techniques. In other words, the person standing before him was a top expert. This man looks very ordinary, even somewhat gentle. Unexpectedly, he's a top expert from the Southern Central Sword Sect. Ma Kandung chatted with that Kai Dung, secretly assessing him, but couldn't discern his opponent's true strength. The knight thought to himself, could it be that he cultivates some kind of Taoist technique, concealing his inner aura, so I can't see through him? Van Fai also secretly observed the Southern Central Sword Sect disciples, silently praying they weren't just a disorganized mob. The next morning, that Kai Dung led a group of Southern Central Sword Sect disciples to find Ma Kandung. This Southern Central expert said that they would lead the way for the next leg of the journey. Ma Kandung repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Everyone set off, continuing their journey. Looking at the Southern Central Sword Sect disciples walking ahead, Yun Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the next leg of the journey would be much easier. On the way, they arrived at a treacherous mountainous region. Yun Fei and the others found an inn to rest. Due to the addition of the Southern Central Sword Sect disciples, everyone's dining standards increased significantly. Seeing the Southern Central Sword Sect disciples ordering expensive dishes without any hesitation, Yun Fei felt distressed, secretly cursing them for being wasteful and not knowing the value of money. But since they were invited by Ma Kandung, despite his dissatisfaction, he couldn't very well complain. Fortunately, he still had some banknotes, and there were a few swords and sabers on the cart that the Flying Horse Squad had plundered, which could be sold for some money. Otherwise, with these dozens of people eating and drinking so freely, they would be begging for food before they even reached Hunan. The young man thought resentfully, a bunch of useless Taoists, putting on airs. Without me, you'd all starve to death. Half a month passed quickly. Fortunately, nothing happened during this time. Along the way, Shueshu chatted with Yun Fei. Some say it's because disciples from the Southern Central Sword School joined us, that the bandits on the road haven't dared to make a move. Yun Fei, however, paid no attention to this. He was currently preoccupied with feeding everyone. Just thinking about spending dozens of taels of silver today. Yun Fei couldn't help but hold his head and groan. The head steward had warned him that in the martial world, money flowed like water. But only when he had to manage the household himself did he understand the burden. During their conversation, Mei Kandong mentioned Lin Wanner, asking Yun Fei why he hadn't seen her and the other girl recently. The young man froze for a moment, then said that perhaps the two women were tired of him. Although she pretended to be indifferent, Yun Fei couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ever since the Yen Zhong hero wasn't injured, Li Muyun has held animosity towards the eldest son of the Yen family, clearly having developed feelings for him. Setu also didn't know why her personality had changed so drastically, from lively and bouncy to quiet and reserved, and she had also been avoiding him. The young man couldn't help but worry. Could it be that Yun Fei's behavior was truly too much, or was it because Yun Fei was becoming increasingly obvious, making him unacceptable? Yun Fei pondered for a long time without any answers, and couldn't help but sigh. The human heart is truly difficult to fathom, even someone as thick-skinned as him couldn't figure it out. Zhong Thursday Tam, with the air of someone experienced, slowly instructed him, stating frankly that Yun Fei must have done something wrong. The experienced coachman imparted his wisdom to the young lad, having lived this long. I understand only one principle: every action has a consequence. Yun Fei listened carefully, feeling that he would benefit greatly, but he also secretly worried, as human nature is fickle. After some thought, Yun Fei finally decided he had to ask for clarification, no matter what. The entire group arrived at an inn to rest. Everyone was eating and drinking heartily. Yun Fei walked towards Lin Muyun in Shuesi. Yun Fei first inquired about Yen Zhong's injuries. Yen Zhong said that thanks to Li Muyun's care, he had recovered very well. Yun Fei took the opportunity to ask how Li Muyun had been doing. The aloof disciple of Li Hua Palace said indifferently, "Everything is normal. Thank you for your hard work, Guard Lin." Hearing this, Yun Fei's face flushed slightly. She could sense the distance between them just from the way the disciple addressed her. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yen Zhong invited Yun Fei to sit down and eat with them. Yun Fei composed herself and took a seat. Yen Zhong then explained the reason for Li Muyun's change in demeanor, saying that she was acting this way because she was choosing a victor. Hearing this, Yun Fei was stunned and asked for clarification. Li Muyun coldly stated that she would definitely take revenge at the upcoming martial arts tournament. Yun Fei was even more bewildered, not understanding the source of such intense hatred. Li Muyun said, "Mu Tianya is a young martial artist from the Shepherd's Cliff sect. He's handsome and highly skilled, so he's quite popular with the young women in the martial world. But Mu Tianya was courting both me and Shuesi at the same time. What's worse, after being exposed, not only did he not repent, he framed Shuesi and me, claiming we were jealous and tried to harm him." Hearing this, Yun Fei's expression darkened. Li Muyun continued, "Although Shuesi and I were given aphrodisiacs, everyone barged in before the effects could fully take hold. Mu Tianya then tore his own clothes, falsely accusing us of trying to harm him, and claiming we had poisoned him." Shuesi added, saying that they were both deeply affected by the poison at the time, just as Mu Tianya had described. "After this incident, we sisters haven't wanted to have anything to do with any men. How could I not know about this? What happened to Mu Tianya afterward?" Yen Zhong said that since Wu Linming took care of it, naturally all traces were erased. Aside from the few of us who were there, no one knows. Yen Zhong was also there and witnessed everything. Unfortunately, there were too few of us to oppose Mu Tianya's group. We could only watch them twist the truth. Fortunately, a few experts investigated and uncovered the truth, eventually having Mu Tianyi transferred to another division. That's also thanks to the powerful family backing Mu Tianyi. Otherwise, such behavior would have cost him at least a hand. Speaking of which, Yen Zhong gritted his teeth. "I heard Mu Tianyi will also participate in this martial arts tournament. If I see him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Li Muyun nodded in agreement. Seeing Yun Fei staring at him, Li Muyun quickly guessed what she was thinking. "Actually, it's not that we sisters are intentionally avoiding you. Haven't you noticed that the other young martial artists are also avoiding you?" In the martial world, Yun Fei was just a lowly guard. The inner court martial artists basically wouldn't even give him a second glance. But now, Yun Fei has repeatedly saved their lives, and their martial artist pride will definitely make them resent him. Although we sisters aren't close to them, we are still members of the four great families. Please understand our predicament, Guard Lin. You're a good person. Yun Fei listened silently, not surprised that things had unfolded this way. The young man waved his hand, saying it was all right, as they weren't particularly close to begin with. Seeing his attitude, Shuesi comforted him, saying they still considered him a friend. The temporary distance was just because this journey had been so tiring.
Moreover, after seeing Yun Fei's martial arts, they felt ashamed. So they didn't want to be as close as before.
Yun Fei didn't know what to say about their explanation, but he could sense they were still grateful to him.
But ultimately, Yun Fei's status as a guard was too low.
Yan Zhong, however, remained the same, frankly treating Yun Fei like a brother.
Having cleared up the misunderstanding, Yun Fei didn't linger. The young man stood up and went straight to the inn's counter. Just as Yun Fei was settling the bill with the innkeeper,
Qi Xining of the Plum Blossom Hall suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Today is my last day serving as your guard.
I bid you farewell."
Mai Zandong stood up and returned the gesture, expressing his gratitude for the Zhongnan sword sect's assistance. Several other experts also rose to see him off. Qi Xining said he had received news that the Martial Alliance would send reinforcements.
Until then, the Zhongnan sword sect disciples would remain. Mai Zandong suddenly asked, "Senior, I wonder if the other branches have encountered any trouble?" Qi Xining, surprised by Mai Zandong's question, admitted that was indeed the case.
The Black Cloaked Society was taking advantage of the Jade Gate's destruction to exact revenge. The Martial Alliance's leadership had also noticed the unusual nature of these events and were currently discussing countermeasures. Friction between the two sides' subordinate forces was, after all, a common occurrence. But this time, the Black Cloaked Society clearly wants to take this opportunity to escalate things.
I'm afraid the 50-year agreement between the two sides is about to be broken.
Hearing this, Mai Zandong pondered silently, thinking that he had joined the martial arts league a bit too hastily. At this moment, a young martial artist rushed in to report, "Guard sir, there's someone outside looking for you, it seems they're reinforcements sent by the Mongols."
Hearing this, Mai Zandong felt doubtful.
That Qi Xining then led everyone out to see. Everyone followed the leader of the Central Southern Sword sect outside. As soon as they exited, they saw a group of people approaching.
Yun Fei gritted his teeth. One group just left, and now another arrives. I wonder how much food this group will eat.
At that moment, Qi Xining stepped forward and bowed.
I am Qi Xining of the Zhongnan sword sect. May I ask which sect you esteemed warriors are from?
The middle-aged man leading the group remained expressionless and didn't reply. Seeing that they were wearing the attire of the Songyun sword sect, Qi Xining relaxed his guard, figuring they must be from the Songyun sword sect. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly drew his sword. A flash of cold light, and in the blink of an eye, the sword pierced Qi Xining's chest. Qi Xining was a top expert of the Zhongnan sword sect. Yet his experience in the martial world proved surprisingly lacking. Seeing the newcomer wearing the attire of the Songyun sword sect, he mistakenly took them for a Songyun disciple and let down his guard. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed. Witnessing this scene, everyone from the Martial Alliance was horrified. Yun Fei's expression also changed, thinking to himself that this trip had been in vain. As expected, the more experienced Mai Zandong reacted immediately, warning everyone of a sneak attack. Hearing this, the members of the Martial Forest Alliance drew their weapons. The disciples of the Zhongnan sword sect, however, reacted slowly, still stunned and disoriented. Yun Fei watched all of this, thinking to himself that the two previous fierce battles had indeed exhausted everyone. The middle-aged man drew his sword, sneering. He stepped on Qi Xining's corpse. The other group immediately charged, attacking them. The inn instantly transformed into a battlefield, the Martial Forest Alliance fighting against the other group. The disciples of the Zhongnan sword sect were still in a state of panic, unable to react even as the enemy's swords approached. At the critical moment, a short staff suddenly appeared, deflecting the blade. It was Yun Fei who had arrived just in time to block the attack. Seeing the Zhongnan sword sect disciples' vacant stare, clearly stunned by the scene before him, Yun Fei exasperatedly yelled, "Hey! Snap out of it! Do you want to die?" The youth's voice boomed like thunder, and amidst the chaos, the Zhongnan sword sect disciple jolted awake as if from a dream. At that moment, the assassins returned, surrounding Yun Fei. Yun Fei quickly raised his staff to defend himself. After landing, he immediately neutralized the impact to steady himself. Lei Ji aggressively charged forward, launching a series of attacks against Yun Fei. Yun Fei stepped forward and swung his staff directly at his opponent's head. At that moment, an assassin snuck up behind him, attempting to attack Yun Fei. Yun Fei channeled his inner energy, executing a necessary maneuver to dodge. He twisted his body mid-air, adjusting his posture, then spun around, striking his opponent's forehead with his staff. Despite it being a single blow, the opponent collapsed on the spot. Yun Fei didn't even glance at him, instead turning his head to survey the battlefield. After the battle ended, Yun Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He realized these assassins were only feigning attacks on the Zhongnan Jian sect disciples, creating a diversion. Their true targets were the members of the Martial Alliance, whom they pursued relentlessly. This method was very similar to the two previous groups. Thinking of this, Yun Fei immediately ordered, "Everyone, no need to pursue them further. Return to Wudong with me." The young man wielding the twin clubs quickly joined the fight. Each strike he made carried a whirlwind of force, incredibly powerful. Anyone struck fell to the ground, lifeless.
In the blink of an eye, more people were killed. Witnessing this, Ma Yendong admired Yun Fei even more. This kid is truly valiant.
Not only is his martial arts exceptional, but his demeanor is also extraordinary.
The middle-aged man leading the group ordered his subordinates to eliminate Yun Fei first.
Numerous assassins attacked simultaneously, intensifying the battle. Yun Fei retreated, his twin clubs whirling, the clang of metal echoing incessantly. But what the assassins didn't know was that the constant attacks were rapidly depleting Yun Fei's internal energy. The young man continuously parried, his body beginning to reach its limit.
Yun Fei retreated again, creating distance between himself and his opponents.
He struggled to circulate his energy, trying to recover. The young man's arms began to tremble from overuse of the twin staffs. Suddenly, Yun Fei sensed something. He abruptly rushed forward, joining the battle. The young man fought back with all his might, his speed lightning fast. A wounded assassin drew his sword to retaliate. The young man's already damaged twin staffs, upon colliding with the sword's edge, immediately snapped. The twin staffs shattered into small pieces, and a powerful surge of internal energy from the shattered pieces blasted into his opponent.
Ah! Thud! Boom! After the battle ended, many assassins lay dead on the ground.
Yun Fei stared at the scene, stunned. He hadn't done this intentionally, it was just a fluke.
But the remaining assassins, caught off guard by the young man's methods, stopped their pursuit.
The disciples of the Zhongnan Jianpai sect watched in astonishment. Even the experts of the Martial Arts Alliance were impressed by Yun Fei's display of skill. The middle-aged man leading the group frowned. We've expended so much manpower and achieved nothing.
Continuing like this is pointless.
With that thought, he took 2 steps forward and spoke. Chu Chengvin, with a serious expression, asked about the man's identity.
The middle-aged man replied, "Is that not obvious? I am from the Black Assassin Society." Chu Chengvin's anger flared.
So you're with the Black Assassin Society?
Was there any doubt? One look is all it takes to know.
Your martial arts alliance is truly a powerful force. At this moment, Ma Yendong stepped forward and said, "You have to give us a reason. I'm not a 3-year-old child."
Don't try to deceive me with those words.
The middle-aged man sneered. If I say it's the guild leader's order, will you accept it? Actually, I'm a member of the Black Assassin Society, not for wealth, but for power. I ask you, what's the relationship between the Black Assassin Society and the 5 Spirits Guild? How can there be no relationship? Currently, in the martial arts world, the strong prevail and the weak are defeated. It's not just beneficial for you, but also for us in the Black Assassin Society. Look at the Central Southern Sword Sect disciples behind you. Once powerful, look at their state now. Look at your martial arts alliance, those who call themselves righteous, yet are powerless to resist. Saying this, the middle-aged man shook his head. Only through blood and fire can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, we, the Black Fiend Society, must fight for it.
The middle-aged man said, "You fight using force, is it for power?"
Ma Yendong was speechless, he felt the other man had gone completely mad. The middle-aged man sneered, "Think what you will, everything has already been decided. Not only your 5 Spirits sect, but within our Black Fiend Society, there are also many like you, all wanting to climb to a higher position."
Ma Yendong is injured. He doesn't want to know anymore.
The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. Without blood and fire, there can be no glory.
As long as those old geezers are still alive, the younger generation will never have a chance. Yun Fei found this utterly absurd. Since when did living a long life become a sin?
The middle-aged man seemed to understand Yun Fei, and then asked about Ma Yendong's condition. Or to put it bluntly, did I join just because I enjoy killing?
3 meals a day, enough food and clothing, isn't that good enough?
He possesses great martial arts skills, but he's a ruthless man. He then turned his head and looked at Yun Fei.
Van Fei brandished his staff and declared, "I will protect the martial arts alliance."
The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He lost interest and withdrew his fighting spirit.
"We'll stop here for today. If this drags on, the commander will arrive." He then turned and ordered his subordinates to retreat quickly. One of his subordinates took out a vial of powder.
Purple powder flew from the vial's mouth and sprinkled onto the corpses.
After a bubbling reaction, the bodies dissolved into pools of blood.
There is a poison in the martial world called Thian La. Just sprinkle it on a person, and they turn to liquid.
Seeing this, Ma Yendong's eyes widened in disbelief.
He hadn't expected the Black Fiend Society to be so ruthless, not even bothering to remove the bodies, instead using poison to dissolve them. In the blink of an eye, the corpses on the ground vanished without a trace.
The middle-aged man ordered his subordinates to retreat.
Only then did Ma Yendong breathe a sigh of relief, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If the other man hadn't controlled the situation, they would all be dead. Thinking of this, he looked towards Van Phi, admiration filling his heart. This kid saved so many lives today. Seeing that the danger had passed, the Martial Alliance disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. The Zhongnan sect disciples collapsed to the ground, as if their souls had left their bodies. At this moment, Lai Mukvan walked over, counting the dead. We lost 6 men on our side.
Yun Fei's face darkened after hearing this.
Although he hadn't felt much at the time, the deaths of those around him made him realize the cruelty of battle. Seeing Yun Fei, Ma Yendong realized this wasn't the time to grieve. The youths began to collect the bodies and tried to find a way to prevent further losses.
Just then, another group of people came running from afar. Ma Yendong said sternly, "Don't let them escape."
Someone fell from the sky and landed in front of him. The middle-aged man leading the group stepped forward and said, "I am from Snow Mountain, sent here as reinforcements."
Ma Yendong said cautiously, "We were just attacked by imposters, so I can't trust anyone easily. Please show me your token." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and threw out a token. Ma Dong caught the token and examined it carefully. A fierce tiger was carved on the token.
Who knows what the artist was thinking when they drew it like that, but the token was genuine. The other experts also examined the token, clearly still wary after the previous battle. Seeing their caution, Su Shan smiled and drew his sword. In a flash, the sword light flickered, then transformed into fluttering plum blossoms.
Ma Dong was finally reassured.
This was the secret plum blossom sword technique of the Manhwa sect. He clasped his hands respectfully. "So you are a master of Manhwa sect?"
"I am Ma Dong, in charge of the Wuling League's Daling branch in Sichuan province."
Su Shan sheathed his sword and asked everyone what had happened. Ma Dong recounted the entire incident. Su Shan glanced at the pale-faced young martial artists, his gaze lingering on Yen Zhong's ashen face. He offered a few polite words of comfort, saying that not only the Daling branch had been attacked, but other branches had also suffered heavy losses, and Daling had gotten off relatively lightly. Ma Dong said that if it hadn't been for Yun Fei, the Daling branch would have been completely annihilated. At this point, he expressed his gratitude for having requested the head manager to allow him to bring this young man along. Su Shan was clearly not interested in a mere guard and turned to ask the Southern Zhongjian sword sect disciples what they planned to do next. A disciple said they would return Master Chi's body to their sect. Su Shan nodded slightly upon hearing this and sighed, "I didn't expect Master Chi to meet such a misfortune.
Be careful on your journey back."
After saying this, he discussed matters with the others. Having seen off the members of the Southern Zhongjian sword sect, Su Shan said, "We should also be on our way.
The Honan Wuling League meeting is in 3 days.
Yun Fei was busy loading the spoils onto the cart, truly diligent and thrifty. At this moment, Mei Qianrong walked over, first expressing her thanks, then telling Yun Fei to prepare for departure. The young man smiled and said, "I won't forget your kindness, senior. I helped mainly because I wanted to survive." Having said this, the young man started calling everyone to board the cart and depart. Ma Dong watched him walk away, thinking to himself that it was a waste for Yun Fei to be a mere bodyguard. They traveled for 3 days without incident. Along the way, Yun Fei and the old coachman discussed life. Ma Dong said if he had Yun Fei's skills, he certainly wouldn't just be a bodyguard. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger, but one can also perish in danger. Being a bodyguard offers stability, and though it's hard work, it brings in some profit. Ma Dong laughed heartily, saying that in his decades as a coachman, this was the first time he had met a young martial artist like Yun Fei. Yun Fei said he was just a bodyguard, and besides, the people of the Martial Alliance didn't consider him a true martial artist.
"Young man, I see everyone already regards you as a master."
Hearing this, Yun Fei closed his eyes resignedly.
He didn't want to fight with others unless necessary.
The youth, his eyes resolute, said softly,
"Brother Mai, it's not that I want to show off, but since I was young, I've only believed in my own fists."
While they were talking, everyone arrived at the Honan Martial Arts Alliance. Before their eyes was a magnificent and imposing city. Looking at the towering gate, the youth said excitedly, "This scale is several times larger than our branch."
Ma Sanrong said, "Tens of thousands of people live in the Honan Martial Arts Alliance, so this scale is normal." Su Shan is talking to the guards at the gate.
The 2 guards clasped their hands and respectfully opened the gate.
Everyone enters, taking in the scenery inside. The guards tell everyone to proceed quickly to the arena. The guards behind them silently follow. Su Shan leads the way inside.
Yun Fei and the others hurry after him. Passing through the gate, the young man greets the guards.
The guards didn't even respond.
Yun Fei shook his head inwardly. The security at headquarters is truly different.
Su Shan led everyone to the back courtyard. Yun Fei didn't see anyone else.
He only saw martial artists patrolling everywhere. The young man silently compared, the murderous aura here was much stronger than in Dailin. In short, everyone arrived at the back courtyard. Su Shan then gave the steward a few instructions. The steward turned and called for a young servant named Tuong Hao. He then instructed him to take Van Phi to the guards' quarters. Van Phi then realized the others had been taken to the back courtyard.
It was clear they were treated this way due to their low status as guards. He followed the servant to a dilapidated building. Looking at the shabby room before him, the young man frowned. Inside, the room was even more messy. Though Van Phi wasn't particularly tidy, he still found it excessive. The boy said, "The rules here are always like this. Guards from other branches are only given temporary arrangements for a few days." Yun Fei suppressed his anger and accepted the explanation. Being under someone else's roof, he couldn't do anything else. He then asked about the food arrangements. The boy said there were dining halls for both the inner and outer courts, but he didn't recommend them. The inner court costs 500 won per meal, the outer court 200. Servants like us usually take care of ourselves and don't eat here. Most of us go to the small restaurants outside. Hearing this, Yun Fei couldn't help but feel distressed, understanding why the head steward had told him to be frugal. The young man chatted listlessly with the boy for a while, then began to tidy up the messy room. "But while I was cleaning, I grumbled, saying that Vo Lam Min was so heartless." The next morning, everyone from the various branches was gathered. A middle-aged man announced important news: the Longfong conference was cancelled. Yun Fei was stunned by the news. For him, being here was pure torture. Several martial artists asked if they could go home. The middle-aged man said everyone had to stay and wait for further instructions. Truong Tien Hoa questioned the reason. The middle-aged man said, "Currently, the righteous and evil factions are clashing, and war is about to break out. I'm sure you were all attacked by the Black Death Society on your way here. A major battle between the two sides is inevitable, so we're keeping you here for your safety." Hearing this, Yun Fei angrily cursed the Black Death Society for stirring up trouble. Suppressing his anger, the young man said, "Even if you won't let us leave, you still have to provide us with food and drink." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. No one expected the boy to dare say such a thing. Unexpectedly, a voice echoed in agreement, "Yun Fei is absolutely right." The teenager looked over curiously and saw a middle-aged man in green. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, clearly a heavy drinker. "Drinking this early in the morning. I wonder if there's something poisonous in that wine." 290. Hearing someone supporting him, Yun Fei turned around and saw that the other person was a middle-aged man in his 50s. The kind young man reminded him, "Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good for your health." The man gave a wry smile. "I'm out of money. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. This is the only way." Yun Fei smelled the aroma emanating from the man's wine gourd and asked curiously, "Is it good wine?" "It smells so fragrant." The man laughed heartily. "This wine is very precious. I had to spend all my savings to buy it." Hearing this, the young man became even more curious and asked the man for a sip. The man waved his hand in refusal. "This wine is too strong. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Hearing this, Van Phi curled his lip, calling the man stingy. Reluctantly, the man handed over the wine gourd. Then he warned, "Just take a sip. If you can't handle it, spit it out immediately." Van Phi followed the man's instructions and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, the young man had taken several large gulps. The man was horrified and quickly stopped him. Van Phi put down the wine gourd, wiped his mouth, and said, "Old sir, you're too stingy. This little bit of wine is nothing to me." By now, the man was breaking out in a cold sweat. He asked in a trembling voice, "Young man, how do you feel?" Van Phi laughed loudly and said, "This wine is excellent. I've never tasted anything like it. This wine is brewed from icing grass and soul-extinguishing lamp, mixed with many other rare herbs. An ordinary person would be poisoned after just 3 sips, their mind falling into a coma." "Just who is this young man?" Seeing Yun Fei still praising the wine, the man suppressed his thoughts and said with a smile. But then, seeing that the young man was completely unaffected, he couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to test his drinking capacity. He said, "If you like this wine, feel free to drink it. Don't be polite." Yun Fei was overjoyed upon hearing this, but still pretended to decline. "Old sir, this wine is so precious, it wouldn't be good for me to drink too much." "It's all right," the man replied, "you said it yourself just now, you can just throw it up later." Hearing this, Yun Fei no longer held back and picked up the wine gourd, gulping it down. After a few more large gulps, the young man let out a satisfied sigh. "Others may not know, but I have been cultivating the sword god art day and night, accumulating a vast amount of spiritual energy within my body. Although I've experienced several battles along the way, the internal force forced into my body by external forces doesn't last long. But today, as soon as this wine entered my stomach, it fused with the spiritual energy within my meridians. Moreover, the feeling is completely different from being hit. This wine seems to attract and gather true energy within my body. Both the effects and the sensation far surpass being beaten." Soon, Yun Fei drained the gourd, giving the man a thumbs up. The man was secretly shocked but said calmly, "An ordinary person drinking like you would have been reincarnated by now." The young man ignored the man's words, feeling only that he was generous, and thanked him for the treat. "Old sir, I'm a man of my word, I just don't know where a suitable place to vomit is." The man said he knew a place and led the way. Yunfei hurriedly followed, his dissatisfaction with the martial alliance fading away. The old man and the young man swaggered in front of everyone, looking for a place to throw up. On the way, the two chatted, and Yunfei learned that the man had been in the martial alliance for 40 years. As soon as the martial alliance was mentioned, Yunfei complained, "The martial alliance's higher-ups are truly unreasonable." The man laughed heartily, advising Yunfei not to get so agitated, saying perhaps the higher-ups had their own considerations. "Old sir, perhaps you don't know, we traveled from Sichuan to Hunan, and it took a whole month. Not to mention the travel expenses, we were ambushed 3 times and lost 6 men. It's a real top-down mess. Even the Thunderfist sect in our village isn't like this Wulin alliance." The man asked in surprise, "Thunderfist sect? What sect is that?" "It's a mountain bandit camp in our village. They later changed their name to a sect. Even the bald boss, Wang Sanshur, knows not to make things difficult for his subordinates. It's laughable that a large force like the Wulin alliance doesn't understand this principle. Before, they said they were holding the Dragon Peak assembly. Everyone gathered, and then they said it was cancelled. Now, they won't let us leave and they don't provide food or lodging. After a while, who will want to follow them? Sooner or later, they'll fall apart." Yunfei rambled on about his grievances, oblivious to the man's increasingly grim expression. But he didn't blame Yunfei for talking too much, rather, he felt what he said made a lot of sense. After thinking for a moment, the man laughed heartily. "Young man, you're quite straightforward." "Old sir, don't laugh, I'm serious. If the martial forest min continues like this, it will collapse sooner or later." After walking for half an hour, the two arrived at a small tavern. The man said the wine here was excellent. Looking at the shabby tavern, Yunfei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He offered to pay, telling the other man not to hold back on his account. The man waved his hand and went inside. It may look simple from the outside, but the wine here is truly good. Yunfei, thinking the other man was being polite, followed him inside. Although small, the tavern was clean and tidy. Seeing the man enter, the tavern owner quickly stood up and bowed. The man found an empty table and sat down, ordering his usual meal, with just a few additions. The tavern owner respectfully withdrew. Seeing this, Yunfei asked if he was a regular here. The man said he'd lived in the Martial World Alliance for 40 years, so every tavern here was practically his regular haunt. Though small, this place was a quiet haven amidst the bustling city. "May I ask for your venerable name?" "I am Lin Yunfei, from the Great Forest branch of the Martial Forest League in Sichuan. I received some upsetting news today, but thankfully, your fine wine has lifted my spirits a little. My name is Xian Duchuan. I do some minor work for the Martial Forest League, nothing worth mentioning." Upon hearing the name Xian Duchuan, a thoughtful expression crossed Yunfei's face. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Seeing the young man's expression, the man couldn't help but chuckle. "This kid doesn't even know who I am." He then proactively asked Yunfei about his position. "You can tell by my attire, sir. I am the esteemed Chief Energy Protector of the Great Forest Branch." Xian Duchuan almost burst out laughing. "Chief Energy Protector? I recall. Remember what? I don't remember a thing." "As Energy Guardians, our duty is to stand guard, eat on time, get paid on time, and occasionally enjoy some good wine." Xian Duchuan said that with Yunfei's aptitude, he'd be more suited to being an inner guard. But the young man shook his head, refusing. "What's so good about being an inner guard? Look along the road, all the dead ones are inner guards. I just want to hurry back and continue being an energy guardian." While the two were talking, the innkeeper personally brought up the wine and food. Yunfei quickly grabbed the wine jug, pouring Xian Duchuan a full cup. The old man and the young man clinked glasses. Yunfei smacked his lips, praising the good wine. "I told you the wine here was good, but you didn't believe me." Yunfei quickly apologized and clinked glasses with him again. After 3 cups, Xian Duchuan suddenly spoke. "Young man, just like this tavern we're in today, you can't judge things by their appearance. You have to experience them yourself." Hearing this, Yunfei pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed, it's hard to understand people's hearts." Xian Duchuan nodded in agreement, saying that it's true, one must experience things firsthand to truly understand them. Just like this cup of wine, only after drinking it will you know whether you'll come back for another. Yunfei nodded in agreement and raised his cup again in a toast, telling him to stop talking about such profound matters. In short, they drank from afternoon till evening. The table was covered with empty bottles. Meanwhile, Huin Du Shuyan grew fonder of Van Fai. Most people who love drinking seek fame, but this man was different. He possessed exceptional skills, yet he was content with a humble position.
From his way of speaking, he could tell that Van Phi didn't come from a prominent sect. To put it nicely, he was uninhibited, to put it bluntly, he was unrefined. But it was this genuineness that moved him. He was usually surrounded by hypocrites, and it had been a long time since he had such a relaxed conversation. Van Phi ordered a few more bottles of wine, as if determined to get them both completely drunk.
Xian Duchuan forced a smile and said he had to leave. The young man looked disappointed and asked why. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching the tavern.
At that moment, Xian Duchuan spoke, drawing his attention. I haven't had this much fun in a long time.
Let's drink again sometime. Yun Fei nodded.
After drinking with him, he realized the other man's identity was not ordinary. He then advised Xian Duchuan not to be too restrained, saying if he didn't understand reason, he could just use his fists.
Seeing the young man's continued arrogance,
Xian Duchuan smiled wryly, stood up to say goodbye, and advised Yun Fei not to drink too much as it was bad for his health. He left the tavern and walked to a nearby alley where a man was respectfully waiting. Seeing Huindu Shuyan, the man hurriedly said, "Leader, I've finally found you."
Who would have thought that a drunken old man was actually the renowned leader of the Martial Arts Alliance?
Seeing his subordinate arrive to escort him back to oversee the situation, Huindu Shuyan laughed heartily. I knew someone would come with news. He waved his hand and led the way toward the Martial Arts Alliance. The leader thought to himself, today, I should teach those people a lesson. These days, the Black Guards are patrolling everywhere, investigating the great battle between the Righteous Alliance and the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance. However, both sides continue to bicker and argue incessantly. He hadn't expected to escape so luckily, and unexpectedly learned so much from a mere guard. Xian Dushuyan's eyes gradually turned cold. It seemed that he had been too lax these past few years. Suddenly, the alliance leader's attention abruptly shifted to the family's strategy. Immediately after, he turned his head towards Little 9-4, muttering to himself. At the same time, in Little 9-4, Shilan's subordinates reported that they still hadn't found any trace of the alliance leader. The commander spoke, and the subordinates obeyed, not daring to search elsewhere. Watching these people come and go, Yun Fei felt curious. Emboldened by alcohol, he asked the leader why this was happening.
The man approached Yun Fei and coldly asked, "Do you know who you were just drinking with?"
That was the leader of our martial alliance. But don't get too excited, the leader does this often, it's not just you he drinks with. Hearing this, Yun Fei was stunned, his eyes widening. He felt like he'd heard the name before, but he never expected that old man to be their leader.
Seeing Yun Fei's expression, the man wasn't surprised.
He explained, Leader Xian Dushuyan enjoys his freedom.
Whenever he has time off, he likes to sneak out. Since the leader enjoys drinking, he's usually found in taverns.
Because of this, the Martial Alliance has opened many small businesses nearby, just so they can quickly find the leader. And this small business is also run by the Martial Alliance.
Yun Fei then asked, with the leader like this, how can he manage the Martial Alliance properly? What do you understand?
Leader Xian Dushuyan prefers this incognito lifestyle, and the Martial Alliance has always functioned normally. Hearing this, the young man curled his lip.
This old man is so boring, does he enjoy playing at being a commoner?
Seeing Yun Fei's attitude, the middle-aged man thought to himself, this kid's reaction is far too calm. Thinking of this, he seriously asked Yun Fei, aren't you surprised? That's the Martial Alliance leader.
Yun Fei glanced at him indifferently and calmly replied, so what if he's the alliance leader? I don't owe him money.
He still owes me a drink. Though he said this, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. If I had known he was the alliance leader, I would have asked him to approve my return to Great Lingfen to join the battle. The man was stunned by Yun Fei's words.
This kid's guts are truly enormous.
Still reeling from the surprise, the man said, the wine here is excellent.
Take your time and enjoy it.
Xian Ji also took this opportunity to leave, continuing to search for Xian Duchuan. The man had just left when a group of 6 entered Little 9-4. The men from Green Mountain and Yellow Mountain, seemingly locals, entered and explained that the nearby Martial Alliance was holding the Dragon Peak Assembly. So all the inns were full. They asked the 4 travelers to understand if the accommodations weren't ideal. Of the remaining 4, the tall man in blue said it was fine and told them not to be so formal.
Yun Fei observed them secretly and noticed the others weren't surprised.
He thought to himself, it's not a chaotic time, but those 4 are dressed strangely.
How peculiar.
Not wanting to cause any trouble, Yun Fei dismissed his thoughts and continued drinking alone. The young man recalled his arduous month-long journey. Although his martial arts had improved considerably, and he'd earned a decent amount of money, the constant conflicts and bloodshed among the martial world factions still left him feeling uneasy.
Yun Fei sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink, completely drunk.
Unbeknownst to him, his melancholy had caught someone's attention. The girl in green stared at Yun Fei's back, muttering, he can hold his liquor.
As soon as she finished speaking, the girl beside her asked, "Senior sister, what did you say?" The girl in green haughtily snorted, pretending she hadn't said anything.
The horse-faced girl, as if having discovered a secret, clung to her arm, refusing to let go.
"You clearly just said that guy wasn't bad. Senior sister, you never pay attention to anyone. Could it be you've taken a liking to him?"
Hearing this, the girl in green hurriedly explained, "I just saw an empty spot."
The horse-faced girl scoffed, "I don't believe you.
I think that kid's no good." Their conversation wasn't hidden at all, and Yunfei heard it clearly, feeling speechless. He staggered to his feet, deciding to leave before any trouble arose. At that moment, the Qingshan man walked towards him. The man's gaze towards Yunfei was shady. He was all too familiar with this look, it clearly meant trouble.
Yunfei avoided him, not giving him a chance. Then he went to the counter to pay the owner. After paying, he was about to leave.
Unexpectedly, the Qingshan man flashed forward, blocking his path, and asked Yunfei why she was avoiding him. Yunfei suppressed her anger and asked him what he wanted. The Qingshan man crossed his arms and said contemptuously, "Judging by your clothes, you're just a guard, not a member of the sect.
How dare you come here?"
His eyes wary, he took a few deep breaths, telling himself not to act rashly, to be patient. Then, feigning fear, he explained, "I just arrived from another realm and am unfamiliar with the customs here.
Please forgive me." Seeing his demeanor, the Qingshan man became even more resentful.
He had been attentive along the way, yet the girl in green hadn't paid him any mind, but now she looked at a lowly guard differently. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared, "Cut the crap!
Fight me!" Yunfei's figure flickered, easily dodging his opponent's punches and kicks. His opponent's fist shot out like lightning, striking upwards towards his chin.
Yunfei delivered a clean uppercut, landing squarely on his opponent's chin. The man cried out in pain, staggering back a few steps. Following up, Yunfei pressed his advantage, grabbing him by the collar.
Yunfei angrily shouted, "Don't push your luck. Why do you keep provoking me?"
As he spoke, Yunfei punched him hard in the stomach. Tan-san let out a shrill scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning. The other 5 men cried out in surprise. The Huang-sun man, in particular, furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected his junior brother to be defeated in a single move. Yunfei looked at the 5 men at the door. "Can't we just leave it at this?" he asked calmly. The Huang-sun man stepped forward.
"Are you joking?" he boomed. "How can we, the Tai Tian sect, let this go so easily?
If it were just a matter between my junior brother and me, it would be fine, but the people from the North Sea Ice Palace are here.
We have to save face."
Thinking this, the Huang-sun man continued, "Even if my junior brother behaved improperly, it's my duty, as his senior brother, to discipline him.
You don't need to say much.
Today, you must give our Heavenly Gate sect an explanation."
Hearing this, Yunfei's expression gradually darkened.
It seemed reasoning with these shameless people was impossible.
Thinking of this, Yunfei didn't care anymore and said directly, "Explain what? If you want to fight, then let's go outside. Don't damage other people's property."
He then turned to the girl in green, "But before we fight, I want to say a few words to that young lady." Hearing this, Huaosong couldn't help but sneer slightly. Yunfei walked closer and said coldly, "Miss, next time you go out, please refrain from criticizing others." Huaosong gritted her teeth, refusing to admit it, and said that she only had her eyes on Yunfei's seat.
"Even if you say you had your eyes on my seat, couldn't you see that that guy was picking a fight with me?"
Seeing the other person's indifferent expression, Van Phi flew into a rage. "If I didn't know how to defend myself, your words would have gotten me killed." Having never suffered such an indignity, Huaosong retorted angrily, "I was just being careless." But the young man didn't give an inch.
"I don't care if you were careless or not. Just tell me, isn't this mess because of you?" Huaosong blared, fuming, "I've never met anyone so unreasonable." Van Phi scoffed. "You call me unreasonable? I'm the one who has to go out there and fight. That guy was provoking me just now, why didn't you call him unreasonable?" "I didn't see you stopping him either. I just didn't want to interfere in men's affairs." Hearing this, Van Phi sneered. "You probably enjoyed seeing someone fighting over you, didn't you?"
Speaking of this, he said scornfully, "I despise two-faced women like you." At this moment, the young man in blue stepped forward, advising Huaosong to apologize to this young man. Huaosong loudly protested, clearly dissatisfied that her senior brother was defending an outsider. The middle-aged elder also stepped forward, slowly saying, "He's right. This young man was provoked for no reason. Huaosong should apologize to him." Huaosong cried out in frustration, but the elder shook his head slightly, "We'll discuss this later." In this situation, Huaosong clenched her fists, suppressing her resentment. Finally, she lowered her head and softly apologized. She is the saintess of the North Sea Ice Palace, a person of noble status. And yet today, I have to lower my head and apologize to a lowly guard. Hu Ao-song gritted her teeth, silently vowing to remember this humiliation. She had never suffered such indignity in her entire life. Seeing the other party's humility, Yun-fei didn't want to push it further, saying a few indifferent words before leaving. Unexpectedly, the old man suddenly spoke up, "Since young master has accepted my granddaughter's apology, let's consider the previous matter settled. However, there's still a debt we haven't settled. After all, Ao-song is a prized disciple of our North Sea Ice Palace." Today, Yun-fei forced her to lower her head and admit her mistake.
Do you know what this means to our North Sea Ice Palace? Yun-fei frowned and frankly said he didn't want to know.
The old man was clearly provoked, but he suppressed his anger. "Whether I want to know or not, I must.
In the martial world, strength has always been paramount. If you demonstrate worthy strength, I will say nothing today. But if this is just a momentary act of impulse, then don't blame the Northern Sea Ice Palace for bullying the weak."
Hearing this, Yun-fei thought to himself, "This is troublesome.
It seems today won't just be a single fight."
The young man's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, "Elder, your words are somewhat unreasonable.
If you want to test my strength, shouldn't there be something in it for me?"
The old man was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to be so audacious. Who in the martial world doesn't know the reputation of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, he thought. Yet, this young man not only showed no fear but also wanted to gain an advantage. Suppressing his surprise, the old man slowly said, "If you truly possess such strength, I will gift you a Northern Sea Ice Crystal."
How about that?
As soon as he finished speaking, Ao-song cried out, "Master," clearly extremely dissatisfied with the old man's offer. Hearing this, the men in yellow robes were all startled. They had spent considerable effort to obtain just one ice crystal from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. The old man turned his head and glanced indifferently at his disciple. Ao-song, with a disgruntled expression, pouted and said, "The Northern Sea Ice Crystal is a treasure that enhances internal strength. How can we just give it to him so easily? It's too much of a bargain for him." Ignoring Ao-song, the old man continued to speak slowly. This country bumpkin Yun-fei, upon hearing this, asked back whether this Northern Sea Ice Crystal was something truly remarkable.
Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. "Your understanding isn't wrong." The young man immediately showed disappointment, but still nodded and turned to leave. Watching Yun-fei's retreating figure, the old man shook his head and smiled wryly.
Everyone in the martial world knows the value of the Northern Sea Ice Crystal. But this young man acts as if he doesn't care.
He truly is a strange one.
Yun-fei walked up to the yellow-robed man and said indifferently, "Let's go."
"What are you still standing there for?"
After speaking, he didn't turn back but strode out. The corner of the yellow-robed man's eye twitched.
Although their Tai Tian sect wasn't a prestigious sect, it was still considered a second-rate sect in the Jianghu.
This kid was just a small guard, how dare he be so arrogant?
Thinking of this, Wang Zhao secretly gritted his teeth. He had to teach him a lesson today. A moment later, they found an open space.
The yellow-robed man urged his junior to quickly clear the area, as he wanted to witness his senior brother avenge him. The two men stood facing each other, maintaining a distance.
Wang Zhao took the initiative to attack first.
In a flash, he channeled powerful qi into his fists. He had previously consumed a North Sea Ice Crystal, greatly increasing his power, and this was the perfect opportunity to test it. Judging by Wang Zhao's posture, he clearly intended to fight unarmed. Yun-fei chuckled and drew two short clubs from his belt. Then he casually tossed them aside. He also wanted to try hand-to-hand combat. But immediately after, he gathered qi in his fingers. As the youth gently extended his hands, the ruddy golden shield enveloped his fists. Yun-fei followed suit, sinking his qi to his dantian, and threw a punch. In a short time, his fist wind was no less powerful than Wang Zhao's. The Tai Tian men expert's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected such a low-ranking guard to be capable of this. The others were also shocked when they saw Yun-fei's move. They, too, hadn't expected the young man to possess such strength. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhao thought to himself, gritting his teeth, "I'll let you experience the mountain-crushing fist of my Tai Tian men today." With that, Wang Zhao suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch. Infused with true qi, his fist transformed rapidly. In an instant, his fists became as hard as steel, incredibly solid. Yun-fei let out a loud laugh, and also channeled his qi, meeting the punch with his own. In the next moment, their fists collided forcefully. The scattering air currents distorted Wang Zhao's face. They grappled for a moment before both recoiling several steps from the impact. Wang Zhao grunted, feeling like the bones in his hand were about to shatter. On the contrary, Yun-fei seemed completely unharmed and even looked ready to taunt him. Seeing this, the Tai Tian men expert flew into a rage, roaring before throwing another punch.
Yun-fei didn't dodge, choosing to meet the attack head-on. The two clashed again, their impact echoing like a thunderclap.
This time, the sound of the collision was even louder, forcing Yun Fei to stagger back several steps. Wang Zhao, however, remained firmly in place, a smug look on his face.
Good one, kid. Again.
Wang Zhao gritted his teeth. Even if you grit your teeth and endure, you can't do anything to me.
The Tai Tian Men expert was actually furious.
He came from a prestigious sect and had even consumed a North Sea ice crystal, yet he couldn't defeat a mere guard.
Thinking of this, Wang Zhao's internal energy surged even more.
He was clearly circulating all his power, preparing a decisive blow. At this moment, Yun Fei laughed loudly. My turn now.
Take this.
With that, Yun Fei suddenly charged forward, throwing a punch. Facing this ferocious punch, Wang Zhao didn't dare to meet it head-on and instead chose to raise his fist to block, deflecting Yun Fei's attack.
Yun Fei's pupils constricted slightly.
He hadn't expected his opponent to avoid a direct confrontation this time. His punch blocked, Yun Fei immediately launched a kick towards Wang Zhao's abdomen. Taking advantage of Yun Fei's attack, Wang Zhao closed the distance and threw a punch straight at the young man's face.
The young man hastily executed a deep bow.
The fist grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. Yun Fei seized the opportunity to roll into a ball, then performed a somersault. His leg shot out like lightning, aiming straight at Wang Zhao's advancing left foot.
The expert hastily retracted his leg, dodging the kick.
Immediately afterward, as Yun Fei finished his move, Wang Zhao unleashed 6 consecutive punches, aimed directly at the young man's face. Only then did Yun Fei's expression change.
The person before me clearly possesses hidden strength, unlike the small fry I've dealt with before.
Unable to dodge in time, Yun Fei gritted his teeth, channeling his chi into his arms to block the blow, simultaneously bracing his chest against the incoming punch. The young man was sent flying by the punch, crashing into a tree. The violent impact forced a cough from him. Seeing this, Wang Zhao couldn't help but fly into a rage, roaring as he gave chase. Yun Fei hastily channeled his chi, raising his arms in front of him, preparing to defend himself once more. Immediately after, Wang Zhao's iron fists rained down like a furious storm. His arms trembling, the young man struggled to block, forced back by the relentless assault.
Intense pain from the blows coursed through his body.
Yun Fei felt as if the meridians in his body were about to rupture. But he acted as if nothing had happened and straightened up again. Under the relentless assault of this Tai Tian sect expert,
the young man's internal energy surged like a turbulent sea.
Coupled with the vast amount of fine wine he had just consumed, Yun Fei rarely felt such a surge of energy within his dantian. Just then, Wang Zhao suddenly roared, throwing a punch. Brat, this is the end. In that instant, the internal energy within Yun Fei suddenly exploded. My vital energy surged like ocean waves within my dantian, and in a flash, I unleashed a powerful punch. Wang Zhao struck with all his might, but the impact sent him flying. Before he could recover, Yun Fei charged forward. Like a tiger descending a mountain, the young man closed the distance in an instant. He thrust a fierce iron mountain strike straight towards Wang Zhao's chest.
The Tai Tian sect expert was sent flying once again. Yun Fei let out a light chuckle, landing on his feet before exploding forward once more. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhao's blood boiled as he threw a punch towards Yun Fei's head, attempting to interrupt his attack.
But Yun Fei once again used his mole somersault maneuver. The young man used the strength of his hands against the ground, flipping backward. With a fierce rabbit kick's eagle strike, he kicked Wang Zhao directly in the chest. The expert, as if struck by a hammer, cried out and staggered back. He didn't regain his footing until he retreated from the clearing. But Yun Fei, like a phantom, continued to pursue him.
Wang Zhao, repeatedly and severely injured, had no strength to resist and could only helplessly close his eyes.
However, after a long while, the expected blow never came. Wang Zhao opened his eyes, only to see Yun Fei standing 3 inches in front of him, having stopped his advance.
Yun Fei smiled and said, "Brother Wang, let's consider this a draw between us, what do you say?"
He was the top disciple of the Tai Tian sect, possessing formidable martial arts skills. Yet today, he was held back by a small sect. Seeing Yun Fei stop before him, Wang Zhao felt a bit surprised, but even more admiring of the young man's methods. On one side, Wang Junzi silently observed the fight, his expression serious.
He clearly recognized Yun Fei's skill.
Meanwhile, Wu Deming couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, my eye for talent is truly impeccable. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down his face. In his eyes, his senior brother had always been outstanding. He never expected him to be defeated by such a young man today. What frightened him even more was that he had just proactively provoked him, practically courting death. Back on the stage, Wang Zhao stared intently at Yun Fei for a long moment. Finally, he sighed, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you for your mercy, expert.
I am not your equal."
Seeing this, Yun Fei let go of his displeasure.
There was no real animosity between them, just a chance encounter in the Jianhu, a stroke of fate.
Yun Fei took 2 steps forward and said, "Brother Wang, there's no need to be so polite. If I hadn't resorted to that last maneuver, I wouldn't have been a match for you.
Wang Zhao nodded and said, "There's no need for further explanation. May I ask for your name?" Yun Fei didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity.
Wang Zhao said, "So you're a junior brother from the Tai Tian sect. Thank you, Brother Yun Fei, for broadening my horizons today."
This person's internal strength is unfathomably deep. It seems that not everyone in the Five Spirits Guild is arrogant after all. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their seats.
Only this time, Wang Zhao sat in the central position. After a few cups of wine, Yun Fei said to Wu Deming, "I owe it all to you today." Wu Deming laughed and said, "If it weren't for me, everyone wouldn't have been able to witness such a magnificent scene." Quan Zhenzi continued, "You also know my daughter is suffering from a terminal illness. He's still traveling the world and lacks experience in handling interpersonal relationships." This made Lu Fan extremely embarrassed. He apologized to Yun Fei for his earlier provocation. Yun Fei didn't mind anymore, saying that he himself had also been a bit hot-headed. Conflicts between men are often like this, a fight and clearing the air usually puts an end to it.
After drinking, Lu Fan asked the young man, "Which sect do you come from?"
"I come from the Quan Shang sect, which you've probably never heard of."
"It's a small, unremarkable sect."
After hearing this, Lu Fan was suspicious, but the opponent's martial arts didn't seem like that of an ordinary martial artist. Dismissing his thoughts, Lu Fan said, "I apologize to you on behalf of the entire sect." After speaking, he poured some wine and personally offered it to Yun Fei as a gesture of sincerity.
Yun Fei replied, "It's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it." Guan Zhenzi took out an exquisite jade pendant and gave it to Yun Fei, saying, "I keep my word. This ice essence is yours now." "Old sir, I'm full. I can't eat anymore." Guan Zhenzi explained patiently, "This ice essence can enhance internal strength. It's just a small piece. It won't be difficult for you, and the effects will be even better later on. Don't underestimate this ice crystal. It's a North Sea ice crystal.
If absorbed, it could double your internal strength." Having said that, he opened the box. Inside lay a light blue ice crystal, emitting a cold air that lowered the surrounding temperature.
"This item is extremely precious. I'll protect you here. Use it quickly."
Yun Fei took out the ice crystal and put it in his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt a chill down to his bones.
The young man sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to refine the ice crystal. As the North Sea ice crystal melted, a wave of cold energy began to flow into his dantian. When his dantian filled with cold energy, it began to flow towards his meridians, directly to his acupoints. Then, the cold energy began to circulate through his meridians. Driven by the cold energy, the internal force his master had left within his meridians also began to circulate. At this moment, Yun Fei's internal force, the cold energy of the North Sea ice essence, and his master's remaining internal force. These three forces constantly collided, intertwined, and fused, forming three currents within his meridians. Yun Fei gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling pain, remaining completely motionless throughout the entire process. Guan Zhenzi, standing beside him, was also worried. He knew this process was incredibly painful, even to the point where many would collapse. But Yun Fei had endured it for a remarkably long time. The North Sea ice essence doesn't enhance internal strength, it evolves it. This young man's situation only proves that the true chi in his body has increased dramatically. But looking at his age, he's at most 20. Could he be cultivating some evil technique like the star absorption Dafa? While Guan Zhenzi was pondering, Yun Fei suddenly opened his eyes. The three streams of power finally merged into one. His internal strength, after merging, is many times purer than before, but there are also many impurities remaining. Guan Zhenzi immediately pinched his nose. Yun Fei could be seen gritting his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. A loud bang was heard, and a foul smell emanated from behind Yun Fei. Everyone else was shocked and quickly covered their noses. Yun Fei exhaled, finally finished. Then, with a relaxed expression, he said, "It's done." Seeing the young man's eyes shining brightly at this moment, Guan Zhenzi was also extremely surprised. "May I ask, Brother Yun Fei, how old are you this year?" The young man didn't hide it, saying he was 20 years old. Hearing this, Guan Zhenzi couldn't help but be astonished. Wang Zhao is 26 years old and a disciple of the Tai Tian sect, cultivating profound techniques. A few days ago, he swallowed a North Sea ice crystal, further increasing his power. Even so, he couldn't compare to this 20-year-old youth. Thinking of this, he looked towards Yun Fei, his face full of doubt. "In terms of martial arts, I can guarantee it, but I don't understand your internal strength." Hearing this, Lu Fan was extremely surprised that the North Sea ice crystal was being considered for such a young man. What surprised him even more was that Yun Fei refused. Then, Guan Zhenzi asked Yun Fei for his reason. He quickly composed himself and asked Yun Fei for his reason. "I appreciate your kindness, old master, but I was born into an ordinary family and don't enjoy the hustle and bustle." Guan Zhenzi shook his head.
The North Sea Ice Palace was a top-tier sect after all. He hadn't expected him to refuse for this reason.
However, he didn't force the issue. Seeing Yun Fei's refusal, he didn't say anything more. After exchanging a few more words, he excused himself and left.
The others followed suit, leaving Yun Fei alone. Before leaving, Wu Deming gave the young man a quiet look, and unspoken something in his eyes.
Wang Zhao was more direct, "Brother Yun Fei, until we meet again."
The young man didn't turn around, replying indifferently,
"It's best we don't meet again. We might just end up fighting."
The corner of Wang Zhao's mouth twitched upwards. He's an interesting one. Wang Zhao then left with everyone else. Meanwhile, back at the Martial Arts Alliance, the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat tense.
No one in the hall spoke.
Marshal Zhong Chuyuan was the first to speak, suggesting that sending troops now was a bit hasty.
White Tiger Marshal said coldly, "What delusions do you still harbor? All-out war is inevitable."
I said I wouldn't start a war, but we were ambushed and suffered losses.
Who will take responsibility for that? Are you suggesting we just ignore the Black Fiend Society's provocations? You're being unreasonable. I'm saying we need to wait for the right opportunity. If so, may I ask Middle Beast Marshal, what are we supposed to do if we wait until half the Martial Arts Alliance is decimated?
Rebutted, Middle Beast Marshal was speechless.
When would the right opportunity ever arrive? The two argued incessantly, throwing the Martial Arts Alliance into chaos.
Unexpectedly, they were both startled by the simultaneous shouts of two clan leaders.
Xa Zhengwu was stunned into silence, momentarily speechless.
Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Altar Master spoke frankly, now is not the time to argue.
The Altar Master's aura is overwhelming.
The rumors in the Ming cult about the Azure Dragon Altar Master's imposing manner today are indeed true. Indeed, even I am intimidated by the Altar Master's presence. Just then, Xian Dutran suddenly slammed his fist on the table. The arguing in the hall ceased abruptly, and everyone looked towards the person with his head bowed.
Xian Dutran, seated at the head of the table, his face grim, roared, "The situation is critical.
You're still arguing amongst yourselves.
Do you even consider me the cult leader?"
He is the leader of the Martial Alliance, yet he acts gently and meekly. His leadership methods not only have been ineffective, but have also caused chaos within the Martial Alliance. Today, this leader finally shows his true authority. With just a few simple words, he immediately makes the atmosphere serious.
Reprimanded by Xian Dutran, Xia Zhangwu and the Azure Dragon Elder are frightened. Why is the leader so angry today?
Xian Dutran coldly says, "You are all brothers who have faced life and death with me. Normally, even if I am dissatisfied with you, I have never blamed you, considering your contributions.
Do you really think I'm easy to bully?"
The sect leader slammed his hand on the table. The stone table instantly shattered into pieces.
Xian Duchen's internal strength was unmatched. Everyone was thrown back by his aura. Xian Duchen stood up abruptly, his robes billowing around him as an overwhelming aura filled the hall.
The sect leader unleashed his domineering presence. I thought that with age, you would have learned some restraint, but I see I was mistaken.
Not only you, but even those below have become arrogant. Xa Zhengwu asked, "What time is it now?"
At this critical juncture for the Martial Arts Alliance, you're squabbling amongst yourselves. Holding such positions yet failing to fulfill your duties, what punishment do you two deserve?
Rebuked, the two clan leaders lowered their heads, neither daring to look at the alliance leader. It's not just the two of them, there are others as well.
I thought that I didn't know what you were doing, I was merely giving you face. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled.
You're taking advantage of me and then blaming me. Someone tell me, how could I possibly spend 30,000 taels of silver in 3 years?
Speaking of which, he turned his head and looked at the chief steward, and Dowley, you tell me.
And Dowley trembled and couldn't speak. Do you think I don't know about these rumors?
I said I would hold a conference to discuss strategies and use the treasury to reward those with outstanding achievements.
After you arranged everything, it somehow became my extravagance, and I have to compensate the treasury? 30,000 taels of silver for wine?
Even if I drank all day, I couldn't finish that much.
And Daluk stammered, I only wanted everyone to participate actively.
Before he could finish, Xian Dutran roared, silence. Don't try to cover it up with such words.
The treasury is missing. Where has it gone? Let me make this clear.
I will overlook past transgressions, but if this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless.
He then looked towards Sima Yong and asked, what's the situation with the war? Do you know how many of our disciples have died? Do you intend to just stand by and watch?
Sima Yong's face was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat.
Don't pretend in front of me.
If we relied solely on your methods, the Black Assassin Society would have attacked us long ago.
Report, the Black Assassin Society is purchasing large quantities of weapons and medicine.
A large number of their disciples are gathering in Shaanxi, preparing to attack. My subordinate believes their earlier scattered attacks were a diversion, meant to make us think they were targeting the Ming. Hearing this, Xian Duchen's expression turned grave. In such a critical situation, you still have the audacity to fight amongst yourselves. This is unacceptable. At these words, everyone in the hall fell silent, intimidated by Xian Duchen's aura. Having spoken, Xian Duchen forcefully suppressed his anger. Very well, it seems I've given you all too much freedom. He looked at Sima Yong and asked, what should the Five Spirits Guild do now? Sima Yong replied, the most urgent matter is to gather all the branches. Provide the necessary supplies, then quickly go to Sun Tae and arrange the personnel. At the same time, we must also strengthen our defenses within Min City, in case the Black Assassin Society attacks. Huin Du-tran said coldly, the logistics will be handled by Deputy Manager and Dao Luke. Xa Chin Vu and the Azure Dragon Clan leader objected, arguing that this matter was too important to be entrusted to the Deputy Manager. Before they could finish, Huin Du-tran slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to cave in and shatter. Silence! I don't want to see any unnecessary disputes. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Huin Du-tran looked sternly at the four clan leaders. My orders. When is it your turn to speak? Xian Du-tran's internal force slammed into the ground, making the four hall masters feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Suppressing everyone, Xian Du-tran spoke again, if you have any objections, you can speak now. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense and follow my orders. Everyone lowered their heads, none of them dared to raise any objections. They only wanted to compete for logistics, a low-risk, high-reward task. They didn't expect the sect leader to be so domineering. They understood even less why this task was given to the Deputy General Manager. Seeing no objections, Huin Du-tran continued. I'll emphasize this again, at this critical juncture, if anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me for being ruthless. After everyone acknowledged the command, Huin Du-tran laughed heartily. That kid is truly a talent. I haven't had this kind of imposing manner in a long time as sect leader. A sleepless night passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. Van Phi, drunk all night, was sound asleep in bed. In his hazy dreams, he heard someone calling his name. The young man drowsily woke up. He heard someone calling from outside the door. Yun Fei yawned, opened the door, and asked the person what they wanted so early. Early? It's almost noon. Yun Fei instantly woke up, surprised he had slept in so late. The young man scratched his head sheepishly, saying he drank too much last night. After waking him up, Li Muyun stated directly, the Martial Arts Alliance has decided to march immediately and engage the Black Devil Society in a decisive battle. Yun Fei asked in surprise, so, can I return to Wudong? Li Muyun said, this time, the Five Spirits Sect's escort team must also participate in the battle. Yun Fei sighed, I'm just a disciple. When they invited me, they didn't say anything about fighting. Li Muyun said he understood Yun Fei's feelings, but this was the Alliance leader's order, and the escort team also belonged to the Martial Arts Alliance. Actually, I'm also afraid of dying on the battlefield. Yun Fei's eyes lit up, then why don't we run away together? Li Muyun shook his head resolutely, I can't run away. If I do, my family will be implicated. Yun Fei admired Li Muyun even more. If you want to leave, brother Yun Fei, you can go on your own. I came to tell you this. The Martial League Alliance isn't too strict with the escort team, even leaving isn't a problem. Hearing Li Muyun's words, Yun Fei felt a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. Yun Fei replied, what are you talking about, brother? I'm not ungrateful. The two walked together towards the assembly point. But upon arriving, Yun Fei was immediately stunned. It turned out that having the escort team participate in the battle was actually just to have them be in charge of logistics. Yun Fei said angrily, so they treat us like beasts of burden. Beside him, Li Muyun patiently explained, due to the emergency, the Martial Arts Alliance leadership made this decision. Yun Fei started moving the supplies, still grumbling. From transporting food to hauling building materials, I don't know which idiot came up with this assignment. Quiet, Yun Fei, one of their squad snapped. This is our squad's responsibility. We bring these materials back, then everyone carries their own share. Anyway, the general owes us a favor, he won't say anything. Li Muyun quickly hoisted a crate of supplies. Yun Fei also quickly picked up a sealed crate. The young guards of the squad had gathered. Li Mu placed the supplies in front of everyone and began to distribute them. These are the food and medicine we just received, everyone help yourselves. Although their faces were grim, everyone lined up orderly. Each of them was tired and eager for food. Yun Fei, while carrying supplies, grumbled incessantly, complaining about the Martial Arts Alliance's lack of resources. But suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Shuesi advised him not to say such things, as it would inevitably lead to reprimands if overheard by the Alliance's higher-ups. Yun Fei retorted, if you have the guts, kick me out of the Alliance. Even frowning doesn't count. He was just a lowly guard in the Martial Alliance, his status insignificant. However, being expelled from the Martial Alliance wouldn't really matter.
Xia said helplessly, Brother Lin can come and go as he pleases, but we can't.
Yun Fei curiously asked why the major sects bowed and scraped before the martial alliance.
Xia replied, everything has two sides.
The martial alliance was born from those things.
Yun Fei clearly saw that Xia didn't understand the underlying complexities. Xia slowly said, Brother Lin, do you know why there are ranks within the martial alliance?
Even if one's strength is formidable, without comparison, there's no such thing as first-rate or second-rate. So, we joined for the sect's reputation. I truly admire guards like you who can work freely. Generally speaking, everyone has their strengths. The low status of a guard makes it hard to hold one's head high. But you're different from other guards. You have strong martial arts skills. If you wanted, joining the inner circle would be easy. Even if I were to join the inner circle, so what? Above me, there would still be a master, a lord. So what position is the limit? The Jianghu is like that. If you're just a small fry, don't assume people will value your martial arts. This is human nature. Those without money are looked down upon, those with low martial arts status are bullied. Weak women are oppressed, weak sects are scorned. This is the law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. Yun Fei turned his head, staring intently at the other person. Xia's words left him speechless. After a long pause, he finally said softly, You're right. But immediately afterward, his expression turned serious, but it's not just about promotion. Xia looked at the young man, indicating he was ready to listen. As long as one's own strength is sufficient, one can break through any limitations, without having to worry about anyone's opinion. Time flew by, the journey was arduous. Yun Fei had lost his patience, constantly complaining. Xia advised him to be patient for 2 more days, and they would reach their destination. On the way, their relationship eased considerably, and they often chatted. Yun Fei even offered to help Xia carry her things. But Xia refused. I already owe you a great deal, and I don't want to owe you more. At least, for now, I don't want to belong to anyone. Hearing this, Yun Fei couldn't help but admire the senior. Then, he looked ahead, where Wu Deming was with someone else. At some point, the two had embraced. They were now clearly displaying their affection for each other. This made Van Phi, a single man, extremely depressed. He pondered his future, which was also a story full of uncertainty. Finally, 2 days later, they arrived. The great forest encampment was already prepared. Van Phi and the others rested on site. The long march had left everyone exhausted. A young man, looking at the tents not far away, began to complain. The Martial Arts Alliance didn't even prepare accommodations for us, not even a place to sleep. Hearing this, T2 couldn't help but laugh and asked, Do you hate the Martial Arts Alliance that much? I really don't have any good feelings towards headquarters, but the Great Lin branch is still a good place. If I had your abilities, I would definitely seize every opportunity to join headquarters. Yet you're always yearning for your current branch. I must say, you're extraordinary. Extraordinary? I just want to have enough to eat and wear, to live a peaceful life. But at present, it seems this wish isn't so easy to fulfill. Hearing this, Xia couldn't help but frown. Yun Fei looked at Xia and asked why he sighed. Xia didn't answer, only staring at the young man with eyes like autumn water. Yun Fei, being stared at, blushed slightly. Xia then gave a beautiful smile. Just then, a sudden order was given to summon the guards. Many weary guards quickly assembled. The official said that although temporary tents had been erected, it wasn't a long-term solution. Therefore, he ordered the guards to build barracks for everyone to rest. This was an order from higher up. Barracks for a total of 4,000 people needed to be built. Your guard unit is only responsible for transporting the lumber. In 5 days, another unit will take over the construction. Hearing this, everyone complained inwardly. The Martial Arts Alliance was truly ruthless. Yun Fei's fury ignited, veins bulging on his forehead. However, most of the guards didn't resist. Firstly, they were all ordinary people with limited strength. Secondly, most of them had families, and their monthly wages, though meager, were their main source of income. Therefore, despite their complaints, they obediently transported the materials. Yun Fei didn't understand why everyone was so obedient. An older guard explained, Young man, you don't understand. If you disobey, when there's a battle, you're very likely to be sent to the front lines. Hearing this, the young man's heart pounded with fear. But then I thought, I have nothing. If I leave, it'll be hard to survive. After thinking for a while, he decided to persevere, wait until he returned to the Great Ling branch, and then escape this misery. The official informed the guards that they only needed to work in pairs, transporting goods for 5 days. A middle-aged man approached Yun Fei, introducing himself as Su Wanda from Shandong. Lin Fei also introduced himself. After that, everyone started working diligently. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. As dusk approached, the guards in charge of construction have arrived one after another. Yun Fei and Su Wanda also put down the last log. The Shandong man wiped his sweat and rubbed his lower back.
He suggested, since we Shandong and Sichuan folks are meeting, why don't we go to the nearby tavern for a few drinks? Yun Fei readily agreed. It's ridiculous. The barracks aren't even finished yet, and the officials are already starting to enjoy themselves.
Moreover, I heard that in just 2 days, many taverns have sprung up here.
Yun Fei said, merchants are always shrewd.
This place is desolate, no martial artist would invest in building a tavern here.
There must be something fishy going on.
Tu Wanda scoffed, brother, you're still too naive.
This is the Martial Alliance's territory.
Even if a merchant is shrewd, I reckon the information was sold by someone high up.
Likely a transaction involving a prominent figure.
As they spoke, the two arrived outside the tavern. The makeshift canvas tents were already filled with people. The patrons were all inner disciples of the Martial Alliance, their boisterous laughter indicating they were quite drunk.
Yun Fei and Tu Wanda waited for half an hour before they finally got a table.
As the young man drank, his anger grew. He had toiled carrying lumber for 5 days, while these people leisurely drank wine. Noticing Yun Fei's displeased expression, Tu Wanda asked softly. Tu Wanda filled Yun Fei's cup with wine.
Yun Fei drained his cup of wine in an instant.
He then slammed it down on the table, venting his frustration. Just then, he heard the sound of an argument in the distance. Looking over, he saw 3 martial artists arguing with a woman, while 2 other martial artists were protecting her. One of the 3 men coldly shouted, "Our boss wants to drink with you.
We're giving you face, so don't interfere."
Yun Fei's eyes narrowed as he heard their words.
Su Wanda is from the inner circle. This kind of thing is very common. I advise you not to cause trouble. Yun Fei nodded, indicating he understood. But the woman's soft cries made him uneasy.
He always believed the Martial Alliance was righteous, but now everything made him realize that nowhere in the world is purely good. The young man drained 3 cups of wine and slammed the last one down on the table. Then, he stood up, saying he didn't want to stay any longer.
Su Wanda understood his feelings and also stood up to leave.
Just then, a woman's cry for help came from behind them. "Guards, help me." Yun Fei turned his head and looked towards that table. He only glanced over, saying nothing, but unexpectedly, the woman recognized him. At this moment, 3 martial artists also looked towards Yun Fei, their gazes clearly warning him not to interfere.